First gift: dynamic vision, bullet time, inherent time control, acceleration, inherent time control, time stop. Tao Yu reincarnated into a world being devoured by the abyss, and discovered that as long as he was willing to expend enough Yuan Force, he could infinitely enhance his skills. With the help of his special gift, Tao Yu gradually realized that the world fragments within this abyss were somewhat different, containing parts of Earth's remains, and even legends from Earth were buried within. Chapter 1. Chapter 1: Awakening Memory. The streets glowed with neon lights, and scantily clad ladies strolled by, alongside traffic lights at the zebra crossing, and out-of-control dump trucks. Beep! A sharp horn pierced through the dream, and Tao Yu woke up from his sleep, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. A faint musty and sweaty odor entered his nostrils with each breath, gradually bringing Tao Yu to his senses. It was happening again, the same dream, so vivid that he couldn't distinguish between illusion and reality. Whether he was Tao Yu, the social animal from the 21st century, or Tao Yu, the nearly 18-year-old from the outer city, he was starting to lose track. Over the years, he had occasionally had this dream, but as the 18th birthday, representing the day of awakening, drew nearer, the dreams became more frequent, and in the past month, they occurred every time he closed his eyes. At first, he thought it was just stress and hallucinations as the day of awakening approached, but with more memories and information. The systematic and coherent memories and knowledge told him it was all real. According to those novels and the memories from his dreams, it should be a reincarnation to another world, thinking back to the peaceful, warm, and beautiful world in his memories, and then looking at the damp bed made of bricks and planks. Looking up at the stained asbestos wall, and the windows patched with cardboard, Tao Yu's expression became somewhat vacant. Through the gaps in the cardboard over the window, he watched the pitch black outside, listened to the wind in the darkness, and heard some faint murmurs and vague whispers, making Tao Yu's feelings even more complicated. Freewebble.com. There was an old oil lamp on the bedside table, its flame the size of a soybean, casting a hazy light over the small room. But all the light stopped abruptly at the window, as if unable to penetrate outside. The occasional flicker of the flame made the shadows in the room shake, as if coming to life, and it seemed as though the tiny flame could go out at any moment. Is there really a peaceful world where everyone can eat meat? Having lived in this world for 18 years, the memories of his past life, so taken for granted, now seemed as if from another lifetime. The things he considered normal and natural in his past life were complete luxuries, mere wishes, in this life. Why couldn't it be him from this world who had traveled to that one? With all the combat and survival skills he had practiced relentlessly over the past 18 years, he would have at least been a bodyguard or a live-in son-in-law in the metropolis of the 21st century. Abyss, the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head in this world, the end of the endless realm. No one knew how many years had passed since the world caught the attention of the abyss. From the limited knowledge Tao Yu had, he gathered that when the abyss first began to consume the world's will awoke instinctively, granting all people the power to resist the abyss. It was through pioneers venturing into the fragments of worlds within the abyssal rift, seizing Yuan Force to prolong the world's existence. That life had continued to this day. As for what exactly had happened over the years, Tao Yu didn't know, but the gray fog that symbolized the abyss's invasion had already spread across the world, squeezing human habitats into a succession of cities and shelters. The connections between cities were mostly severed, and it was only with the lamp of will illuminating the path through the gray fog that one could move forward with difficulty, maintaining increasingly scant exchanges. The flame of civilization that dispels the fog in each city and the day of awakening on everyone's 18th birthday seemed like the last gifts left by the will of the world. Giggle, giggle. A distant crowing of a rooster came from the pitch black outside, as if in an instant, all the darkness disappeared, revealing a dim light. The crowing brought Tao Yu out of his reverie as well, and looking at the dim light outside the window, he couldn't help but heave a sigh. Then he reached over to twist the oil lamp stained with black oil at the head of the bed, extinguishing the soybean-sized flame. Lately, there had been more and more disappearances in the outer city, and it was unclear when an end would come. He hoped that on today's day of awakening, he would successfully awaken a combat talent. Considering his parents' gifts, the best talent he could possibly awaken was likely dynamic vision. If the grade of dynamic vision could reach grade C or higher, perhaps his status could change. Putting on plastic-bottomed shoes stained with an unknown black grime, Tao Yu pushed open the creaking old door. Outside was a living room similar in style to his own room. The living room walls were mainly patched together with asbestos boards and iron sheets, and in the middle stood a table spattered with rust, composed of 3 tripods. The several stools in the living room also varied in style, as if they were cobbled together from various scraps of material, wooden, triangular, metallic, all sorts. Approaching the water tank, Tao Yu picked up a porcelain basin and scooped up a basin of water using a rugged aluminum alloy ladle. Looking at his reflection, a slender face with a touch of delicate features, Tao Yu felt a tangle of emotions. He wasn't bad looking, it just seemed that he was malnourished. The high frequency of dreams this month had started to merge his thoughts more and more with those of his previous life, making his mind feel much sharper. Squeak! The same grating sound of a door opening rang out, and a dark-skinned, capable-looking woman stepped out of the room. She saw Tao Yu and smiled, showing her white teeth. "Ah Yu, today is your awakening day. You should rest well. I'll take care of the farm work, sister-in-law, I can't sleep." Tao Yu politely nodded to the woman, then reached out to wash his face. "All right. Mom and Dad should be returning by noon today. They should be able to bring you some useful weapons and equipment." The woman sighed, thinking Tao Yu was too anxious, so she comforted him with a few words. "I'll go get some fresh stuff for you to eat on the first day." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Tao Yu finished washing his face and voiced his gratitude. By count, this was his 3rd sister-in-law. His eldest and second brothers had both died on their awakening day, his 4th sister was married off, his 5th brother died on a cannon fodder mission, and his 6th sister went mad and was killed by the security force. Besides himself, only his parents, his 3rd brother, 3rd sister-in-law, and his 16-year-old younger brother were left in the family. To lower the priority of the cannon fodder quota and to improve their own weight allocation, his parents had recently been considering having a 9th child, but it was uncertain whether they could still bear one. Although because both of his parents had relatively stable jobs, he had lived a relatively stable life since childhood, he had become accustomed to life and death from a young age. Since the beginning of the abyssal invasion, the world had awakened and bestowed upon people the power to fight back. The awakening day was a turning point of utmost importance for everyone. From the day of awakening, everyone in this world needed to spend some time delving into the abyssal rift to search for Yuan Force to strengthen themselves, which also helped to fortify the world against the abyssal invasive forces. It wasn't about being datafied or panelized, but the world would enable individuals to understand their abilities more clearly after the awakening day and accelerate their empowerment through Yuan Force, while also awakening their personal talents. Individual talents were myriad and strange, most of which were of little help in combat, greatly affecting the speed of personal growth. Due to the problem of limited resources, talents inclined towards combat were more likely to receive training and certain privileges and resources from the companies. For instance, Tao Yu's father, Tao Long, possessed the talent Eagle Eye Grade C. Although it was of limited help in direct combat, it gave him certain advantages in roles like scouting, sniping, and reconnaissance, allowing him to survive many years. His mother, Hong Xia, had the talent Dexterity, Grade F, theoretically more suitable for combat than Eagle Eye. But her innate grade was too low, only slightly better than the lowest F-. Although there were cases of people improving their talent grades and even transforming or having multiple talents, such occurrences were clearly impossible for an ordinary family. Therefore, his mother chose to marry his father, hoping to cultivate the more suitable standard combat talent Dynamic Vision. She opted to specialize in a manufacturing skill, her dexterous hands earning her a position as a senior skilled worker in a leather factory. Coupled with the waiting boost from birthing many children, they had not been assigned cannon fodder tasks by the company over the years, although individual talents had a not insignificant relationship with heredity. Among Tao Yu's many brothers and sisters, only his 3rd brother, Tao Tong, had inherited the optimized talent from their parents, acquiring dynamic vision, grade D. Theoretically, he could have achieved even more, even joining the company's security force at one point. But after losing both legs on a mission, everything came to an abrupt halt. Whether it was items for regenerating limbs or mechanical prostheses that would allow him to continue fighting, none were affordable for the family. Fortunately, since he was injured on a mission for the company generously exempted him and his wife, Lily, from the cannon fodder quota for life, forever free from the worry of being forcibly drafted for such tasks. Chapter 2 The Oppressive World. This world is simply terrifying. Stepping out of the house, breathing in the morning air tinged with a hint of cow dung, Tao Yu sighed again. He had thought that being an office drone in his previous life was miserable, but considering the people in this world, there was a sense of speechlessness that made him look to the skies, wondering how he had managed to survive before. For novel.com, every day involved feeding the cows, cleaning cow dung, milking, and fixing hooves, not to mention weeding and doing various farm chores. All the spare time was spent practicing survival and combat skills in preparation for Awakening Day. And to this day he still couldn't fully recognize the characters of this world, making him semi-literate. The hard-earned produce of the farm, which had nothing to do with his family's earnings, was regularly collected by the company, leaving only some food for subsistence as a gift, if it weren't for his parents having relatively stable jobs, earning a total of 300 units of Yuan Force to subsidize the household each month, relying solely on himself, his third brother, sister-in-law, and younger brother. Even working day and night was hardly enough to feed the family, not to mention saving up for equipment and supplies for Awakening Day. Besides that, his parents also had to find ways to continuously increase their cannon fodder weight, employing various methods to keep them from being conscripted by the company. And after turning 18, he too would be included in this hierarchy, also needing to find ways to continually increase this weight. Unless something fortunate like what happened to his third brother occurred, under the invisible threat to life, the level of vicious internal competition had already broken through the skies. Gazing into the distance, a gray haze known as the gray mist wall sealed off the periphery completely, the dense, churning fog occasionally revealing shifting shadows within. A faint layer of bluish mist kept this gray fog at bay. Turning around, he could see the towering, mottled walls of the inner city. The city walls seemed to be patched together from various materials, with all sorts of metal and concrete structures, marked with signs of filling and repairing. One could also see a distribution of watchtowers and autonomic gun turrets along the wall. Through glimpses beyond the wall, one could see some of the towering buildings in the inner city, with exaggerated neon signs flickering. And the same sense of patchwork at the tops of the buildings. It had somewhat the style and technological feel of 21st century architecture, yet also a stark contrast like something out of a trash heap. Looking up, one could see a giant city floating in the sky, its base dropping a blue light that seemed to protect the land below from the gray mist. Below the majestic base of the floating city, a series of greasy, oil-smudged pipes connected the inner city to the outer city and various other places, transporting goods upwards for the big shots in the city to enjoy. The floating city, inner city, and outer gray mist were distinctly separate, representing several drastically different living environments. Turning back to look at his own home, the dilapidated farmhouse mainly pieced together from asbestos sheets, metal plates, and compressed boards, with a few bricks added for structure, and the surrounding farm that didn't belong to them but needed their care, Tao Yu felt oppressed. Atop the roof was a crude autonomic gun turret with traces of rust and the smell of machine oil, occasionally creaking as it turned itself around. This autonomic gun turret was the most valuable and expensive item in the house, able to discern gray mist monsters from a short distance and attack automatically, an item of enhanced Yuan Force that was not found in every household. Although the outer city was also under the protection of the flame of civilization from the floating city, monsters from inside the gray mist would still occasionally attack. Tao Yu remembered hearing the roar of the autonomous gun turret 7 or 8 times a year during the night. This was the frequency of monsters that had bypassed the outer night watchers and all other possible intercepting fortifications to reach the farm. Fortunately, it was usually just the small fry that would leave the gray mist and enter the protected areas of the flame of civilization. The lamp of wood defended against some invisible filth, while the gun turret physically defended against a few that slipped through, one reason they had been able to survive peacefully over the years. Just as Tao Yu was somewhat lost in thought, a creaking sound once again came from inside the house. And a lean man with a face covered in wrinkles and graying hair, along with an ordinary-looking woman with short hair, also came out of the room one after another. It was Tao Yu's parents in this life, the ones who had protected him from such a harsh environment until he turned 18. Although the dreams of his past life's memories made him feel a little confused with memory fusion, he still smiled when he saw the two elders. "Dad, Mom, aren't you supposed to come back at noon?" Tao Long saw his son and his wrinkled face squeezed out a kind smile. "Why is the seventh child up already? Although the survival rate on Awakening Day has gone up, you still need to rest and build up your strength to give it your all." Their eldest and second sons had died on Awakening Day, which gave Tao Long and his wife some PTSD about this day, which originally had a 60% survival rate. Therefore, the preparations for the younger children were thorough, preferring to scrimp and save on everyday necessities in order to accumulate enough goods for their children to use on Awakening Day. Ever since the second child's incident, no such tragedy has occurred on Awakening Day. "I can't sleep," Tao Yu candidly replied. Sometimes the more he forced himself to sleep, the more elusive it became, and there was nothing to be done about it. "Then join us for a trip." Upon hearing this, Tao's father did not insist anymore but casually made the arrangement. "We found your uncle who at the garrison before, he's now an instructor and can take charge of your group after a greeting. Let's pay him a visit together." The company had its own built-up area at the Abyssal Rift where many production and combat professions worked, although Tao Yu's parents had just returned from their room. In reality, they had just come back from another world, a world that was perfectly synchronized with this one. Beyond the mandatory half-month of survival adaptation imposed by Awakening Day, once it was over, everyone could travel between the two worlds after about a quarter of an hour of meditation. Then, aside from needing to visit the Abyssal Rift regularly to prevent madness, the minimum interval for returning had been reduced to 5 days, if one could reach the gathering place. Besides the company's assigned cannon fodder tasks, the pressure to survive actually decreased. "Uncle who became an instructor? I remember his hand was severed, and he was disqualified from combat." "Right. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. Tao Yu was somewhat surprised. Although Tao Hu sounded like he was Tao Long's brother, they were actually only cousins. Under the dog-eat-dog pressure of life in the outer city, names were usually chosen casually, and having the same name was common. He got lucky and met a noble who helped him undergo mechanical augmentation, and his strength has not only been retained but increased." Envy appeared in Tao Long's eyes. Their younger brother was also talented, but it was just a pity not to have such fortune. Otherwise, serving a noble would be fine. "All right, let's go over there. He should have just returned as well." Hong Xia, coming from the kitchen, carried out a big chunk of smoked meat. After brushing off some of the blackened areas, she also stepped out. Looking at the smoked meat, the scrawny Tao Yu also swallowed hard. It was indeed cruel. In this world, there were indeed people who could not afford meat. Recalling the delicacies of his previous life, even though his family's circumstances were average, as an only child he at least had the freedom to eat meat. Now in this world, meat was a luxury saved for days when their food was improved. Even that, by outer city standards, was considered decent living conditions. Tao Yu did not object to visiting affluent relatives, nor did he have the inexplicable pride of a transmigrator. After living in this world for 18 years, all his pride had been worn down. His parents were veterans who had lived in this kind of world for decades, and following their advice now would not be wrong. Moreover, Tao Yu had a good impression of his cousin Uncle who had the talent, predictive eye grade C, possessing a strong ability to predict. This ability was even stronger than the dynamic vision of the same level. Its value at grade C could be compared to grade B dynamic vision. He used to be the best off among the relatives. He had left the combat sequence due to injury, but there had been some contact over the years, so the relationship was rather good. Before the injury, he had taught the third brother, and after the injury, Tao Yu's family helped his in return. So, there was mutual assistance between them. This relationship was even closer than that of other direct uncles, aunts, and cousins. Tao Yu's own shooting practice was done through his intervention, saving a lot of expenses for bullet consumption. For Tao Yu, who had lived in a peaceful period in his previous life, preparing as much as possible for the awakening day with only a 60% survival rate was naturally the best course of action. A 60% survival rate didn't mean that every person had a 60% chance to survive, but rather that those with better preparations and a higher survival rate would skew the average. Tao Yu did not want to be part of the average statistics. "Haha, Long, why are you being so polite? Yu is so skinny, he needs to eat more meat to get stronger." Uncle Hu was a short, stout, and well-built man with dark skin. When Tao Yu saw him again, the man had replaced his originally severed arm with a punk-styled mechanical arm, which even turned his left shoulder completely mechanical. Although the mechanical arm reeked of oil and shone with a polished gleam, wear and tear were still visible, suggesting it was at least second-hand but a good fit for Tao Hu. After receiving the smoked meat, Uncle Hu squeezed Tao Yu's shoulder with his oily mechanical arm and then spoke up. "People awaken every day. It shouldn't be a problem for me to arrange for today." At this point, Uncle Hu paused, then continued. "However, I've heard that the children of two important figures will also participate today, so there are some things I need to mention in advance." Chapter 3. Talent. Above a plaza, in front of an old statue, more than 200 young people with various expressions gathered. They had all turned 18 today and were also awakening their talents. These 200 or more youngsters were dressed in different styles, but despite the variety, each one carried a large backpack, and many were adorned with various firearms, weapons, and ammunition. Some were even wearing padded coats in this stifling heat, with sweat on their foreheads, seemingly refusing to take them off, creating an oddly eerie sight. At the moment, Uncle Hu stood in front of the statue, waving his powerful, mechanical-looking prosthetic limb, righteously proclaiming something. "From the moment you were born, you've owed the corporation a huge debt. The air you breathe, the soil you live on, the food you consume, all these are the corporation's gifts to you. You've survived up to this point thanks to the corporation's protection. And now, the corporation will give you another chance to change your destiny." In the audience, Tao Yu, still wearing a padded coat and carrying a 20-kilogram backpack, clutching an assault rifle akin to an AK, couldn't help but reveal an expression of utter boredom. Though he knew this was Uncle Hu's job, he never imagined that such toxic preaching could be spewed so forcefully, and judging by some people's excited reactions, it seemed that some indeed swallowed it whole. All 200 on the scene celebrated their 18th birthday today, true peers born on the same year, same month, same day. Tao Yu, who had come with Uncle Hu, had already roughly understood that the majority of these 200 were outer city locals like himself. A small portion of them from the outer city had entered the security forces or were children of small-time leaders with combat talents. The disparities were somewhat discernible from the equipment. Tao Yu, with his old assault rifle, was considered middle-tier, while many of his peers wielded shotguns, homemade guns, or even just sharpened steel pipes instead of firearms. Then there were 6 or 7 peers from the inner city, distinctly standing apart on the other side, fully geared in combat suits, military backpacks, bulletproof vests, or full-body armor, and even 3 who had already installed mechanical limbs starkly differentiated themselves. Beyond that, a man and a woman standing behind Uncle Hu, bearing an air of nonchalance, were even more extraordinary. Not only did they stand outside the formation, but they also wore skin-tight combat suits filled with a sense of technology, somewhat similar to the black combat suits from Battle Royale. Compared to the group of padded coat wearers, the difference was like night and day. Judging by the equally handsome features of the two and sharing the same birthday, they were likely a pair of twins born to someone influential from the floating city. Furthermore, Today is also your lucky day, you mudleggers. The chance to meet important figures you'd likely never encounter again has come to you. After entering the abyss, do your best to find young Master Sun and Miss Sunday. The smallest favor from them could last you a lifetime. In the expedition, you are to follow their commands unconditionally. Understand? Uncle Hu emphasized with a booming voice, filled with force. Understood. The crowd below was indeed stimulated, just as Uncle Hu had said. This might be the only chance in their lives to meet such influential people. Even the few from the inner city felt the same, yet Tao Yu was indifferent towards it, mainly because Uncle Hu had already specifically instructed them to avoid them if possible during the mission. Steer clear. Though following in their shadow might indeed bring potential benefits, the risks were too high. The children of these important figures were undoubtedly born with exceptional talents and nurtured from a young age with nutrient solutions and various skilled trainings. Combined with their equipped gear and the Yuan Force bequeathed by their families, they were born surpassing the endgame of others. Visit for the best novel reading experience. While ordinary people aimed merely to survive, these two would surely be seeking greater fortunes, thus urgently requiring cannon fodder to probe dangers. The rewards might be substantial, but so were the risks, however large the benefits or rewards could be. They were worthless unless you survived to claim them. The same went for those fully armed guys from the inner city, who might not have as many advantages as those twins, but the risks were similarly not negligible, hence, they were to be avoided as much as possible. On the other hand, it might be worth approaching the children of some outer city small-time leaders. Uncle Hu and a few well-acquainted friends had greeted them, and although not exactly lending help, they were willing to stick together for warmth. First off, one needed to showcase their value to be accepted as an equal. If lacking the strength, one should recognize their place. There is no such thing as love without cause in this world. Even Uncle Hu's support came from years of mutual assistance and the ensuing friendship. Had it not been for his period of decline after becoming disabled, his family could, at best, only be considered a vassal despite being relatives. All right. Time is almost up, and you already know what you need to know, but I must emphasize once again that the main goal of these 2 weeks is to survive. The will of the world usually places you in safer world fragments at the start. Then, using the radio, you must find the corporation's gathering place, as only those who make it there have the qualifications to survive in the abyss. After speaking, Uncle Hu also raised his hand. At the same time, at the base of the floating city in the sky, a hazy blue flame of nothingness seemed to emerge. A beam of light burst from the flame and struck the statue whose face could no longer be discerned. In the next moment, a radiance covered the square, and all the youths turning 18 today vanished in an instant. However, as the brilliance faded, Uncle Hu, who had been smiling, stiffened his expression instantly after glancing back at the statue. On the once blurry face of the statue, a faint blue glow began to emerge, which then gradually coalesced into a new small sphere of light that was absorbed by the statue. This made Uncle Hu quickly pull out a walkie-talkie, sweating profusely as he said, "Captain Zhe Chuan! There's an abnormal fluctuation in the teleportation this time. The regional binding isn't completed. A new coordinate has emerged." Everyone automatically receives a gift when they turn 18, and theoretically, it doesn't matter where they are. The reason they all gather here is to use the flame of civilization to complete a regional anchoring, so that this new group won't end up too far from the company's stronghold. But now the teleportation feedback indicates that there was a problem. The abyssal rift contains endless world fragments. A slight deviation could mean crossing countless fragments. If one relied solely on traversing through the abyss, they might never reach the gathering place in their lifetime. Although such incidents were not common, they had occurred a few times before. If it was just some ordinary mud-legged folks from the outer city, even with a few from the inner city, it was just bad luck. Survive on your own and count your blessings. But this time, there were also 2 children of significant figures from the floating city involved, and the situation was now rather different. However, the teleportation was complete, and nothing could change that. The only thing to do was to record the coordinates of that abnormal region, so that future new arrivals could choose to be anchored near that same area. You, intense dizziness made Tao Yu want to vomit. Moreover, the stuffiness from the cotton-padded jacket he was wearing made his first action upon landing not to check the gifts from the world's will but to promptly draw out a small-caliber pistol with one hand and quickly drop his pack to start shedding his cotton clothes. He had worn the cotton jacket because, although the regional deliveries were anchored over a general area, the fragments in the abyss changed in the blink of an eye. It was quite possible to be dropped into a frigid glacier region. If one went there dressed too thinly, they might freeze solid before even getting a chance to dress warmly. Although this was a matter of probability, it was not something to gamble on. Now, removing the cotton jacket was much simpler. Tossing the cotton jacket onto the ground, he revealed a set of cowhide armor his mother had made by hand. With the pistol tucked into his chest holster, and that somewhat chipped but gleaming AK-like rifle clutched in hand, he swiftly fitted a bayonet onto it, and then began to look around at his environment. The light was dim, but strands of sunlight still pierced through gaps in the foliage above. The earthy and decaying scent at the tip of his nose, the stout trees around him, the soft decaying leaves, and the sprawling roots on the ground, all indicated that he was in a rainforest environment. His vision had clearly vastly improved, probably due to his inherent talents, which seemed promising. All the survival knowledge he had learned in the past 18 years came to mind. The biggest threat in the rainforest, aside from various wish-powered creatures from the world fragments, was actually poisonous insects. He quickly began to secure his cuffs and pant legs, and simultaneously pulled a veiled straw hat from his backpack and put it on. Tao Yu also took out a bottle of potion and started applying it to several key spots. Only after finishing all this did he keep his gun at the ready, maintaining vigilance while beginning to examine his changes. The will of the world had already transmitted some related information into his mind in a way that wasn't textual but was instantly understandable, causing Tao Yu to focus and review it. Eventually becoming stupefied. My cheat has arrived. Talent 1, Dynamic Vision, very happy face. Possessing strong dynamic vision and the ability to learn visual and perception-related skills more easily, with a slight increase in dexterity and reaction. Undoubtedly, this was a talent inherited from his parents, and was innate to his body. It was already quite good. After focusing, he could sense the talent's sphere and instinctively understand the information it entailed. But compared to the dazzling, golden talent 2 next to it, it was nothing. In this world, it's possible to have multiple talents, even to enhance or acquire new talents later in life, but that has nothing to do with ordinary people. However, Tao Yu now possessed a second talent, Talent 2, Divinity Max, from an outer god of the void, known ability 1, proof forever proof. Any improvements obtained through practice won't diminish, and any injuries can be fully regenerated by absorbing Yuan Force or consuming food. This applies to abilities that need to be enhanced through practice and Yuan Force, like the Heavenly Demon Dismantling Technique, which only speeds up injury recovery post facto and cannot solidify abilities to exploit a bug. Known ability 2, Mental Immunity, immune to any mental or soul-related influences or attacks. Known ability 3, Deification, by consuming Yuan Force to enhance existing abilities and talents. Using the enhanced version of abilities consumes additional physical and mental strength based on the power of the abilities. Chapter 4, Strengthening of Yuan Force. This is taken from fewebnovel.co. Take off? Tao Yu felt the transformation deep within his soul, that indescribable feeling stirring his heart with exhilaration. The world before his eyes became clearer, the enhancement of his vision was immediately apparent. He had never even heard of a talent like divinity. Not to mention that strange max level, he had never heard of that either. It felt like a jumble. However, Tao Yu had some vague guesses about the description of the outer gods from the void, perhaps related to his own transmigration. Just looking at the 3 known abilities of divinity, none seemed to directly increase combat abilities at the moment. But they represented limitless potential. The gift from the world's will was not something datified and fixed. Every person's practiced abilities would decline without regular training. It was only with the accelerated strengthening from Yuan Force that one could maintain stability through proper exercise and consumption. But Tao Yu wouldn't need to worry about these things anymore. Any injuries could also be healed through Yuan Force and eating, an equally superb skill. Right by Tao Yu's side were his disabled third brother and uncle who, and even his parents, had their fair share of accumulated injuries over the years. But none of these were a problem for him anymore. The second ability. Spiritual immunity, though simple in meaning, the prefix, ignore any, was enough to demonstrate its terrifying potential. A true might that grows stronger with stronger foes. For the last ability, deification, Tao Yu did not yet have a concrete concept, but he could vaguely sense its greatness. Yuan Force, a power scattered throughout the abyssal rift and the fragments of many worlds. It usually concentrates in various Yuan Force creatures and items. Killing Yuan Force creatures would leave remnants imbued with residual Yuan Force, some of which might even carry knowledge, skills, or incomplete information. The same goes for items of Yuan Force, sometimes they have special functions. For example, the autonomic gun turret on the roof of his house was a second-hand Yuan Force item capable of automatically targeting and attacking nearby fog demons. Yuan Force itself acted more like a training accelerator, typically reaching one's own limits of practice. Take physical training for instance, accelerated by Yuan Force. A normal person had the chance to reach the peak of human capabilities in every aspect like sprinting, weightlifting, endurance, and so forth. But without any other talents or skills, this would be the limit, and this limit would quickly decline without continuous practice, usually requiring consistent exercise and even some Yuan Force consumption to maintain the state. The same applied to various skills, firearms, martial arts, and so on. If new skills or knowledge were acquired from the remnants of Yuan Force creatures, or if a skill was learned from a character within a world fragment, it could also be accelerated by Yuan Force, and at critical moments, one could break through bottlenecks by consuming considerable amounts of Yuan Force. Depending on personal aptitude and the difficulty of the skill, the consumption of Yuan Force was closely related to one's base strength, talents, skill difficulty, and training methods. An individual with combat talents training in their specialized area would consume much less Yuan Force. And the stronger the individual, the greater the consumption rate and acceleration. It could be said that Yuan Force was important, but not almighty. It often brought about a quantitative accumulation. Now, with the ability of deification in play, was it possible to use Yuan Force to achieve a qualitative change in abilities? This sent a surge of excitement through Tao Yu's heart. After taking a deep breath to calm down, he once again opened his backpack and took out a canvas bag. As he took it out, the tinkling sounds of metal colliding could be heard, as if it contained some metallic objects. Upon opening the bag, one could see the shining metal crystals inside. This was the currency that bore Yuan Force, a gift from his parents, drawn from their own accumulated Yuan Force and bestowed upon some special metals. It was something that could only be used after talent awakening, and the greatest gift his parents could give on the day of his awakening. ewebnovel.com, talent awakening didn't have a fixed panel, it was more like a consciousness, and the quantity of Yuan Force didn't have a standardized unit of measurement either. But everyone could endow a definition convenient for recording with their will, according to his parents' experience and the common definitions used in transactions with the company. Counting their combined monthly income of 300 units, these Yuan Force could be seen as 1,000 units of Yuan Force. Capable of accomplishing 100-fold acceleration of practice at the level of an ordinary person for 10 hours, or a 20-fold acceleration for 100 hours. As personal abilities or skills improved, the consumption of Yuan Force grew larger. Also, to achieve more efficient acceleration in a short term, the consumption would increase progressively, reducing cost effectiveness. These two acceleration modes were what Tao Yu's parents found to be relatively suitable for the day of awakening. Although the first method was less cost-effective than the second, it could significantly reduce the time cost on the perilous day of awakening. By spending a day on high-intensity practice, one could quickly obtain targeted ability improvements, depending on the varied environments of the fragments. If the acceleration effect was condensed to 1 hour, that might only yield a 500-fold speed increase, the cost-effectiveness not suitable for Tao Yu's current use. As the acceleration effects improved, the consumption would rise exponentially, and with further improved strength, the rate at which Yuan Force was consumed would increase even further. Eventually, even the great figures might not be able to afford it. Chapter 5. Chapter 4 Yuan Force Enhancement _2 Yuan Force Enhancement has limits and thresholds, and the closer you get to the limit, the more severe the diminishing returns become. But now, Tao Yu faced a new choice, which was to directly deify his existing talents or skills, thereby achieving a qualitative change. Although it seemed that the physical energy consumption of the skills would also increase accordingly, for someone who could restore his state through eating, this was definitely worth it. Yuan Force could also accelerate state recovery, and most likely more efficiently, but for now, it was definitively ruled out by Tao Yu, the pauper. Having made the decision to use it, Tao Yu began to examine the other skills that had emerged with the awakening of his talents. All acquired through years of hard practice, the talents now manifested more directly after awakening, allowing him to perceive the skills' energy spheres and vaguely bringing about some enlightenment. Skills: Basic Shooting, LV1, Basic Combat, LV2, Basic Weaponry, LV2, Basic Breathing Method, LV1, Basic Herbal Recognition, LV1, Basic Trap Making, LV1, a mishmash of skills, a jack of all trades but master of none, mainly aimed at survival, among which those most related to his combat power might be Basic Shooting, Basic Combat, Basic Weaponry, and Basic Breathing Method. All are quite self-explanatory in their literal sense. If practiced and enhanced with Yuan Force, even without leveling up, there would be an obvious improvement in proficiency and a consequent increase in some related physical qualities. The leveling markers are merely a convenient way to grasp the concept, a standard within the company, and the gap between the levels didn't involve any qualitative change such as breaking through a level. Everything was a natural progression, with a large gap that wasn't too exaggerated. LV1 and LV2 could be seen as ordinary amateur players and top amateurs, while LV3 was a professional athlete. The first three levels could arguably be rushed out with Yuan Force acceleration, but LV4, which was approximately equivalent to an Olympic athlete, already required talent to reach. Even without talent, it was possible to reach that level, but it was inefficient, and the decay rate was severe, with maintenance being tedious. LV5 represented various human limits, and within LV5, the range of proficiency could vary greatly, akin to the difference between running 100 meters in 9.8 seconds versus 9 seconds. Tao Yu didn't bother to learn about the skill levels beyond that. His father, with eagle eye, had only managed to reach Basic Shooting LV4, and perhaps could push to LV5, but couldn't sustain the maintenance cost, which was the norm for ordinary families in the outer city. Yuan Force could also be allocated in any arbitrary units Tao Yu wanted. He could even design his own ability level to be LV99 if he wished, but naturally, the limit would increase accordingly. But with deification available, he would not prioritize increasing the proficiency of these skills he had painstakingly practiced for many years. Eventually, Tao Yu focused his mind on his talents, dynamic vision, very happy face, as well as on Basic Breathing Method. LV1, Dynamic Vision, was an innate talent, its importance was unquestionable, and Basic Breathing Method was a relatively reputable skill in the outer city, not something everyone could learn. Tao Yu barely had an introduction to it through the constant hands-on guidance of his disabled elder brother. Although it wasn't anything as grand as internal cultivation methods and couldn't break human limits, it could still improve endurance to some extent and reduce the speed of physical decay, lessen the intensity of maintenance exercises, and increase the efficiency of physical training, which was relatively the highest skill Tao Yu had acquired among the many. According to the information Tao Yu gathered by focusing his thoughts, the deification of dynamic vision required about 800 units of Yuan Force. Basic breathing technique would consume around 140. Basic shooting, basic combat, and basic weaponry were all between 80 to 100. No longer enough for another enhancement, but there was the option to use basic trap making, as a connection or to reserve some Yuan Force for accelerated enhancement and emergency recovery from injuries. After roughly planning, Tao Yu began in an orderly fashion, starting naturally with dynamic vision. As Tao Yu focused his mind, he first absorbed 1,000 units of Yuan Force from the metal above into his body, then started to concentrate his attention on dynamic vision. The next moment, the energy sphere representing the talent, dynamic vision, seemed to visibly change, as though it also released streaks of golden light, and Tao Yu's vision, which was already clearer thanks to dynamic vision, suddenly became even brighter. Even in the dim rainforest, he could see all information and details as clear as day: the texture of the trees, the crawling insects, the python hanging on the treetops. Everything was captured by his eyes. The passive enhancement of vision alone was a substantial gain. It just came with a slight sensation of dizziness, like wearing glasses, but it seemed to smooth out quickly, perhaps due to spiritual immunity. With his mind focused, the newly deified talent unfolded before him. Follow NOVLS on Fiwen.com. Dynamic vision? Deified? Under normal conditions, possesses extremely strong dynamic vision, with high mental concentration and at the cost of additional physical energy. It can greatly enhance the effect, seeing the trajectory of mosquitoes' wings and bullet paths, and temporarily increasing explosive power and reflex speed at the expense of significant extra physical energy, which may cause strains if the body's strength is inadequate. The skill description turned into information that Tao Yu could understand without using words. Upon receiving this terrifyingly powerful enhancement, Tao Yu immediately felt his heart pumping blood. This was too exaggerated. This was far from mere dynamic vision. This was clearly bullet time, almost in sync with Tao Yu's internal exclamation. His talent information transformed into the changes and variations he understood. Freewebnovel.cm, talent, bullet time, max. What thrilled Tao Yu the most was the realization that the talent, bullet time, could still be enhanced further, but just by concentrating mentally for a moment. He also immediately felt a cold splash of realization. The consumption for a second deification was far greater than the increase from Yuan Force acceleration by several orders of magnitude, and the feedback of needing at least tens of thousands of units of Yuan Force for the next deification made him aware that it was beyond his short-term reach. Actually, it doesn't matter, the current bullet time is already more than sufficient. If I enhanced it again, I probably wouldn't last even a second given the consumption of energy and focus. It's fine, really, it's fine. Tao Yu comforted himself for a while, but couldn't help feeling a twinge of sourness, like the grapes were beyond his reach. Yet, it wasn't entirely self-consolation. As little Karami, the active consumption of bullet time might be overwhelming, and stronger enhancement would probably mean relying solely on passive abilities. Chapter 6, Chapter 5 Physical Changes, Crackle. Because the branches were still somewhat damp, not only was the smoke quite heavy, but the burning also produced a crackling sound. Skewers of snake meat were lined up over the fire to roast, filling the air with a savory aroma. The snake meat that had just been put on the fire was still visibly wriggling with white parasites, but they quickly turned into protein under the flame's high heat. Tao Yu began to put new skewers on the fire, while also starting to tear into one that was already cooked. Even though he had only sprinkled on some salt, the meat was dripping with delicious fat. He had been sitting there eating for over 4 hours, and he had consumed more than half of a python that was 3 to 4 meters long and weighed over 50 kilograms. And the reason for all this was the successful deification of the basic breathing technique, as well as using the remaining dozens of units of Yuan Force as fuel for acceleration. Skills will never be able to compare with innate talent. Although deification consumes less Yuan Force, the effect is obviously not as stunning as that of talent. However, talent enhances potential more. The stronger I am personally, the stronger my talent becomes, whereas skills have a more immediate effect. After devouring another skewer of snake meat, Tao Yu felt the sense of fullness in his stomach and pondered that in the future he would need to find a way to acquire a digestion-related skill. To a certain extent, the speed of eating and digestion limited his intake of energy. Moreover, he only possessed the ability to recover his state of being, but his physique still wasn't immune to diseases, germs, and parasites. The basic breathing technique before deification was described as increasing training effectiveness, accelerating physical recovery to a certain extent, enhancing endurance, reducing physical degeneration to a certain degree, and slightly raising the human potential limit. It was balanced and standard, without any outstanding features, but indeed could be considered a quality skill available to the average person in the outer city. After spending over 100 units of Yuan Force on deification, Tao Yu simply added the word modified, rather indifferently. Basic breathing technique modified LV1. Can channel one's Qi blood to increase training effectiveness, consume Qi blood to boost burst power, consume Qi blood to enhance endurance, and raise human potential to a certain extent. The basic breathing technique that Tao Yu had previously mastered was mainly a breathing skill that was very strict to practice and required guidance. If one practiced it incorrectly, it could cause lung damage. Once proficient, the primary changes were in breathing, with no special perception of inner strength or Qi-like phenomena. After all, it was a skill available to his family. While relatively rare and valuable in the outer city, it was not something powerful in itself. Families with combat talents had basic breathing technique as standard. However, after completing deification, the sense of controlling the boiling Qi blood coursing through his body like tiny mice was a clear sign of a qualitative change in the skill. While it had no effects like releasing Qi blood outside the body, every circulation of Qi blood let Tao Yu feel minor changes in his body. Even if the degree of change wasn't large, with the ability, one proof forever proof, these changes would only increase, never decrease, at least until he reached the limit of basic breathing technique modified. His training efficiency would far surpass that of ordinary people. Frodnovel.com. Also, with this feeling in mind, Tao Yu's original plan to deify his basic trap making was set aside momentarily. His frail body was definitely his biggest weakness. Surviving for 15 days in the rainforest environment, a healthy body was of utmost importance. The best effects of gym training also come in the first month, correcting postures and forming habits, with personal parameters like bench press increasing dramatically. Now, the basic breathing technique modified would naturally be the same. So, taking advantage of the prime period right after acquiring basic breathing technique modified, when the efficiency was at its highest, Tao Yu decisively used the last bit of his Yuan Force to speed up the training of the breathing technique. Since only about 60 units of Yuan Force remained, accelerating 100-fold might only last for half an hour, which was not suitable. So he stretched the time to 5 hours, adjusting the rate to about 20-fold. He also reserved the final 10 units of Yuan Force for emergencies, in case he got injured or fell ill without time to eat. Under Tao Yu's perception, using Yuan Force to recover vitality and heal injuries was extremely cost inefficient. 10 units of Yuan Force were roughly equivalent to eating a couple of bites of meat. The stronger one's strength, the greater the consumption of Yuan Force for recovery, making it quite insubstantial and impractical for regular use. However, even so, having 10 points was somewhat comforting. Under normal training, it's impossible for a person to practice 24 hours a day. A significant amount of time is needed for recovery and rest. Those 5 hours of 20-fold acceleration are nearly equivalent to a few months of high-intensity training under normal conditions. However, Tao Yu also felt the increased energy consumption effect of deification. It was a stroke of luck that, thanks to his exceptional eyesight, he found a python hanging from a tree. Otherwise, he estimated that the compressed rations in his backpack would have been consumed entirely after this intensified practice session. Phew, not too bad. The increased physical exertion is just that. The accelerated consumption of Yuan Force wasn't much greater. But the training effect was too outstanding. The accelerated effect in the last hour probably decreased by about 30%. He reflected. Feeling the accelerated effect of Yuan Force gradually fade, Tao Yu stood up and threw a series of punches right where he was. The surge of Qi blood made a creaking sound in his bones. And after the routine, his whole body felt refreshed, as if he was several pounds lighter. But in reality, He had almost devoured an entire python weighing over 50 pounds by himself and had drunk several liters of water, yet his excretion was far from sufficient. His body had visibly bulked up, and the sense of lightness was a misperception brought on by the improvement in his physical condition. If he had been a malnourished young man before, now, at the very least, he reached the level of physical condition of an amateur sports enthusiast, and it was a comprehensive one. The decrease in the acceleration effect with the same Yuan Force consumption in the last hour could be considered a standard certification. He had become stronger. With the explosive power unleashed by the breathing technique, his extreme burst strength could be even higher. He would certainly be left in the dust by Bolt in a 100-meter sprint, but he should be able to catch up and leave him crying within 10,000 meters. Awesome! After stretching his muscles and feeling the changes in his body's condition, the experience of a healthy body made Tao Yu somewhat reluctant to stop, as he had never felt such a healthy and robust physique in his past or present life. Getting addicted to fitness was no empty talk. Picking up the black metal water bottle that was still not entirely cold next to him, Tao Yu finished off the somewhat bitter water from the tree hole, and then went to fill the bottle at the tree hole again before placing it on the fire to heat and boil. At the same time, he skillfully tore strips from the lining of his cotton coat, which he no longer needed, to wrap the remaining cooked snake meat. Although there wasn't much snake meat left, he didn't want to waste it. Among the supplies he had brought, besides the weight occupied by backup ammunition, most were survival items and food. In fact, relying solely on these, he could barely scrape by for 15 days if he economized and reduced his activities, at least keeping himself alive. However, the entry point to the abyss wouldn't change. Lingering here waiting for the day of awakening made no sense. Not to mention the dangers that could arise in the rainforest. If he successfully returned, the next time he came back it would still be this place. Would he have to carry a bag of food and scrape by again? So, having had his fill and completed the initial strengthening, it was time to consider the next steps. Although the company was quite wretched, with a level of blessing far beyond his previous life, for now, he still needed to find a place that could offer shelter for his weak arms and legs. Potential was potential, but strength was strength. Tao Yu, a man of two lives, hadn't become so delusional as to not recognize his own limits. After he had packed away the snake meat and the water in the kettle began to boil, Tao Yu had the energy and the time to check the bulky receiver on his wrist. The green LED screen was filled with a pixelated style, but this device could receive signals from a radio station. With knowledge from his previous life, Tao Yu knew that long-wave radio could form sky waves through reflection off the ionosphere. Current novels on rewebnull.c sigmem. But it was quite clear that in this world full of rifts and fractures, it was uncertain whether such a thing existed. It was taken for granted that some Yuan Force enhanced equipment allowed the company's radio station to have an exceptionally long range of influence. Time travel, the abyss, the will of the world, what else couldn't possibly appear? I probably still need to climb a tree, right? Looking at the tune channel without any signal, he patted the bulky receiver and murmured to himself with doubt. Surrounded by dense rainforest, it seemed normal to have some interference. Glancing around, he quickly spotted the most suitable tree to climb nearby, thanks to his keen eyesight. He left his equipment where it was and threw more branches into the fire before swiftly reaching the base of the target tree with his gun on his back. Weapons should never be far from hand. His parents had taught him that countless times. Looking at the rough texture of the tree bark in front of him, Tao Yu was eager to try out his robust physique. It was time for a demonstration of strength. Chapter 7, Chapter 6 Familiar Fragments. Damn, this tree is really hard to climb. Perched on a sturdy branch at the crown of the tree, Tao Yu experienced a slight wheezing. Who knew what species this tree was? Being on the ground, he didn't feel the immensity, with many nearby trees of similar size, but climbing up, he discovered it was as tall as several-story building. Moreover, with a gun and clips weighing over 10 pounds on his back, it was quite a struggle. It was only thanks to the basic breathing technique modified that replenished his physical fitness, otherwise he probably couldn't have made it up here with his former self. Physical conditioning was indeed his weakness. However, this tree climbing made Tao Yu discover yet another new advantage in himself. It must be the boon of one proof forever proof. Even though he felt a bit tired and there was a clear strain on his stamina, his strength, reflexes, and various other abilities hadn't diminished in the slightest. Soreness is soreness, but it didn't affect him, which was an odd contrast that he was still getting used to. Too bad the sensation of fatigue and muscle soreness couldn't be offset by mental immunity. Otherwise, it would be like cheating a bug in the system. Thinking about it, pain and fatigue were the body's way of signaling itself, and to be able to block that with mental immunity would actually be troublesome. Sitting on the branch with one hand hooked around the trunk to prevent falling off, Tao Yu looked at the receiver in his hand, now showing a glimmer of signal indication with some bits of tree bark on it. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. The frequency had been pre-adjusted, the company's public frequency channel. Standing up, he stretched his hand high above his head, surpassing the tree canopy, and swayed it back and forth. Finally hearing a voice from the receiver. There is also another radio frequency here, but without the presence of Yuan Force, it is most likely an innate radio of the world fragment. We should try to gather in that direction as much as possible. I will update the broadcast info every day at noon, and the message will repeat until 6 in the evening. Upon hearing this indifferent, cold voice, Tao Yu was momentarily stunned. What was going on? But soon, the voice finished and mechanically started repeating itself. It must have been set to a recording, repeating the broadcast like a loop. It is with great regret that we inform the inhabitants of Starshine City that we seem to have encountered a rare space-time anomaly event and did not complete the binding with the company's regional headquarters. Our items have not received any signal from the company. The talk's opening thunder indicated that the speaker was very likely one of the twins from the floating city. Being big shots born and raised in Rome, it was normal for them to have all sorts of exotic items, and understandably, they could directly broadcast to all other members nearby. If they couldn't receive any signal from the company's headquarters with their high-end equipment, then their judgment must be spot on. A space-time anomaly event? What a pain! Why would he encounter such a low-probability event? Immediately, Tao Yu thought of his own divinity. Could it be possible that this was caused by himself? He then cast aside these complaints and continued to listen silently to the messages on the radio. According to the siblings from the suns, the distance from here to the company's station was at the very least 100,000 kilometers, which amounted to at least 2 or 3 times the Earth's equatorial circumference. Even with the shortest estimate, there could be multiple world fragments in between. Given the danger and variability of the abyss, this distance was an insurmountable gulf, not to mention the great possibility of it being even further with more world fragments. So seeking the company's sanctuary for protection was out of the question. If one had the strength to cross such a vast distance, then what would they need protection for? The damn company had lost the only good thing about it, crap. However, there was another piece of good news. They had received broadcasts from another radio station containing some incomprehensible language. Together with their assessment that there were no enhanced signals powered by Yuan Force, it was quite possible that this radio station belonged to the native inhabitants of the world fragment. While it might not be a meeting place for other companies, organizations, or races, at least there could be a place to rest. The presence of a radio station indicated the possibility of a local civilization, and there might be a chance to make contact. Even if the language heard remotely might not be understandable at first, direct encounters with the natives could leverage the power of Yuan Force for translation. This was one of the gifts from the world's will, allowing the pioneers to travel conveniently through the worlds. It's said that some mental power specialists don't need Yuan Force, they have the skill to communicate on their own. With that radio station at hand, relying on their basic foundation, constructing a new settlement temporarily could be quicker. Encountering a space-time anomaly, you are indeed unfortunate, but being able to come here with us, that is your good fortune. With us as the core, we'll build a new company hub, and you will all become the founding members of that hub. The familiar pep talk concluded, and Tao Yu gained some new insights about the current situation. However, at that moment, Tao Yu felt a slight tremor in the tree trunk. The tree was thick, But once Tao Yu had almost reached the top, he was still keenly aware of the vibrations. Looking around from the height, though many views were obstructed by branches and leaves, Tao Yu could sense the shaking of the branches in the jungle. Judging by the amplitude and frequency of the shaking, it seemed that something large was coming? No, not just something large, but something long, something both large and long. And then, the next moment, a huge snake's head emerged from around the corner obscured by the forest, its size rivaling that of a water barrel, completely overturning the normal proportions of a snake. Even if a normal snake is long, it usually isn't very thick. The one that Tao Yu had eaten was 3 to 4 meters in length, but weighed only a little over 50 kilograms, and the weight of a python of about 7 or 8 meters was roughly the same as that of an adult human. It wasn't impossible for 2 skilled adults to catch a 7 or 8 meter python with their bare hands. A couple of slashes with a bayonet, and that python ended up as Tao Yu's meal. But this one, with a head as large as a water barrel, completely overturned Tao Yu's understanding and brought an unspeakable sense of oppression. At the same time, Tao Yu quickly searched through his memories of past lives, movies, and television shows. It seemed he had seen similar works of fiction. Yes, it was a snake of that kind. At this point, Tao Yu felt a strange feeling inside. The abyss devoured many worlds, leaving a great number of world fragments, and the first to manifest were the various fantasy worlds. After his current world had been invaded by the abyss, he could tell from bits and pieces that many world fragments were stories and myths that circulated in this world. However, over the years, many stories had faded away due to various controls, and Tao Yu could only obtain limited information from what his parents told him. But whether through language or other means, Tao Yu could be sure that this was not Earth, and all the stories were unrelated to Earth. Even his divinity certification from the outer gods could be considered a recognition by the will of the world. But why were there things similar to Earth's movies and television shows appearing here? Fuwen.com, was it a coincidental legend of the same kind? Or a fragment from Earth brought about by the spacetime anomaly? Does this mean Earth has started to be devoured by the abyss? With memories and accumulations from his past life, Tao Yu wasn't short of wild guesses and inferences, and he had made some guesswork and deductions himself. Even the spacetime anomaly might be related to this, related to him. And then in the next moment, he saw the python, possibly attracted by the scent of snake meat, swallowed his pack and some debris nearby in one gulp. Damn it! This content is taken from fieldnovel.com. Putting his speculation aside, Tao Yu sat firmly on the branch without a trace of fear. He lifted his AK-like rifle, aimed at the python, and then pulled the trigger. Confident in the killing power of bullets on carbon-based organisms, Tao Yu didn't care about the monstrously sized python. As long as he could hit its vital points, it would die. With his eyesight, there was no way he would let it get away, right? Rat-a-tat! The pained python quickly coiled up and, with the pack and the roasted snake meat it had swallowed, left Tao Yu's line of fire instantaneously, leaving him sitting on the branch speechless. I was sure I aimed at its head. Who could have thought that, while the eyes and hands could keep up, the quality of the firearms couldn't? The trajectory was just too erratic. Chapter 8, Chapter 7 Gunshot. Mom and Dad probably never imagined I'd be doing long-range shooting. Tao Yu slid down from the tree and looked at the fire that had been extinguished by the python's writhing and the scattered items nearby, realizing he had to focus and start looking for any useful items that might remain. It wasn't that his parents had neglected the quality of firearms, but in this survival-focused environment, burst fire from a distance was almost never necessary. The first choice when facing a far-off threat was usually to hide rather than to make noise by opening fire. This AK-like rifle was powerful with a low rate of failure, although it might not be as good as a submachine gun at close range. In the hands of Tao Yu, who had a basic understanding of firearms, it was still pretty decent. He just never expected that he would be firing from a tree branch. Fortunately, the water bottle had been left on the fire to boil, and although the metal bottle was a bit deformed, it was still usable. Aside from the water bottle, the only things left were the equipment on his body. The cowhide armor made by his mother provided some defense, and it even had a small holstered pistol attached. as well as 2 full 30-round magazines. On the outside of his thigh, he also had a multipurpose dagger with flint attached, along with this N-series assault rifle known for its elegant trajectory and 2 fragmentation grenades. After surveying his surroundings, Tao Yu's current dynamic vision and reaction speed meant he didn't have to worry too much about any sneak attacks. For protection, the places where the worlds will drop newcomers on their awakening day were usually low danger zones, based on the experiences of his parents, elder brother, sister-in-law, and uncle who, most of the time during awakening day, one probably wouldn't even need to use a weapon. The main challenges were environmental and about survival. The dangers outside of the environment were often from wild animals such as jackals, wolves, tigers, leopards, and bears, as well as various poisonous insects and snakes. That python could certainly be considered a fierce beast but was also somewhat above average in terms of danger. I hope there isn't anything even more outrageous around. Tao Yu's eyes flickered slightly. If this was indeed a fragment of that movie world from his memory, then these pythons were surely Yuan Force creatures. Although as a mere mortal, his Yuan Force reserves might not be much, having an extra 15 to 20 points was still a very decent gain for the current Tao Yu. The starting 1,000 units of Yuan Force were a gift from his parents. It was what they could save from not spending anything from their salaries for at least 3 or 4 months together. Even though they both held relatively low-risk jobs, as veterans who had been in the field for decades, they only managed to earn about 10 units of Yuan Force per day combined. Tao Yu wouldn't underestimate the Yuan Force carried by that python just because he had already spent 1,000 units cavalierly. Being able to gain Yuan Force during this standard period of acclimation for newcomers on Awakening Day was already a good thing. Moreover, if it was the world fragment he anticipated, those pythons could be related to another type of Yuan Force item, the Blood Orchid. Yuan Force items could not only be absorbed directly as Yuan Force, but they might also have various functions. Blood Orchid seemed promising. It was possible he might even be able to consume it directly. First, he had to confirm that he couldn't reach the company's gathering place, not just for this half-month, but also for a while after. He might need to play wilderness survival in this rainforest. These giant pythons, with their sensitive reactions and strength far exceeding that of a normal snake, posed a danger beyond that of ordinary wild beasts, but they also brought corresponding benefits. He had fired 3 shots from the tree earlier and, along with his spare magazine, he was left with 87 bullets for the rifle and 17 for the small caliber pistol. Maybe he could try to convert these remaining bullets into some kind of advantage before they were all used up. Those 2 from the floating city, I wonder where they are. They're probably not in the rainforest, and I'm likely quite far from that place with the radio they mentioned. I'll still prioritize gathering resources and improving myself. Turning potential into actual strength as soon as possible is of the utmost importance. When I return, I'll stay in the outer city. Within this damn company's sphere of control, only strength is the best bargaining chip. He looked down at the bloodstains left by the python after it was shot, and the direction in which they extended, and after taking a deep breath, Tao Yu started moving in that direction. Python, here I come! If you've eaten my share, you better spit it out double! An hour later, Tao Yu looked up at the dimming light filtering through the leaves and frowned. Latest chapters at freeubnovel.com only. Though his enhanced vision wasn't affected here, the rainforest at night was obviously going to be more dangerous. The practice of the basic breathing technique modified, and the fragmentary time had also dragged on until evening. Shot and still running so fast. After all, in the rainforest, Tao Yu couldn't rush on his way. He had been following the blood trail left by the python. Even for a python, a gunshot wound wasn't so easy to heal, and Tao Yu had kept up closely, wanting to see if the creature would die from excessive blood loss on the way. He didn't want to give up now that he had followed it this far. Looking at a drop of thick blood on the fallen leaves on the ground, as well as the snake trail made by the other party, Tao Yu also looked around. The rainforest, growing darker by the moment, had sporadic noises and strange sounds, and the environment became more and more like the underworld as the light faded. I'll chase for another half hour. If I haven't caught up by then, I'll have to start a fire and rest. Although Tao Yu's visual abilities were extremely strong and he wasn't afraid of not seeing clearly. He wasn't complacent either. Walking over to a tree trunk nearby, he casually cut into the bark with a bayonet and then tore off a loose piece of bark with his bare hands, revealing several plump white grubs which he then stuffed into his already bulging pocket. The rainforest was great for this. Food was everywhere, and these were all high-quality proteins, ready to be eaten after a bit of roasting over the fire. He could eat them raw. Actually, but his physique couldn't immunize against diseases yet. If he got diarrhea, it would be troublesome. Although diarrhea wouldn't affect his strength and he could recover by eating, it was a waste of energy and time, so it wasn't worth the risk. It was at that moment that he faintly heard a series of gunshots, causing Tao Yu to pause. He then realized that he might have run into some others from his group, as even though the teleport was anchored incorrectly, the distances between them might not be too far apart. There was also a small chance of encountering some characters native to this fragment of the world, but in the midst of the rainforest, that possibility was slim. Worlds like this opened randomly, and they wouldn't necessarily drop him right into the unfolding story. After some consideration, Tao Yu still decided to stealthily approach the direction of the gunshots, to observe the people involved and make a targeted decision accordingly. No matter what, in an environment like the rainforest, it wouldn't be bad to encounter someone who could band together temporarily to watch over each other and ensure rest. The fatigue on a mental level wasn't simply about whether one could recover or not. However, as Uncle Hu had advised, if he encountered someone from the inner city or those twins, he would have to think twice. Actually, the current situation had already deviated greatly from the initial estimates. If it was the twins, now would be the time they were seeking to establish a new gathering place and were in need of hands. If he couldn't avoid them, he could just say his dynamic vision was at max level, which would likely result in being temporarily recruited as a talent. Valuable talents would be utilized, and the greater the value, the greater the leverage. Adjusting the contingency plan according to different situations was the best choice. He would keep divinity to himself for sure, and he wouldn't mention bullet time. But dynamic vision wasn't something that couldn't be revealed, as its ability at max level was most likely inferior to the innate talent inherited by the twins. However, based on the information heard from previous broadcasts, they were probably not in the jungle, so it shouldn't be them. Chapter 9, Chapter 8, Time to Hunt, in the Rainforest. A youth clad in leather armor, his face marked by acne, his body robust, roared incessantly at a tall and thin student in front of him clutching a steel pipe. "That's clearly a Yuan Force creature. It just slipped away right before our eyes. Why didn't you stop it? What's the use of bringing you along?" Although this acne-covered young man was the same age as the slim student in front, his physique was clearly much more robust, indicating he likely enjoyed better meals regularly. He wore a set of leather armor similar to Tao Yu's, and held an assault rifle in his hand, which was clearly superior to the tall and thin student's sharpened steel pipe and ordinary clothes. Facing his companion's scolding, the tall and thin student dared not retort, quietly listening on the side. After venting for a while, Lu Wen looked at Zhang Wei, who was honest and didn't talk back, and felt slightly more at ease. His heart had always been full of resentment due to his dismal awakened talent, and he had just taken the opportunity to lash out. Lu Wen being able to grow so robust in the outer city environment and have decent equipment indicated that his family's situation was quite good. His father possessed keen, C-class, combat talent and served in the security forces. His siblings' talents weren't bad either, all somewhat related to combat. But who would have thought that he himself would awaken a sensitivity, D-class, talent that was as useless as chicken ribs? To him, this talent seemed to be a negative enhancement, magnifying many of his sensations. Pain, itchiness, stuffiness, and other sensations were all intensified, which was sheer torture in the rainforest. He also felt a wave of darkness about his future. This talent wasn't without employment or developmental prospects, but most were auxiliary roles such as drug testing or skill assessment. Although the income might not be bad, the environments were fairly terrible. If he didn't take on such work, He feared that even with the effort to have many children, he might still end up queuing for the cannon fodder list in his middle age. In contrast, the mud-leg orphan before him claimed to have an endurance, E-class, talent. Although it wasn't very strong, at least it was somewhat beneficial to fighting, and with training, the fellow's physical fitness would certainly be somewhat superior to an ordinary person's. Freewebble.com. After Awakening Day was over and they returned, the company would definitely be willing to provide some resources to nurture him. Fatherless and motherless, he might just become the motive for some people to want to take him under their wing. With effort, that person might never enter the cannon fodder list for life. Although the two of them were still mainly reliant on him, his future already seemed less promising than the others, which left a bitter taste in Lu Wen's mouth. Along with a sense of impotent rage. If it weren't for needing someone to help keep watch at night in this damn rainforest, he really felt the urge to lash out and assail the other person. After all, deaths on Awakening Day were normal, and even more so with his gear. What are you standing around for? Chase after it. Do you expect me to lead the way? Lu Wen chided the dazed Zhang Wei, who muttered a low "oh" in response before slowly advancing with the steel pipe towards the direction the python had fled. Orphaned since young and raised by his aunt as a token for cannon fodder ranking points, Zhang Wei learned early to recognize his status and surroundings. With no opportunity to learn any skills, it would be difficult to survive in the rainforest without others, especially with abnormally large pythons like this one. Though he was filled with fear, he still trembled as he parted the bushes, following the winding snake trail ahead, the icy steel pipe in his hand providing no assurance of safety. It was only the endurance, D-class, talent he had awakened that gave him a nice boost in physical strength, allowing his fitness to far exceed that of an ordinary person even without any Yuan Force enhancement. Previously, he wanted to demonstrate his value without inciting jealousy, so he underreported his talent as E. It seemed, though, that he had still agitated his temporary partner, who might not have awakened a combat talent. He really feared the man might turn on him. But in such a rainforest, where survival was everyone's top priority, a sidekick who would take risks on his command and keep watch at night was likely more valuable alive. Zhang Wei had never considered ambushing Lu Wen and going solo because he had no experience with firearms and few other survival skills. Alone, even with a gun, he feared the danger would be greater. Survive. This was the ultimate goal he set for himself on Awakening Day. Now with a decent talent, he could sell himself for a good price upon returning. This was the darkness before the dawn. He must endure through it. And at that moment, he noticed that the snake trail ahead seemed to suddenly turn. Following the crushed foliage and the contorted path that veered to one side, as he changed direction to continue along the snake trail, he suddenly found himself stunned to see that the trail had turned again, looking at the twisted and broken branches along the way. Zhang Wei followed the signs upward only to discover that the creature had climbed atop a massive tree and moved towards the back, swallowing hard. He slowly turned around to see a massive snake head, as big as a water tank and smeared with blood, silently descending from above. The coiled body, akin to a tightly compressed spring with terrifying explosive power, had already appeared just a few meters behind Lu Wen. "Watch out! Behind you!" Zhang Wei yelled out a piercing warning, not only to save Lu Wen but for his own survival. While roaring, he also howled strangely, waving the steel pipe in his hand and making various movements in an attempt to draw the attention of the python. He knew clearly that the gun in Lu Wen's hand was the real assassin to deal with this creature. If the python turned to look for him, who was at a farther distance, then Lu Wen would have the chance to spray bullets and take it down. It wasn't that he had a fearless spirit of self-sacrifice, but that he had to do this. Lu Wen, who had always been a bit distracted due to his sensitive skill, jerked to alertness upon hearing Zhang Wei's loud roar. After all, they had done a lot of specific training before coming in, and without even turning his head, he raised the muzzle of the gun and pulled the trigger. Sparks flew with the rat-tat-tat of gunfire as he turned his body. He tried to scare off any potential attacks in this way, fighting for a bit of time, however, since the python had already turned to ambush from behind. It was clear that it had identified the more threatening target. At first, it approached slowly while in hiding, but now that it had been discovered, the coiled muscles of its body suddenly exploded with force, catapulting itself forward with released tension. The python's massive head dodged the gunfire with a side strike and bit Lu Wen into its mouth in one bite. The sound of crunching bones also demonstrated the python's terrifying bite force. The powerful impact instantly crushed Lu Wen's bones and burst his internal organs. If he had been a normal person, such instantaneous injuries would not have been felt, but Lu Wen, endowed with the sensitive skill, still managed to let out a pig-like scream. This scream seemed to be the python's war song, prompting it to toss the ragdoll-like body with a snap of its jaws and bite down hard once more. This is taken from fieldnovel.co. The gunfire and the screams both stopped abruptly. And then the python's mouth bulged as it shifted the corpse from a horizontal aspect to a more swallow-friendly direction, swallowing it down at a speed far exceeding that of a normal snake. Normally, snakes have little desire to attack while swallowing food and may even regurgitate their food when threatened. But this python was different, gulping down Lu Wen's body while its water tank-sized head turned towards Jiang Wei, who was holding the steel pipe and halfway to a charge, rapidly slithering in his direction. This caused Jiang Wei, who was frozen stiff, to show a look of despair, forced to firmly grasp his steel pipe and retreat to lean against a thick tree trunk. He braced the tail end of the steel pipe against the tree, then stared fixedly at the python slithering towards him. With Lu Wen gone, he knew he couldn't outrun the python on his own. The python's speed and dexterity clearly surpassed those of regular snakes. The current moment was his last chance for a desperate blow. "Come on, you beast!" The desire to survive overcame fear and despair. He couldn't afford to die here after finally awakening the fighting skill he had longed for. The python had already started to coil its upper half, like a compressed spring ready to burst at any moment. But just then, a series of blood spatters suddenly burst from the massive head of the python, and at the same time, the rat-tat-tat of gunfire came from not far away. The powerful bullets of the assault rifle hit their target accurately, with many piercing right through the eyes, almost instantly incapacitating the python. Due to the primitive nervous system of snakes, even after its brain had been peppered with bullets, the python's massive body still writhed violently. The force was so strong it crushed many branches and shook the huge tree that would take several people to encircle with a single slap. The terrifying explosive power and raw brutish strength seemed to proclaim the dominance of this jungle overlord. However, it was unfortunate that even as the head of the flesh and blood python was turned to a honeycomb, it couldn't survive. Even as the python's head fell to the ground and its body still moved unconsciously, it was likely dead. "Could you please check and see if it's dead? I'll cover you from behind." Tao Yu emerged from the bushes and smiled politely at Jiang Wei. He had also faintly heard Lu Wen's scolding previously, and had been observing from a distance, using his keen eyesight to keep watch. Having learned from previous mistakes with gunfire, he didn't take the risk to shoot when the python attacked Lu Wen, and instead went to a range where he was sure the bullets wouldn't fly erratically before he started firing. The result wasn't too bad. This tall and thin guy, through preliminary assessment, seemed like a good temporary teammate. It was clear he understood his position well and was cooperating. By speaking up and daring to draw the python's attention, he showed that he had a good grasp of the current situation. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Please cover me." Jiang Wei looked at Tao Yu, who had arrived like a heaven-sent soldier and rescued him, with a face showing a mix of emotions. Jiang Wei perked up upon hearing Tao Yu's words and, while his mouth overflowed with gratitude, controlled his trembling legs and walked toward the python. He prodded the python's head with his steel pipe, making sure it was thoroughly dead. Chapter 10. Chapter 9. Break-in. Wiping the slime off the magazines with leaves, Tao Yu inserted the 3 newly acquired magazines into the slots on the chest of his leather armor. Although the dead guy here had probably absorbed all the Yuan Force items he brought, Tao Yu still replenished some magazines from his body, making up for the loss of his devoured pack. This python was not the one he had injured. Only Lu Wen's corpse was inside, not his own backpack. Besides, he could feel the Yuan Force from the python's body converging after death, accumulating on a tooth in its mouth. Tao Yu extracted this tooth and absorbed it, gaining roughly 15 units of Yuan Force and some messy information about its diet. Thanks to mental immunity, Tao Yu wasn't affected by the disordered information at all, and he had a vague sense of understanding. If he continued and could kill similar pythons to complete the information, he might gain 1 or 2 complete related skills. They should be related to stealth and explosive power. The quality of the skills might be average, but for Tao Yu, who had deification, they weren't to be frowned upon. Turning to look at Zhang Wei, who was skillfully dealing with the python's body, cutting the snake meat into pieces and roasting them over the fire, Tao Yu wiped down the handgun he got from Lu Wen and said, "How are your firearm skills?" Lu Wen's assault rifle had been damaged by the python's bite, but there was still a handgun that could be used. Hearing Tao Yu's words, Zhang Wei, who was engaged in cutting the python meat and covered in blood, also looked up with an embarrassed smile. I've never trained." Upon hearing this, Tao Yu immediately dismissed the idea of lending the spare handgun to him. While firearm usage might seem simple, it's quite troublesome for someone who has never touched one, and might even pose a threat to oneself. He then holstered the handgun on the other thigh leather holster. After absorbing the python's tooth and obtaining that fragmented information, Tao Yu still wanted to continue hunting these pythons. Arming Zhang Wei a bit at this time would actually have a positive effect. But since he had no firearm skills, Tao Yu wouldn't waste bullets on his practice. Looking down at the sizable amount of python meat that had been cut, Tao Yu also spoke up to remind. "That's enough, you'll carry this meat later." "Oh, okay." Zhang Wei looked somewhat reluctantly at the mostly wasted python corpse but still dutifully began to roll the cut meat over the fire to roast. In the outer city, there are a few designated places selling supplies at exorbitant prices, where 2 units of Yuan Force could only buy a pound of meat, and yet they only offered 1 unit of Yuan Force for 5 pounds when buying from hunters. So, in fact, most of the meat brought back from the abyss was consumed by themselves or exchanged among relatives. Although there were private sales, getting caught meant direct obliteration of one's accumulated points, which seldom happened unless one was desperate. The same applied to food. With everyone being limited in the amount of supplies they could carry to and from the abyss, the corporation basically kept everyone in the outer city's living resources under a threshold, tightly controlling it through the adjustment of prices of living essentials. After Zhang Wei briefly roasted and packed the snake meat into his backpack, the sky had also completely darkened. The night in the rainforest is truly a dark forest, with heavy shadows of trees all around, and the flames from the campfire make it seem like a frenzied dance of demons. Even so, with such a stinky and large python corpse beside them, Tao Yu still urged Zhang Wei. "Let's get ready to leave, it's not safe to stay here for long. I injured another python earlier, not this one, and it might be nearby." "Okay." Rest they would, but they needed to find a different place. Otherwise, not only pythons but other troubles might be attracted, and even if they could cope, they wouldn't be able to rest properly. Zhang Wei understood this as well. After creating a few simple torches from tree resin and branches, he took the lead, carrying a torch in one hand and a steel pipe in the other. "What is your awakened talent? Is it combat-related?" Tao Yu looked at Zhang Wei's tall and thin body, which had been through so much and had even dissected a python, yet still seemed to have decent strength while carrying about 20 kilograms of snake meat on his back, and he decided to ask. The other party didn't have his own one proof forever proof trait, so the only explanation for maintaining normalcy was having a sufficiently high physical strength limit. "Bro Tao, the talent I awakened is endurance E," Zhang Wei said in an ingratiating tone while walking in front. "Leave this sort of heavy lifting to me. As long as you can hold the line later, I don't want anything. I just hope to follow you and live to make it back." Upon hearing his words, Tao Yu could roughly understand why Zhang Wei was being so subservient. Because he possessed combat talents, surviving this trip alone would allow him to achieve a certain rank promotion. With such hope and expectation, his words were not mere politeness. On the day of awakening, the people of the outer city typically just hoped to survive. Having already killed a python, they could consider it a decent harvest. In comparison, after Zhang Wei returned, even if he sold himself, the price and income he could command would be much higher. Endurance, was considered a standard laborer's talent, more helpful on the battle side than eagle eye, and about the same as dynamic vision, of the same level. It was considered a standard combat talent. Securing a stable job like his parents had, or even a better one, wasn't out of the question. However, whether his skill level was truly was uncertain. There might be some exaggeration. Good, my talent is dynamic vision B, Tao Yu said, revealing one of his talents to give Zhang Wei some confidence. I can see clearly at night too. If you think about it, we complement each other well. But I plan to continue hunting these pythons. Are you sure you want to follow me? If he had encountered the twins, he might reveal dynamic vision max to enhance his value. But now, there was no need to show off as long as he could keep Zhang Wei in line. A combat talent of B rank? Bro Tao, you're awesome! Rest assured, as long as you can hold the line, I'll cooperate with you. Zhang Wei praised, genuinely surprised in his heart. Dynamic vision might be just a standard combat talent, but at the B rank, it should easily allow one to join the security forces, right? Perhaps with enough effort, one might even get a chance to enter the inner city. That was something he dared not even dream of. Then he said somewhat awkwardly, ewenveld.com. Actually, my talent is D level. I was in a team with someone before, and he seemed a bit jealous. Since there was no longer any need to worry about jealousy, Zhang Wei wanted to inflate his value a bit. New chapters are published on. As for the gains from the Day of Awakening, Zhang Wei had no expectations whatsoever. He himself didn't possess any valuable skills, relying solely on talent to get by. To put it plainly, now that he had Yuan Force, he could only do calisthenics to improve his physical fitness, which was both wasteful and inefficient. Since endurance, D, ensured the minimum requirement anyway, why not use the limited Yuan Force to enhance his strength by supporting the capable ones? Not bad, the stronger the better, Tao Yu enticed. I'll take any Yuan Force-related materials. If you do well, I can even let you take back the snake meat and Lu Wen's handgun afterwards. Tao Yu dangled a small carrot. When traveling between places, aside from volume restrictions, there were also weight limitations. That's why homes were filled with odds and ends. The weight limit was determined by the individual's unaffected carrying capacity. With Zhang Wei's endurance D, he should have the chance to carry back a load of 50 kilograms at the end. Plus, an ordinary handgun worth about 100 Yuan Force would be a decent haul for Zhang Wei. For Tao Yu's parents, such a gain might amount to half a month's work. He could have offered nothing, but setting a goal and keeping it hanging could better mobilize the other party's initiative. Thank you. I will definitely work hard. Zhang Wei was clearly prompted into some enthusiasm, appearing somewhat uplifted. His talent wasn't outstanding, and even if he went back and sold himself, it would only be for manual labor, just a much better life than before. Such a harvest was worth the risk for him. Moreover, this elder brother possessed a dynamic vision B talent, with an obvious foundation in firearms handling, shooting extremely accurately. These pythons seemed dangerous, but were still within an acceptable range. Chapter 11, Chapter 10 Trouble, FZZT, electric currents, suggestive of microwave radiation from the abyss, continued to buzz in the receiver. Tao Yu stood on a forked branch, hugging the tree trunk with one arm while constantly waving his hand back and forth. He quickly also received the updated broadcast information for the day. FZZT, that variety of Yuan Force creature excels in lurking and has both high speed and explosive power, posing a great threat to you. Perhaps it is due to some space-time anomaly that such a difficult Yuan Force creature has appeared, so now start gathering in groups as early as possible. Those from the inner city should get organized. Each person should bring at least 5 peers from the outer city, and there will be rewards for those who bring more. The new intelligence information followed the broadcast, the same voice as yesterday's, and after listening to a round, he also began to listen to the replay in front to fill in the gaps. In a day's time, I have met up with my sister and also encountered 2 other peers. And it seems that our location is right at the boundary between two world fragments, our side being an endless grassland. Determining east from west with the annular pattern of sunlight, to our west is a rainforest. If there are people in the rainforest, try to move eastward, and to the grassland, and we will light some smoke along the way as a marker. The twins from the inner city indeed boasted impressive equipment, apparently also having positioning and communication methods among themselves, having managed to rendezvous in just a day, even finding 2 scattered peers in the process. In a normal mission, those 2 scattered peers wouldn't actually be so lucky, as they might be used as cannon fodder for some explorations. But this time, faced with a space-time anomaly, their temporary shortage of manpower might make them more concerned about the number of people they could utilize. Through the orders given over the broadcast to those few in the inner city, one could surmise their intentions. Regardless of their aims, at least in terms of the actions taken, they have aided a group from the outer city whose abilities were generally lower. They really weren't in the rainforest but on a grassland to the east? Tao Yu murmured to himself in contemplation. He was preparing to hunt a python to complete the 2 skill pieces of information, then see if he could find the blood orchid, with the matter of heading to the assembly being not so urgent. Surviving in such a place still came with a fair amount of pressure, and with those 2 guys from the floating city around, next time they might bring something tailored to deal with this very issue. He would still be living in the outer city upon his return, so ultimately, his direction of progression did indeed need to align with theirs. Tao Yu knew he had potential, but the floating city twins held an overwhelming advantage in both Yuan Force and skills. Combined with their sophisticated equipment, his strength would surely fall short of theirs for a considerable time to come. To temporarily form a safe haven around them seemed like a good choice. Information in this broadcast also hinted at the presence of a great threat to newcomers in the form of agile Yuan Force creatures on their grassland. Tao Yu speculated for a moment but didn't come to any definitive conclusion. The information was still too sparse. This once again proved that the help provided by the world will on the day of awakening wasn't all-powerful. After all, the abyss was an endless terminus capable of devouring many worlds, and one couldn't rely on past experiences to make judgments. Having received the information for the day, Tao Yu looked around from his position in the tree, making a quick assessment of the surrounding safety, before looking down at Zhang Wei, who was busy dealing with the snake carcass and equipment. Having a little follower like this was actually quite good. He could take care of all the dirty and tiring tasks, never complaining, even acting as a meat shield to some extent with the scent of bloody snake meat on him. This snake had been freshly killed in the morning, the very one that had eaten Tao Yu's backpack, which had now been retrieved from its stomach, with Zhang Wei finishing up the cleaning of some useful supplies. With more and more bullets fired and equipment dropping from creatures killed, Tao Yu couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Thanks to the increasingly ample ammunition, Tao Yu was getting more and more confident about finding the blood orchid and completing the python skill information. Given the immense size of the place, the blood orchid might be hard to find, but completing the information on hunting the python should be achievable. Ah, Wei, that's enough, it's time to leave. Tao Yu descended from the tree, landing beside Zhang Wei. freewebnovel.com. Alright, Tao brother, here are the clean bullets. Good job. Tao Yu patted Zhang Wei's shoulder and put the bullets into his own backpack. Then he picked up a piece of snake jerky sprinkled with a bit of salt and began gnawing on it. Bro Tao, did the broadcast mention anything? Zhang Wei was packing up, getting ready to hit the road and looking at Tao Yu with some anticipation. No matter whether he would gain any improvement after returning, the abyss would still be here next time. So deciding the next steps was crucial. Having teamed up with Lu Wen before, either of them could climb high enough to receive the broadcast information. It was only last night that Zhang Wei found out about the space-time anomalies from Tao Yu, which hit him hard. There is some good news, actually. We can confirm the general direction we need to head in next, Tao Yu briefly explained, which somewhat relieved Zhang Wei. But I've still decided to hunt the python first. frmewenvel.com. Tao Yu glanced at Zhang Wei. It was both giving Zhang Wei a choice and a test. I'll follow your lead, bro Tao. I'll just handle the work. Jiang Wei didn't show any objections to Tao Yu's decision, keeping a very proper attitude. At least that was how it appeared on the surface. No matter what, he needed to rely on Tao Yu to survive. Object? Did he even have the right? That would only increase Tao Yu's annoyance. There was no need for it. Jiang Wei, who had lived carefully in his aunt's house since he was little, had this awareness. Don't worry about spending too much time either. Encountering 2 pythons in 2 days indicates that their density is somewhat abnormal. Seeing Jiang Wei's choice, Tao Yu still smiled and reassured him. The python's food consumption is not low, and although the rainforest is abundant in food, the close proximity of 2 pythons could indicate their mating season is drawing near. Tao Yu had a deep impression of some related scenes from his memory, particularly the image of a group of pythons mating together to form a large ball. Although the number of these snakes wouldn't be large, the nearby presence shouldn't be too scarce at this time. Tao Yu's judgment wasn't wrong. In the following 3 days, while updating new broadcast information every day, he also hunted 4 more pythons and spent a couple of units of Yuan Force each night to slightly accelerate the basic breathing technique modified. Although the consumption of Yuan Force wasn't much, the practice time was long enough and he was well fed, so the effect seemed quite decent, allowing him to feel a slight improvement. Just that Tao Yu found it a bit absurd that one of the pythons even exploded with another peer's gear, unexpectedly increasing his ammunition count again. If now willing to spend Yuan Force for acceleration or take more time to practice, at least one skill should be getting formed. After Tao Yu absorbed a new python form, the fragments of information inside it pieced together like a puzzle with prior data, sketching out the rough outlines of 2 skills. Following this information, he could master them in advance and also spend Yuan Force to accelerate the process. However, with only 100 units of Yuan Force saved up, Tao Yu didn't want to waste it on this. It was better to wait. Absorb 1 or 2 more pythons to naturally perfect the skills and then go for deification, which seemed more cost-effective. Bro Tao, you're really incredible, managing to hit their heads even with the python's burst of speed. I was dumbfounded watching you earlier. It's no wonder you have the B-grade dynamic vision. Jiang Wei was dissecting the python's body, checking to see if there was any new equipment, while enduring the stench, and he couldn't help but admire Tao Yu. It wasn't just flattery either. The previous one had attempted to attack like a few days ago with Lu Wen, trying to be stealthy by circling to the back for a surprise attack. But unfortunately, Tao Yu's bullet time insight was laid out before him. What seemed like dangerous dodging and shooting were all within expectations, and the passive enhancement alone resolved the issue without even triggering his active state. It's nothing special. In terms of strength, a python could throw me a few streets away, but with a gun in hand, Tao Yu said nonchalantly with a smile. However, his expression froze as the branches around them began to shake unnaturally, just like when a python appeared before. Most crucially, this disturbance was quite significant, more than any previous encounter, and it wasn't just one. Chapter 12, Chapter 11 Powerful Talent. Be careful, there are snakes coming over, more than one. What? Jiang Wei heard this and immediately stood up in alarm, gripping the steel pipe in his hands tightly. Although Tao Yu had made killing the python look easy, that was just one-on-one. Each python's head was large enough and its vitality strong enough that normally it would take at least a dozen shots to the head to kill it. Human attention is limited, and it can lead to neglecting one thing while attending to another. If there were really multiple snakes, these pythons which could instantly kill with one strike would greatly increase the difficulty and danger. This caused the hand that Jiang Wei held the steel pipe with to also sweat, mixing with the blood from the snake carcass he was previously cutting open, making the steel pipe feel slippery in his grip. As the noise intensified, Tao Yu quickly glanced back at the snake carcass on the ground and cursed silently. Was this one a female? What had drawn so many here? This is a bit troublesome. Tao Yu was able to fight these pythons solely with the advantage of firearms, but his own defense could not withstand the python's attacks, even if he could burst forth with enough strength after being chewed up thanks to one proof forever proof. It wouldn't change the fact that he could be killed instantly. Looking at his Yuan Force, which had once again returned to 100 points, Tao Yu hesitated for a moment and did not immediately choose to activate deification on any combat skill. He was temporarily satisfied with his firearm accuracy, and punching, kicking, and using swords were restricted by his physical condition, so it would be better to save all 100 points for prolonging life. If he were really swallowed by a snake, he could still burst through its stomach to escape. While adjusting himself with the breathing technique, the chi blood surging through his body, Tao Yu continually surveyed his surroundings, ready to eliminate one python first. Swish, swish. The sound of branches moving grew closer, and there were sounds of fallen leaves being swept across the ground. Some were in the trees, others were coming from the ground. Even Tao Yu's eyesight could make out the occasional flash of green bodies. But he chose not to open fire. He had tried before. Gunshot wounds to the body had limited effect on these massive creatures, and with only 30 bullets in a clip, he had to consider the time to change clips and the consumption of ammunition for multiple snakes. Here they come! The head of the first python finally emerged, slowly poking out from behind a large tree. Tao Yu didn't even give it a chance to react, firing immediately. Dealing with one by one or all at once were completely different levels of difficulty, so it was imperative to take out one first. However, just as Tao Yu fired at the head of that python, splattering its blood and causing its body to twist, another python broke through the dense foliage from behind and rapidly opened its mouth. Leaping down at Tao Yu, the speed and power unleashed by its spring-like body far exceeded its movements when slithering. Jiang Wei, though making threatening shouts and waving his steel pipe from the side, did no good. The python seemed quite intelligent, knowing who posed a greater threat. Furthermore, a third python appeared from the side, quickly coiling its body, ready to strike. Tao Yu never placed his hopes on Jiang Wei's ability to distract them. With a calm expression, he finished off the first python while his heart seemed to slow its beating. The feeling of blood plasma flowing out of the heart chambers was so clear, and every breath seemed to stir the surging of his chi blood as the images around him suddenly slowed. Bullets fired from the gun barrel in slow motion, tracing twisted paths through the air into the head of the large snake in front of him. The sound and pressure of the python lunging from behind forced him to tear and twist the tendons in his feet just enough to manage a sidestep. With one hand, he nonchalantly pulled the pin of a fragmentation grenade and tossed it to the side without even looking back. He let the giant python swallow the grenade while withstanding the pain as he squeezed his muscles, regardless of the cost, making his leg muscles swell and tendons tighten like a bowstring to execute a tumble, instantly increasing the distance between them, completely ignoring the injuries to his feet and finger tendons. In a world where each breath felt like a slideshow, he raised his gun, aimed at the last python and pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat! The third python, which was coiled and about to strike, was locked in place by precise shots to the head and began to dart around wildly. The second python, which had plunged from the sky, hit the ground hard, unable to recover immediately. As the bullets in the magazine emptied, killing the third python, the second one, just regaining its composure to lift its head, also burst open with a loud bang, sending flesh and blood flying. Without lingering on his success and changing the magazine, Tao Yu maintained a high state of alert. The chi blood eruption from the basic breathing technique modified, combined with the extra physical exertion and strain from focusing with bullet time, caused a piercing pain throughout his body, especially the ligaments of the ankle and knee, and the tendons of the fingers, seemed as if they had all snapped. But the more this pain emerged, the clearer Tao Yu's mind became, and his body's movements didn't pause for even a moment. Apart from the physical injuries forcibly decaying, Tao Yu was still able to unleash attacks close to his peak without much impact. This one proof, forever proof, must include an enhanced version of endurance. Feeling the tearing pain in his body and the sustained force he could maintain, Tao Yu couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless and exasperated. Using the powerful dynamic perception of bullet time, he confirmed there was no danger around before he finally let out a sigh of relief. Just now, that was his first time using the active effect of bullet time in real combat, and the results were much better than his tests last night while munching on snake meat. The burst of strength brought on by forcibly tearing muscles in combination with the chi blood from his breathing technique allowed him to maintain a certain level of mobility. Even in the slowed vision state, tossing grenades and rolling to shoot seemed ordinary, but everything was under control. He had ample time to contemplate his tactics, otherwise facing multiple attacks at the same time. He really might have had to rely on Yuan Force to recover while finding an opportunity to cut his way out from inside the snake's belly. The effect was significant, but the side effects were also clear. The ligaments of the ankle and the cruciate ligaments of the knee were likely torn, finger tendons ripped, already physically affecting his ability to perform. Moreover, the increased energy consumption of bullet time, along with the enhanced burst of power, also made him feel a soreness all over, and he roughly estimated that with just that momentary outburst, only about 30% of his strength was left. He couldn't manage the same intensity again. Within a few seconds, he had nearly drained himself. The consumption from that instantaneous outburst was indeed terrifying. Like even someone with great endurance running 200-meter sprints back to back would be left gasping for breath. His natural talent could indeed ensure peak performance, as long as he had the strength. But if he ran out of energy, he figured he'd collapse on the spot. However, since the crisis was resolved, Tao Yu didn't plan on using Yuan Force to recover, as it would be a waste not to eat so much snake meat. Bro Tao is freaking awesome! I thought I was going to die just now! Bro Tao is freaking awesome! Jiang Wei kept grilling the snake meat while handing some to Tao Yu, his mouth spouting nonstop flattery. His own strength being what it was, the previous snake attack seemed like just a momentary thing in his eyes. He could only see Tao Yu elegantly taking out 3 snakes, and as for how fast Tao Yu had reacted and moved in the moment, it looked no different to him than before. He knew how troublesome it was to be attacked from multiple sides, but Tao Yu had already hunted several pythons before, and it seemed reasonable that 2 were shot and 1 was blown up by a grenade here. After all, he had survived. While eating the freshly grilled snake meat, Tao Yu glanced at Jiang Wei, and after feeling the ligaments reattach without physically affecting him, he simply stood up and said, "Let's go. Don't attract a few more, okay?" Hearing that there might still be snakes around, Jiang Wei also shrank his neck a bit. "But you're too weak now, even with endurance D, you can't fully utilize it." Hearing Tao Yu say this, Jiang Wei could only laugh awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. "I'll teach you the method of the basic breathing technique. On the way, getting a bit stronger will be more useful to me too." But the words from Tao Yu that followed casually were like a light in Jiang Wei's eyes, making him very excited. "Basic breathing technique? Thank you, Bro Tao. Thank you. I'll definitely study hard so I can be more useful." No wonder Bro Tao didn't look very robust, but had such great physical strength. It was the basic breathing technique. The Yuan Force his family supported must have been used to improve the acceleration of this breathing technique. That must have been why he could handle the attack of the 3 snakes before, and now even the speed of his recovery could be attributed to his proficiency in the basic breathing technique. Tao Yu glanced at the excited Jiang Wei and didn't say anything more, an offering that was of no loss to him, yet could motivate the other party and potentially solve some lurking issues. Was still a worthwhile trade. As for whether the other party could learn it, that was none of his business. If he truly mastered it, it would indeed be beneficial to him. Either way, it was a win. Chapter 13, Chapter 12, completing the information. Tao bro, it's all cleaned up now. You sit, I'll go set up some alarm bells, and when I come back, I'll start the fire for the barbecue. The pair had been hiking through the woods for over half an hour, distancing themselves from the place where they had previously clashed. Jiang Wei carefully wiped down a piece of bluestone and then began to busily set up several bells around the area. Tao Yu said nothing and quietly took a seat. Along the way, he had been gnawing on dried snake meat, flaunting about 3 kilograms of it. With the added half-hour of physical recovery, both his injuries and stamina had mostly recovered. After Jiang Wei roasts a bit more, he should be back to full capacity, ready to face the night. While Jiang Wei finished hanging the bells and started to make the fire, Tao Yu took the opportunity to check out his new skill. Stalk, Python LV1, lowers the chance of being discovered by others, reduces noise, and decreases presence. Burst, Python LV1, a technique that allows for a sudden explosive force through muscle compression, which can place a great strain on the muscles and easily lead to strains. These were the two skills that had surfaced after absorbing the teeth of the three snakes, completing the information. They could be considered basic low-level skills, but very practical nonetheless. Some martial arts techniques, once mastered, could achieve effects similar to Burst, Python, and even stronger. However, Tao Yu had not been able to afford specialized training in the past and could only learn the basics. For ordinary people, the skill Burst, Python needed to be used with caution and could even be somewhat useless. But for Tao Yu, this skill was without doubt a perfect fit for him. Source.com, updated on newomicron.omicron, he had already withstood the dual boost of Chi Blood Burst and Bullet Time without harming his body, so adding Burst, Python wouldn't be a problem either, although it might affect his endurance. In a true life and death situation, it often comes down to a split second. Being surrounded by the three snakes earlier was the perfect example. If he hesitated for a moment and the python struck, it would be instant death. A miss is as good as a mile. The skill Stalk, Python was also good because, due to bullet time, Tao Yu had a strong ability to perceive his surroundings. Now, with his hiding ability paired with it, why does it seem like he's accidentally going down the assassin's path? Tao Yu felt a bit dazed as he considered his skills. It really seemed so. Stalking, bursting, one-hit kill, but it was actually not bad too. Even if facing someone far stronger than himself, decapitation meant certain death. Tao Yu had heard plenty of gossip from his parents about how the mighty have fallen and encountered unexpected defeats. With numerous accounts of successful first strike tactics. Setting other things aside, the python's power was supposed to be overwhelming, but he had managed to kill it 3 times. He checked his Yuan Force, and although he spent a few points each day to accelerate his breathing technique, because of the random larger gains of 18 or 20 Yuan Force units from the snake's teeth, he had accumulated around 150 again. The basic breathing technique was enhanced using about 140 units, which meant he could strengthen another decent skill. Without hesitation, Tao Yu focused his mind on Stalk, Python, but the next moment, he was somewhat taken aback. His Yuan Force wasn't enough? This skill requires 300 Yuan Force? Tao Yu was surprised the consumption for some of the initial abilities wasn't that high, and his second talent was definitely a divine skill. The innate talent, Dynamic Vision, had only cost 800, and the effective breathing technique was just 140. Yet this seemingly ordinary Stalk, Python required 300? However, looking at this consumption, Tao Yu was neither complaining nor cursing. Instead, he felt a rush of excitement. Both bullet time and basic breathing technique, modified, had shown their superiority, with the effect of bullet time being unparalleled. The higher the consumption, the better the ability. He shifted his attention to Burst, Python, and guessed it would cost around 100, which was much less than Stalk, Python, but a bit more than those 3 basic skills. This made Tao Yu hesitate for a moment, but he decided to hold onto it for now. Even if Burst, Python could once again enhance his burst of strength momentarily, his main means of damage was still firearms. And there was no urgent need for this skill. By holding back, he could keep some Yuan Force for emergencies, and he was also curious about the effect of the 300 Yuan Force consuming skill Stalk, Python. Basic breathing technique, modified, although not as significant as bullet time, was still quite impressive in Tao Yu's eyes. Why would Stalk, Python warrant more than double the cost? It must offer something special. Tao bro, the meat is ready. Do you prefer it soft or a bit charred? The water has boiled too. I found a tree hollow and got some water, which I've filtered with some rocks. There are also a few tree grubs here. John Wei was diligently bustling about, while Tao Yu took the food from him and chuckled. This is a good time to tell you about the basic breathing technique. First, understand it, don't practice blindly. Without proper guidance, you can hurt your lungs, which isn't easy to heal. I'll guide you through it in a bit and let you experience it. Okay, thank you, Tao bro. I'll do as you say. Inhale, remember if you feel any pain, don't bear it, just stop immediately. That's right, let your chest swell up, continue. Tao Yu stretched out a finger to press on both the front and back of Zhang Wei's chest, not being secretive in teaching the basic breathing technique. With the deification of the skill, Tao Yu now intuitively sensed the qi blood in his body, and he understood the principles of the previously practiced breathing techniques, making it not hard to teach. Cough, cough. However, the basic breathing technique wasn't easy to learn. Soon Zhang Wei started to cough violently, and Tao Yu stopped. Okay. You just got winded, so you can't practice anymore. Rest until this time tomorrow before trying again, and don't attempt it on your own. Tao Yu had originally learned under the guidance of his older brother and had practiced for a long time. The thing with this practice was that haste could lead to irreparable lung damage. Okay, thank you, Tao bro. Zhang Wei, while covering his mouth coughing, also expressed his thanks. He knew the value of the basic breathing technique, and if he could learn it this time, it would be a huge gain. He spared no effort to please. He had to lick them up right. But just then, a ding dong sound of a bell rang out, making both of them tense up at once. There wasn't any wind now, which meant the alarm set up by Zhang Wei was triggered. Tao Yu, holding his gun, leaned against a tree trunk scanning the area, locking onto the direction of the sound. It wasn't a big commotion, so it was unlikely to be a python, but they couldn't let their guard down either. Zhang Wei followed Tao Yu's gaze, carrying a steel pipe, and sneaked over. Half squatting on the ground with the end of the pipe ready on the ground for defense, ready to burst into action at any moment. But then, a voice came from the direction of the bell. Yo, you're pretty vigilant, don't shoot randomly, pioneer. Upon hearing the voice, the two of them relaxed slightly. But out here in the wilderness, with no rules to bind them, essential vigilance was still necessary. They couldn't be too careless just because the newcomers were from a certain place. Soon after, they saw the bushes in the direction of the bell tremble and 3 figures emerge. Seeing these 3 figures, Tao Yu's pupils contracted slightly. One of them had a mechanical arm, which was connected to a shoulder-mounted cannon at the shoulder. Blonde hair, a Caucasian face, a strong body, and that mechanized part of the body conveyed an unseen pressure. One of the few inner-city youths. In Starshine City, both the inner and the outer city were home to various races, with yellow and white races being more prominent. Upon seeing Tao Yu and Zhang Wei, the inner city youth's eyes lit up, and then he laughed. Haha, lucky us, 2 people, just 1 short now. When Tao Yu heard this, he realized it wasn't just a coincidence that they had come across each other. The gunshots and grenade explosions earlier could be heard over some distance, likely attracting their attention, and then they tracked their way toward the sound and found the snake carcass before making their way over to the firelight. Slightly moving, Zhang Wei took away his steel pipe with a bit of panic and astonishment in his eyes. Glancing at Tao Yu as if pondering something, then hastily got up and earnestly cleaned off another piece of bluestone. Please take a seat, sir. Tao Yu glanced at Zhang Wei but said nothing. By now, Tao Yu had learned all the skills from the python, and given the broadcast information and the risk of the triple snake attack this time, he wasn't opposed to temporary interactions, so he too lowered his gun smoothly and said, Then it seems our luck is even better, having an inner-city noble for support. Saying nice things wrought no loss. After having been ground down by this world for 18 years, Tao Yu wasn't about to suddenly become overflowing with pride. This kind of speech, either sycophantic nor quite pleasing, made Joseph unveil a toothy grin, plopping down on the spot Zhang Wei had swept clean. The mechanical arm, not fearing the heat, reached into the fire and pulled out a piece of snake meat, blew on it by his mouth, and then crunched down on it. You're lucky indeed. Normally, I'd find it a hassle, but since young Master Sun wants us all to bring along more outsiders, sheltering you on the journey is no big deal. Anyway, what are your abilities, and did you kill those 4 pythons? Is the Yuan Force serpent Fang still there? Upon hearing this, Tao Yu knew that their meeting should not be considered a coincidence. After all, The gunfire and grenade explosions might have spread over a certain area, attracting the other party to actively go over and see the snake carcass. Then fumble their way over here after seeing the firelight. I'm truly sorry, the difficulty of awakening day has clearly risen this time, and the serpent fawn has already been absorbed. My talent is B-grade dynamic vision. Had I known you needed it, sir, I should have saved it. Tao Yu spoke with a smooth tongue of half-truths. After all, the item was already absorbed, so naturally, he only picked the most pleasant-sounding parts to narrate. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, honestly revealed his own endurance. D. Talent. B-grade? Joseph paused for a moment, then quickly raised his mechanical arm and swung it in front of Tao Yu. What was the count just now? First 3. Then 4, and last a fist. Tao Yu knew the other party was doubtful and testing him out. The mechanical arm moved with great speed, but showing off his own definite value was necessary, hoping that the other party's talent wasn't too poor, thus causing some jealous emotions or such. Inner city folks, they wouldn't be like that, right? Not bad, 2 combat talents, way better than these 2 weaklings. Having said that, he also seemed to dismiss Tao Yu's use of the Yuan Force Fang as an inconsequential matter. No problem, since it's used. That thing's information is a bit chaotic anyway, you need at least 20 or 30 to possibly straighten it out, and the mental contamination isn't low. Joseph clearly had only asked casually, not placing much importance on the serpent Fang. An inner city youth, just that mechanical arm alone would cost at least tens of thousands of Yuan Force, and connections were necessary too. The number and quality of skills learned from childhood were naturally far beyond those of outsiders, so he wasn't too concerned. Rather, it was Tao Yu and Zhang Wei's 2 combat talents that caught his interest. B-grade dynamic vision, try hard and you might even make it into the inner city. Endurance is also a cure-all talent, not too shabby. Speaking of which, he gestured vaguely towards the sky with his hand, saying, especially since young Master Sun is planning to establish a settlement here. And we're short on people, you guys are pretty good. You've found yourselves at a good time, you might even get benefits that surpass your talents. Joseph seemed to appreciate Tao Yu's talent a lot, toning down some of the arrogance typical of an inner-city youth, recognizing this value. Chapter 14. Chapter 13. Strict, the inner-city youth, Joseph, after picking up 2 outsider trinkets along the way and joining the team, made the place much livelier, and with some simple probing conversations, Tao Yu's initial impression of Joseph wasn't bad. This guy seemed somewhat arrogant, but as long as you said something nice and flattered him, he would easily become elated and spill quite a bit of information. He was someone who craved attention and liked to be flattered. However, the flattery couldn't be too direct. It needed to be the kind that scratched an itch without leaving an obvious mark. Zhang Wei also wanted to flatter, but compared to Tao Yu, who had once been a corporate drone, he was far behind. For instance, Tao Yu indirectly praised his mechanical prosthetic and mentioned his 3rd brother's situation. His words full of longing. This immediately triggered Joseph's endless chatter. Inner city people are also different. Like me, although not from the bottom, my family is only middle class, but thankfully my talent didn't fail me. My mechanical affinity reached C. Joseph flaunted his talent. Although C might not seem as high as B, mechanical affinity as a talent was much stronger than dynamic vision, especially under circumstances where someone like Joseph had the money to equip and upgrade himself. Ah? Brother Joseph is just from a middle-class family? How is that possible? With an expression of shock on his face, Tao Yu made Joseph feel quite appreciated. Then, while continuing to gnaw on snake meat, Joseph patted Tao Yu's shoulder with his intact hand and said somewhat indistinctly, Source.com, updated on Omicron 0. Little brother Tao, you've always lived in the outsider areas and your horizons are a bit limited. Since your talent is so good and you have a chance to enter the inner city, I might as well clue you in advance. At this point, he paused, waiting for Tao Yu's sparkling gaze. In the outsider areas, the limits of an ordinary human body are basically your ceiling. Any mechanical prosthetic or hybrid implant can easily break the ceiling of you outsiders. Yeah, my uncle who once had the strength of the human limit, and also the talent of predictive eye. After his hand was severed and a noble appreciated him and granted him a mechanical prosthetic, his strength not only didn't decrease but increased instead. Tao Yu timely brought up another comparison. Haha, so it was him. I took a special look when I came here. His prosthetic is pretty good for an outsider. It must be something discarded from the inner city that happened to fit him well. At this point, Joseph paused, then continued with a hint of pride, but compared to this custom-made one of mine, whether in function or potential for optimization, it's no match. Fortunately, he didn't let success go to his head and remembered what he was saying, so after a pause he continued gravely, mechanical and hybrid implants also encounter upgrade bottlenecks. They are too limited by the materials and the host's body. Though I advocate the supremacy of machinery, in the later stages, either hybrid implants nor the intrinsic potential of the human body are inferior to machinery. At this, he glanced again at Tao Yu. It's just that you outsider people lack such talents and channels. Hearing this, Tao Yu also digested the information internally, beginning to understand the outlines. After hearing Brother Joseph talk about the skills that the Python's Fawn might carry, I also absorbed a few. How should I go about completing them? Although Tao Yu had acquired his skills, he was very concerned about some of the information in Joseph's previous words. The information he could get from his parents was limited, and although Uncle Hu surely knew more, he previously hadn't had the time to pester him with questions constantly. Having someone more knowledgeable to compliment was still a good thing. Stop thinking about it, I've absorbed one of those things myself, and the information was quite chaotic. You'd need at least 20 or 30 pieces to make it work. As he spoke, Joseph pulled out several fangs from his pocket, causing Tao Yu to freeze. This guy didn't immediately absorb the Yuan Force items he received? It seemed his pockets were really full. Moreover, it seemed the others didn't have as strong an ability to organize information about Yuan Force items as himself. He must have been exempt from the mental damage, which allowed him to piece together a skill with less than half the items. If you have enough pieces, you could put together a set that's somewhat valuable since it would be a new skill from the development zone. Otherwise, it's better to completely block the information and simply absorb it as pure Yuan Force. Why? I just absorbed them directly. Is there any risk involved? Tao Yu took the opportunity to ask. Joseph glanced at Tao Yu but wasn't stingy. Indeed, there are some risks involved, as you should know. Whether in the inner city, outer city, or even the floating city, there will occasionally be insane individuals. Hearing this, Tao Yu fell silent. His sixth sister, who had taken care of him when he was younger and who was close in age, had gone mad a year ago and was then executed by the security squad. It seems you've encountered such a situation before. Joseph glanced at Tao Yu's expression but didn't mind. Being exposed to the residual abyss mist, or not entering the abyss for a prolonged period, can lead to the accumulation of madness. Apart from that, it's absorbing these Yuan Force messages. Saying this, Joseph also seemed a bit emotional. But generally speaking, as long as a person's mental state doesn't have any major issues, they also have the ability to self-repair. You've only absorbed a few and it won't matter, it will be fine in a few days. Thank you? Tao Yu's thanks, compared to the previous smooth talk, was much more sincere. Joseph didn't show much concern for Tao Yu's thanks. After finishing his snake meat, he took out a cloth to wipe his mechanical arm, then clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, since we're a team, we need to have some team rules. I'll be assigning our order now. Qin Guan has first priority, followed by Wolf, then Zhang Wei, little brother Tao, just after me. We'll decide on the spot if any newcomers join. Qin Guan, hand your shotgun over to Zhang Wei. Joseph spoke calmly, but as Tao Yu listened to the order he somewhat clearly understood its meaning. Although it was not explicitly said, they weren't officially in yet, but this was essentially the cannon fodder order. Chen Guan was a skinny man of about 1.7 meters with a double-barreled shotgun. Hearing Joseph's words, his face turned pale. Lord Joseph, I am not the one with a physical talent. He clearly has more endurance and is better suited for the task. What does that have to do with me? I'm just notifying you, not discussing it. Joseph's expression was cold, a stark contrast to the demeanor he had when he spoke with Tao Yu. Walt was a relatively well-built white man armed with an assault rifle, and he also wore quite a bit of gear. But now, he first handed his assault rifle to Zhang Wei, then turned around, snatched Chengguan's shotgun, kicked him to the ground, and glared at him fiercely, saying, "How dare you talk back to Lord Joseph?" Zhang Wei looked at the assault rifle in his hands, opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing, just gripping it tighter. He lacked firearm skills and had no practice, but even so, the gun provided him with a sense of security far exceeding that of a steel pipe. The most important thing was that with this gun, at least he wouldn't have to be at the very front every time, even though he had been leading the way skillfully up to now. Given the choice, who would truly want to be the meat shield? Tao Yu watched the scene before him without saying much. Nor did he mention he had an extra handgun that he could give to the others. What if someone harboring resentment took the handgun and fired a treacherous shot? After all, even the strongest Joseph would probably drop dead with a single shot to the head. After another glance at Joseph, confirming there were no mechanical units installed on his head, Tao Yu reaffirmed his thought. Talent doesn't determine everything. If one is from the inner city or even the floating city and awakens some useless talent, they could still far surpass an outsider with combat talent by stacking skills with Yuan Force and undergoing body modifications. But, in the harsh life of the development zone, talent can be regarded as the only path to rise up. Talent decides everything. Joseph's relatively friendly attitude toward Tao Yu was also because of his dynamic vision. Otherwise, he wouldn't even qualify for flattery. And just as the team's integration issue was smoothly resolved and Joseph had gained the goodwill of both Tao Yu and Zhang Wei, he threw out 2 sealed vials filled with a white powder. Catch. After they did, Joseph casually said, "Use it when you feel stressed, upset, can't sleep, or are in pain. The effect is great. These 2 are on me, should be enough for half a month's use." Tao Yu subconsciously caught the vial and paused, but then his eyes deepened, and with a laugh, he said, "Thanks, Brother Joseph. I think I've heard of this divine medicine. It's called happiness, right? Too bad my family is too poor." Zhang Wei was also full of surprise. "My uncle really likes happiness. This vial must cost at least 200 units of Yuan Force, right? And it's hard to come by." As Zhang Wei spoke, there was a hint of nostalgia on his face, his mouth watering unconsciously. When he was delirious with fever as a child, his aunt had used half a fingernail's worth of divine medicine to control the illness. Although that memory was blurry and from a long time ago, he couldn't explain why, but the impression of it was strangely vivid and deep. "Haha, good that you know. But don't take too much your first time, I fear you won't be accustomed to it," Joseph said with a laugh, seeing their expressions. "This vial is on me, but you'll have to earn your own in the future." "Thank you." Tao Yu wore a smile, pretending to be about to open it but then paused and hesitantly asked, "Brother Joseph, I've seen people get a bit woozy using this stuff. Will it affect my aim?" While saying this, he also touched the assault rifle that hung by his side. The scenes around him started to slow down, and the pulsating of his heart and the feeling of blood pumping became distinctly perceptible. Everything seemed to slow down. However, as he entered bullet time, Tao Yu's heart sank as he noticed details he had previously missed. There was no sign of any blood vessels under the skin on Joseph's forehead and face. And apart from his eyebrows and eyelashes, his face was curiously devoid of any hair. Following the mechanical connection between his shoulder and neck, Tao Yu moved his fingers slightly and then voluntarily exited bullet time. Still wearing a curious expression on his face, Joseph, who had been all smiles, felt a sudden chill on the back of his head. Looking at the other man's assault rifle, and the new one in Zhang Wei's hands, he twitched the corners of his mouth, falling silent for a moment as if imagining some unfavorable scenarios. Soon after, he flashed a broad smile again and waved casually. "Indeed, it might a bit, especially for newcomers who might find it difficult to handle. Use it when you really need to, but there's no need to take such risks while we're in the Abyss Shards." "Okay, thank you, Brother Joseph. I'll definitely repay you," Tao Yu said with a beaming smile. though his heart grew increasingly somber watching Joseph's affable grin. He had thought Joseph was just an inner-city youth who liked to be flattered, not a bad person, but it turned out it was all a facade. Tao Yu, a former office drone, was nearly tricked by a boy barely 18 and once again felt the darkness of this world. Without provoking anything, merely possessing a bit of talent had elicited such free goodwill. You deserve to die. Tao Yu muttered to himself in the depths of his heart. Chapter 15, Chapter 14, Aberrations. On the second day, Tao Yu and his 4 companions lined up in the jungle, with Qingguan wielding a steel pipe and a machete leading at the front, followed by Zhang Wei, then Jose, behind them was Tao Yu, and lastly, were with his hunting shotgun. In the rainforest environment, only a few rays of sunlight fell through the branches and leaves. Stepping on the thick layer of fallen leaves, occasionally a few tiny insects would be startled, and the vivid colors of venomous insects were also not infrequent, creating an unsettling atmosphere. However, including venomous snakes and other normal creatures in the rainforest, they would generally be scared away by their group, so they hadn't encountered any trouble. Jose was adjusting the signal receiver on his mechanical arm on the way, and it was obvious that his receiver was much stronger than Tao Yu's, one that didn't even require climbing trees to complete signal reception. Moreover, in addition to the broadcast from the siblings in the floating city, he seemed to have contacted another offspring from the inner city, one that was close enough to communicate with via walkie-talkie. Wino, I've got 4 over here, the last 2 are pretty lucky, one with an endurance at D and another with a dynamic vision at B. Sizzle, after a brief sound of electric current, an irate voice came from the other end. Damn it! Dynamic vision B? Outsiders born in mud with such talents are indeed lucky. Shit, why is my own talent only D? Haha, although your rejection optimization is only D grade, its potential is still better than the B grade common talents of those from the outer city. If he were born in the inner city, he might have a chance to compete with you. At this moment, Jose also seemed to be taking some pleasure in another's misfortune. During the exchange, he also casually mentioned to Tao Yu beside him, Source.com, updated on Omicronu. That guy's awakened talent rank is a bit of a mess. Be careful not to offend him later. Thank you for the warning, big brother Jose. Tao Yu was outwardly very well behaved, appearing very persuadable. But inside, he was having some doubts. Ever since Jose gave him the divine medicine, the man's true colors were completely exposed. If it were just an ordinary outsider, perhaps they wouldn't understand the threats and dangers of such a thing. For example, Zhang Wei was actually excited, genuinely grateful. Now Tao Yu was beginning to understand why so many outers never seemed to have any excess savings. Poor family conditions meant that the parents were committed to preparing for the day of awakening, excluding all of life's and their own needs for acceleration maintenance, plus paying land rent. To save up a surplus of 1,000 Yuan Force units for themselves, they probably had to tighten their belts for at least a year. And for many other families like Zhang Wei's who didn't care about survival at all and didn't contribute any Yuan Force, it's likely that a good portion of their spare money was squandered on happiness. Not only did they control the basics of food, clothing, housing, and travel in the outer city, but even if there was a little surplus, it could be completely scraped away by happiness, leaving nothing left. If possible, Tao Yu really wanted to shoot the guy, but he realized after observing that the opponent also had modified equipment on his head, and it might not be so easy to take him out with one shot. If he failed, with the opponent's absolute advantage and attributes, there would be no chance of survival for him, and leaving alone would seem too abrupt, not to mention the sense of crisis experienced from the 3-snake attack. It was also uncertain whether Jose would let him go. Sneaking away would also require considering the risks. After considering all factors, for now, he could only endure. With the orders from the broadcast, they still wanted to bring more live outers with them, and besides, his B-grade talent was more valuable. Jose generously offering him happiness for free meant he likely had his own thoughts and demands. Just then, after another sizzle of electricity, a voice came through. But now that you have 4 over there, we could come together and discuss taking down the python's nest and gather a full set of skills. What? Just a few mortal-bodied snakes, being so cautious? Doesn't sound like your style. The starting funds you got were about 100,000. Right. Isn't that enough for you to handle it? Jose raised his eyebrow as he spoke, and the casual remarks made Tao Yu suddenly feel as if he was tasting bitterness. 100,000 Yuan Force units. Starting funds? The disparity was too great. All his parents scrimping and saving to scrape together 1,000 Yuan Force seemed decent. Jiang Wei started at 0, and then there's someone who got 100,000 Yuan Force units just for awakening. Is this the world of the rich? But then Tao Yu sighed and came to understand the situation. The wealth held by those in the inner city definitely couldn't be compared with that of the outer city. A substantial part of the profits drained from the outer city surely ended up with them. Given the danger of the first dive into the abyss on awakening day, it seemed normal to give them more Yuan Force in one go to quickly get through the fragile early stages. It's just that the hard-earned money of his family couldn't compare to their pocket money. That was in the city before. What's the problem with being aggressive? Now, for the first time entering the abyss, caution is never too much. Even if either of us is bitten or ensnared by one of those big snakes, it's a matter of life and death. Wino, though irascible by the sound of his previous tone, demonstrated with these words that he wasn't purely reckless. They couldn't undergo the skilled deification and transformative qualitative change like Tao Yu. They could only rapidly strengthen their proficiency in various skills to reach a mature bottleneck period in a short time. After all, if 100,000 Yuan Force were used in a compressed time frame, based on the physical quality of an ordinary person, it would be equivalent to over 20,000 hours of training, and the effects would be even stronger if the time were spread out, however. As their own strength rapidly improved, this acceleration effect would only become weaker, and there would be diminishing returns. Additionally, they all mastered some higher-level skills to some extent, which would also increase the proportion of consumption. All things considered, their strength also belonged to an estimable range, starting above the end point of most outsiders. But that didn't mean they could fly to the skies and escape the earth. The python could kill Tao Yu in a second, but looking at Jose's current state, a successful sneak attack would skin him alive, even if it didn't kill him. Thinking about his own talent, Tao Yu quickly regained his emotional balance. Then, his thoughts became more agile. It seemed that Wino might have already found the location of the blood orchid. However, unfortunately, with Jose and Wino from the inner city, it would be difficult to get a large share of the spoils. He decided to take one step at a time and see how it went. If the blood orchid was hidden well, they might not notice such Yuan Force items. Orienting oneself in the rainforest was challenging, but Jose and Wino both had short-range communication devices. By following certain markers along the way and communicating constantly, they were getting closer and closer. I see the creek you mentioned. Did you light a fire? Yes, come over here. There's an uninhabited primitive village. Continuing along the creek, the group suddenly had a clear view, spotting a thatched hut made of branches and dead leaves, and then more and more, revealing a village full of primitive style. It was now high noon, and with fewer trees in the village, the scorching sun was blazing down. Nevertheless, they could see a bonfire burning in the center of the village, with black smoke billowing into the sky. Near the bonfire, there were several small pavilions made of branches, with 3 people sitting inside. One of them, a hulking bald strong man over 2 meters tall, drew Tao Yu's attention. With his superior dynamic vision, Tao Yu could see the man's exaggerated inverted triangle physique and the metallic luster shining on his body. At first, Tao Yu thought it was a mechanical transformation, but then he realized it was a full-body metal armor set. The man had removed his helmet and set it aside, next to a massive double-bladed axe, presumably his weapon, through the uncovered neck. One could see a kind of raised keratinous skin, extending all the way to the bald head, appearing somewhat fierce and clearly different from that of a normal person. This must be the mutation Jose mentioned, choosing to implant non-human tissues for enhancement. Having completed the implant surgery before entering, they primarily relied on Yuan Force to quickly adapt their skills. In the outer city, mechanical arms and such were seen, but Tao Yu had never seen a mutated body before. Even if it might be related to their family's limited exposure, it was enough to show that the number of mutated bodies in the outer city was less than that of mechanical limbs. Perhaps the side effects were greater, more troublesome. But from the fact that the other party could use the full body armor as everyday gear, it was clear that it could bring formidable physical strength, surpassing the limits of the normal human body. No wonder he wanted to team up with Jose. This guy probably specialized in wielding heavy weapons and recklessly slashing, going head to head with pythons. Considering the python's exaggerated size and the hard data it presented, this was indeed not in his favor, and if he turned to use guns instead, he would be even less effective than Tao Yu. Now, in combination with Jose, who had long-range strike capability, they indeed complemented each other perfectly. Wino, hearing the noise behind him, also stopped his casual conversation, turned his head, and saw the group at the entrance of the village. The two outsiders beside him, however, were a stark contrast in appearance. One of them was ragged, with red swellings from bug bites on his body, along with clear signs of being beaten up. The other looked much better off. Despite being dwarfed by the over 2-meter-tall Wino, his height of 1.80 m and his robust physique looked very strong. He was fully outfitted with tactical gear, including a bulletproof vest and goggles, quite top-notch equipment for the outer city. Seeing the people at the entrance of the village, Lilo also eagerly said, "Lord Wino, my family used to come from the inner city. Happiness, you might as well give it to them, hee. PSH, what of the inner city? I'm using it too, never mind, boring." Wino glanced at Lila dismissively, and said no more, leaving Lila to respond with a forced smile, while inwardly rolling his eyes. Of course you, with your body full of mutations, wouldn't care. You might even need it to suppress the sensation of rejection. He knew all too well what that stuff was. Instead of calling it happiness, it might as well be called devil. Chapter 16, Chapter 15 Crisis. Yo, finally arrived, eh? I'm still sitting on 2, when will we ever complete the set? Upon discovering Tao Yu and his party, Wino stood up and turned around. One could see not only the keratinized layer of skin on his neck and the back of his head, but also his face adorned with war paint akin to that of a barbarian. The whole man exuded an aura of wildness and ferocity. Over 2 meters tall with a muscular build, plus a full set of armor, he truly looked like a humanoid weapon, highlighted even more under the flickering firelight, like a demon incarnate. The burning branches nearby crackled intermittently. "Lucky, isn't it normal?" Jose spoke carelessly, seeming quite familiar with Wino. But these pythons do indeed exceed the handling capacity of most newcomers from the outside city. The survival rate these past few times must be pretty low. Most? Looks like your B-ranked bumpkin managed to kill a python, Wino said with relish, then extended his palm. "Hurry up, how many teeth you got? Let me help complete the set." Jose glared at him irritably. Source.com, updated on Omicron New.0, asking for a favor without the slightest bit of manners here. 5. After finishing his sentence, Jose handed over the Yuan Force serpent fangs to Wino. "Not bad," adding, "mine. Once we take down the snake nest later, it should be just about enough. If it's still a bit short, I can make up the difference with Yuan Force." Wino tossed the serpent fangs and then tucked them into his chest. Tao Yu estimated based on Jose's earlier projections that Wino himself must have saved up quite a few as well. Considering he had found the snake nest, he must have deliberately tracked these giant pythons. So happy over such a skill? Probably gonna need a breather once you've learned it. Jose mocked from the side, but when the two bigwigs from the inner city spoke, the others fell silent. "Pfft, the path I walk is different from yours. I don't know what skill the Yuan Force serpent fang will bring, but a wild beast filled with a violent aesthetic should be a match for me. Either way, it's a skill not yet seen in the new development zone." Having received the goods, Wino naturally didn't mind Jose's attitude. They were all careful when learning skills because of the potential mental contamination during absorption, so they usually chose something more compatible with themselves. Even if the skill provided by the python wasn't that strong, it could still fit Wino very well. Tao Yu already knew what the skills were, not to mention lurk, python, but burst. Python might indeed add wings to the tiger if applied to Wino. The strain it brought on tendons and ligaments might be forcibly endured by his mutated, strong body, resulting in an effect that exceeds that of normal humans. By the way, which one's the B-ranked bumpkin? Wino then casually scrutinized the four outsiders among Tao Yu's group. There, Tao Yu, a pretty decent lad. He might even enter the inner city in the future. We'll likely stay in this new gathering spot for quite a while, so let's all get acquainted. Yo's casually picked Tao Yu, but perhaps Tao Yu picked up on his good intentions, so his words were somewhat protective, almost like declaring sovereignty. With temporal anomalies, cultivating this land from now on wouldn't be too bad with a B-level talent bumpkin under one's command. As long as they are touched by joy, they are easily controlled, and others would have to give face and not just snatch them away. Got it, you're so annoying, always wanting to meddle, Tao Yu replied. Maybe Yo's words had an effect, for although Wino sized up Tao Yu from head to toe, he didn't actually do anything. He just smirked without warmth, saying, "Not bad, I hope to see you in the inner city. Don't get killed in an awakening task and waste such talent. You're so skinny, are you not getting enough to eat?" Then it seemed he remembered something and chuckled. "Oh, I forgot, you outsiders don't have much Yuan Force saved up, do you? You probably haven't mastered any skills yet, right? Can you still get support from your family when you go back?" The condescension and undisguised mockery in his tone made Tao Yu sigh in his heart. His own self-acknowledged B-level talent had managed to somewhat unsettle the composure of this inner-city guy with subpar talent. Indulging purely for emotional release, without caring about actual benefits, they derive complete satisfaction from their mental and emotional state, obtaining emotional value. These inner-city folks actually acted more like people their age, considering everyone was about 18 years old. But those from the outer city, including himself, had been dulled by oppressive circumstances, whereas these inner-city folks seemed unconcerned with gains or losses. They say youth is impetuous, after all. Tao Yu glanced at the man's shiny bald head, which, unlike Yo's, showed no signs of mechanization. It made one curious about just how strong the defensive capabilities granted by mutation were. He then took another look at the helmet on the ground, concluding that it probably wasn't as durable as that bald head. Wino is right, our foundation and accumulated resources are too poor, with mostly basic skills, and we don't get much meat to eat regularly. Not as good as the food we get here, Tao Yu said with a smile. Seemingly unaffected by Wino's previous comments, suddenly, feeling a chill on his scalp, Wino listened to Tao Yu's words and seemed to have discovered something new. Really? Only basic skills? Don't you have a few dojos out there? Lila has learned a few moves. Wino glanced back at the tall and sturdy young man named Lila, and compared to his scar-covered outer city companion, Lila looked much better off. Noticing Wino's look, Lila stepped forward respectfully and said, "You flatter me, sir. I only have E-grade talent with super strength, far from enough. I merely have a few basic skills, but now, perhaps my strength is slightly better." Lila was perceptive. He recognized Tao Yu because his father worked with Tao Hu, and he even greeted him. But such verbal promises meant nothing compared to the preferences of inner-city bigwigs. Tao Yu also glanced at Lila. Perhaps he too found Tao Yu a bit displeasing. Was it assumed that all he would do was take it lying down? It seemed that without any accident, against an inner-city offspring, that was indeed the case. If the factor of joy was added to that, then, thinking of some warning images in his mind, people driven by cravings could do anything to obliterate their humanity. Truly condemned to a life of endless servitude, super strength is at least 2 levels higher than dynamic vision, if it could go even higher. Maybe your generation could make a comeback. Being the muscle-bound close combat type himself, Wino admittedly provided some care for Lilo with his super strength. The most obvious contrast was the youth from the city outskirts beside them, covered in wounds and too timid to speak. "It's also our family's lifelong dream. As it stands, your strength still seems greater than his, so you'll be placed behind him in the ranking." Wino casually set the tone, but then glanced at Joseph and said, "No issues with that, right, Brother Joseph? You handle it, it's your snake pit we're dealing with, isn't it?" Let's solve the problem and go find young Master Sun and Miss Sunday. Joseph knew Wino did it on purpose, but he wouldn't disrespect Wino over something so trivial. Tao Yu wouldn't comment on it, and everyone else thought it was only natural. This was the way the world worked. Even Qingguan and Wall, who were originally on the same team, were now looking at Tao Yu with some schadenfreude. Zhang Wei was also showing some hesitation. Now that an inner-city elder had openly shown his stance, he too did not dare to get close to Tao Yu anymore. When Joseph did not object, Wino looked at Tao Yu with a laugh, feeling very at ease, and said, "You're not discontented, are you, kid?" "How could I be? We'll follow the will of the two inner-city elders. Our job is to obey." "Good, you've got some insight." Seeing Tao Yu's attitude despite his B-grade talent put Wino at ease. The frustration of awakening a less impressive talent finally seemed to ease a bit. So what if your talent is great? Outsiders are outsiders. Just country bumpkins who still have to lie down in front of us. Let's get moving. Seeing Wino satisfied, Joseph urged again, "Sure thing." When it came to business, Wino couldn't help but grin, and he put on his helmet and looked up at the sky. "Let's get going. We can get there by evening if we leave now. A quick battle is preferred. We shouldn't drag it out until nightfall. They're probably in their mating season. It's uncertain whether the villagers have been eaten, or if they moved away beforehand, but it doesn't seem to have been abandoned for long." Wino and his team had been staying in this place for a while, and had already checked everywhere they needed to. "Oh, right, we also found a weird python carcass on the way. You guys should take a look as well." Wino's towering figure, cloaked in full armor and with the helmet covering his horn-like skin, now seemed even more imposing. He casually carried the man-hide double-bladed axe on his shoulder and strode ahead with strong, powerful steps that seemed to make the ground quake. Soon, the group came upon the withered corpse of a python. "Here it is, this one," Wino pointed out the python found in the village. "Initially, I thought it was shedding its skin, but it seems like it was eaten by something. Yet, it doesn't look like it was our doing." Wino poked at the snake corpse with the tip of his axe, sensing a hollow feel to it, yet it still retained some elasticity. Tao Yu also approached to examine the snake carcass. What in the rainforest could possibly kill a python like this? What the heck? They saw that the python's body had a huge gash on the abdomen, with flesh turned inside out. Peering into the wound revealed much of the internal tissue and meat were missing. But Tao Yu, with a trace of fear in his eyes, noticed something horrifying about the abdominal wound. It looked as if it had been burst open from the inside. The wound was made from the inside out. It must have swallowed something problematic, which then ate its way out. Wino, who had already studied the snake corpse, nonchalantly pointed out the obvious. He then seemed to remember something else. "Oh, right, we also found a dead bug nearby. Do any of you recognize it?" As he finished speaking, Lila quickly opened his backpack and took out a limp, white insect resembling a spider. Its long stinger hung lifelessly, sending a chill from Tao Yu's spine to his scalp. Facehugger. The news he had heard on the broadcast still echoed clearly. That Yuan Force creature is good at lurking, very fast, highly explosive, and poses a significant threat to you. Big brother, come on, be more specific. Acidic blood, strong tail stinger, and a launching submouth. Wouldn't that have been clear? And how did that thing, which was supposed to be on the plains, end up in the forest? Yuan Force creatures are typically considered indigenous to the current world. Wasn't it said that Yuan Force creatures face resistance when moving to other world fragments? How weak is that resistance? Facehuggers, a python it successfully parasitized. What a nightmare of a start. Although the two from the inner city harbor no good intentions, thanks to the Sun's broadcast order, their safety was somewhat assured for the moment. But now, what to do when encountering such creatures? Good thing he hadn't opted to split from the group. Glancing back at Joseph with mechanical modifications and a shoulder-mounted cannon, and then at Wino wrapped in full armor, Tao. You could only view them as budget versions of predators now. I hope they step up, don't let the inner city down. As for Tao Yu himself, he quickly focused his attention on his other relatively affordable skill. Basic shooting. Chapter 17. Chapter 16 Urgent Matter. Because he didn't have many wish power points on him, and previously there wasn't a significant safety risk, Tao Yu wanted to save up his skills for deification. On ordinary days, when using acceleration, he would typically expend just 1 or 2 points of wish power simply as a gesture. Now, with the 150 points he had on him, his original plan was to save up 300 for the deification of Python. The consumption of deification skills and that of training were somewhat similar, increasing rapidly. For instance, to deify bullet time would require tens of thousands of wish power units, while basic breathing technique, modified, would need around 30,000. The effect was likely excellent, but the cost-performance ratio was certainly not as economical as deifying a common skill for the first time, and it wasn't something that could be accumulated in the short term. The 300-unit consumption for Python made Tao Yu curious, but he also felt that this ability could help increase his chances of survival. But now, having seen the facehuggers and the gut-spilling pythons, he couldn't afford to keep saving up. As regards the effects of bodily enhancement, he was still not quite bulletproof. His greatest destructive power actually depended on the capability of firearms, which is why Tao Yu's attention was focused on the basic shooting skill, even though this skill was merely at the level of having just reached LV1 to be displayable. Since it required feeding it with bullets, this skill was considered one of Tao Yu's relatively expensive abilities to use. While Jose and his group were discussing the facehugger's strange shape, Tao Yu already concentrated his mental energy on basic shooting. Soon after, as wish power flowed in, the skill's orb radiated a strand of golden light. Basic shooting? LV1. Expending a small amount of mental energy allows for minor shooting trajectory correction. Concentrating mental energy consumes more but can significantly alter the bullet's path and endow it with a substantial mental blast from the attached mental force. After adjusting his will to basic shooting, modified, a hint of pleasure surfaced in Tao Yu's heart. It's quite good, even surpassing his expectations. It not only significantly improved his hit rate, but, when combined with the passive dynamic vision from bullet time, it was like adding wings to a tiger, and it even added mental blast. This type of magic damage, Source.com, updated on omicronu.c0, for an average person with low mental strength, attaching mental attacks recklessly might backfire and injure themselves. But Tao Yu, equipped with mental immunity, wasn't afraid of severe backlash. It was more like a physical exertion, only bearing the burden of consumption. Tao Yu's strongest attack now relied on external forces. Dealing with pythons was still quite manageable, since this generation of pythons didn't possess the ability to resist assault rifles. As long as he could lock onto the head, he could execute a kill. This was also the reason why Tao Yu hadn't upgraded his shooting before. His firepower was sufficient, and his accuracy was enhanced by the passive dynamic vision from bullet time. But now, with the appearance of facehuggers and the parasitized pythons, it was very likely that breaking their defense with assault rifle bullets would be a struggle. Aliens had exoskeletons after all. While not immune to gunfire, a standard alien could withstand quite a few shots. The added defense from the python alien could ensure it withstands fire long enough to knock him out during its attack. Whether it was a regular python, a standard alien, or a python alien, Tao Yu had a clear picture in his mind that he could only take one hit. At most, he could rely on the one-proof, forever-proof ability to use wish power to recover a bit. If he encountered a python, he could hope that its way of feeding would be to swallow him whole, and he would escape from the stomach. But an alien's cherry-sized mouth. Thinking of certain images, Tao Yu quickly shook the mental contamination out of his mind. With enhanced attack capability, Tao Yu felt a bit more confident, but thinking of the difficulty of dealing with aliens, as well as the unpredictable number, still gave him a sense of urgency. Seeing the others had finished studying the facehuggers and the snake carcass without coming to any conclusion and were preparing to head toward the snake den, Tao Yu timely spoke up. "Excuse me, Lord Wino. How well can your armor defend against assault rifles?" Tao Yu's timid tone made Wino frown inside his helmet. Then he responded through the helmet with a bit of distortion but still a lofty voice, sarcastically saying, "What? Do you plan to shoot me in the back?" This voice also made the others turn to look at Tao Yu, causing him to hurriedly wave his hands and say, "No, no, no, you've misunderstood me. You are an important figure from the inner city. Even if you lent me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare." Tao Yu's statement didn't surprise anyone, nor did Li Le and the other outsiders think there was a possibility of such a sneak attack. This was a big figure from the inner city, and they were banded together. One would have to be mad to make such a boneheaded move. Yet Tao Yu hesitated before continuing. "Previously, I didn't feel much pressure just dealing with those pythons because I wouldn't let Jiang Wei take the lead. It was sufficient to just fire away brainlessly. With my natural gift, it indeed wasn't difficult." Hearing this, the others also caught on because Wino's attire was clearly geared toward close combat. If he were to dash forward to fight, an inaccuracy in shooting from behind Tao Yu could indeed lead to friendly fire. Wino hadn't spoken yet when Li Le took the initiative, his eyebrows lifting as he said, "Before coming here, one could practice basic shooting too. After entering, just add a bit of Yuan Force to get familiar. It shouldn't be that bad, right? My talent doesn't even have a shooting bonus, and I've already passed halfway to proficiency level 3. It shouldn't be a big problem as long as I pay attention to a few issues." Before turning 18, Li Le had learned not only basic shooting, but also gunfighting and moving shooting. After coming here and accelerating with Yuan Force, his shooting skills had indeed become quite strong. "Brother Li must have heard a bit about me from Uncle Hu. It's mainly because my family couldn't afford the bullets to feed my practice. Since coming here, I haven't practiced shooting at all. I've focused solely on the breathing technique, Jiang Wei knows." Tao Yu's face showed embarrassment. "So what level is your shooting skill at?" Wino asked, somewhat concerned, as his armor did offer decent bulletproofing, along with an under armor for extra protection. However, to maintain freedom of movement, there were still vulnerable spots it couldn't cover, unlike the integrated combat suits of those two from the floating city. If luck was truly poor, getting hit in the knee with a bullet would indeed be troublesome. "Level 1, and my proficiency is almost non-existent, so I'd like to borrow some Yuan Force from the two of you. I'm willing to pledge this bottle of joy as collateral." Tao Yu took out the joy that Joseph had given him, which caused several people at the scene to react with subtle changes in their expressions. Walter and Qingguan were envious, while Joseph, Wino, and Li Le all showed somewhat strange expressions. Especially Joseph, who was somewhat at a loss for words. "Isn't this very thing what I gave you? You're pledging it back to me to borrow Yuan Force? Ahem, Joseph, your man, are you going to let him come over to me or not? His talents actually complement mine quite well." Wino hadn't outright refused, but instead looked at Joseph with a somewhat playful gaze. "A rank B talent, what are you thinking?" Joseph scoffed, rejecting Wino. Then he looked at Tao Yu with displeasure. "If you wanted to borrow Yuan Force, you should have just asked me earlier. I gave this to you, and there's no need for collateral." This magnanimous attitude made the other outsiders show looks of envy, especially Walter and Qingguan. They had started to think that Tao Yu, having upset Wino, would surely have a tough time. They revised a lot of their internal opinions. Jiang Wei also looked moved, his expression hesitant, yet he still didn't dare to approach Tao Yu as he had before. Thank you, brother Joseph." While saying this, Tao Yu passed over the 1,000 wish power metal pieces his parents had given him, dried up by usage. After losing them to the python and then killing that python, he had effectively gotten them back. This left Joseph weighing the bag and feeling a bit speechless himself. 1,000. Although it was a small sum to him, it wasn't something to be outright ignored, but thinking of Tao Yu's talent, he still promptly infused the bag of metal with Yuan Force. To avoid infighting, the world will ensure that, apart from some items and Yuan Force objects carried on their person, no Yuan Force was dropped when pioneers killed each other. Trades of Yuan Force among each other mainly relied on these pieces of wish power metal being continually absorbed and infused. Or, alternatively, some more efficient carriers of Yuan Force. After Joseph completed the infusion and before passing it to Tao Yu, he said in a calm tone, "However, you know we can't lend out Yuan Force for nothing. There's too much risk with possibilities like death or the inability to pay it back. so let's just say 90% return for 130%, as a gesture. Before Tao Yu could reply, Lila chimed in from the side, that's the lowest interest rate for us outsiders anyway. The skill installments you can choose from in the various town dojos are at this rate too, and before awakening, it's almost impossible to borrow at all. After awakening, it's very difficult for those with poor talent to borrow, so it's really kind of Lord Joseph to lend under such risky conditions. Outsiders typically don't have much, and the death rate on the day of awakening isn't low, so it's normally impossible to borrow before that. Even after awakening, such low interest rates were only encountered when studying for certain skill teachings, similar to student loans. Anyway, they weren't given Yuan Force. Just taught skills. If one really couldn't pay back or got killed, the loss was manageable. Tao Yu didn't hesitate at all and took the bag of wish power metal back, absorbing it and saying cheerfully, "Of course, no problem. Thank you, Lord Joseph, for helping me out of a tight spot." After absorbing, Tao Yu passed it forward again, saying, "Could I get another 1,000? Chapter 18. Chapter 17. I'm really not an assassin. Joseph looked at the bag in front of him, and after merely a moment's pause, took it again. Okay. As he infused Yuan Force into the bag, multiple thoughts flashed through Joseph's mind. It was Lilo who explained the interest rates before, not himself. So whether the repayment schedule was 1 year, 1 month, or 1 week, it was all up to him to decide. The loan of 2,000 Yuan Force, along with happiness, should be about enough. Joseph actually never intended to let Tao Yu repay those 2,000 Yuan Force. He planned to keep him in debt indefinitely, treating the interest as compensation for his services, and with the help of happiness, that should be enough to maintain control over him. With this thought, a slight smile could not help but curl at the corners of Joseph's mouth. An outsider with a grade B talent was actually quite good. Dynamic vision also counted as a talent that could rapidly develop combat ability. The python he had killed alone being the best example. A small investment could quickly yield a loyal henchman who's a human artillery piece. Why not go for it? This time they had run into a space-time anomaly, making it somewhat difficult to find a valuable henchman. While watching Tao Yu finish absorbing once more, Joseph even asked again, "Do you want more?" Source.com, updated on Omicron. Yes. Tao Yu, seeing such a good opportunity, did not hesitate at all. "As much as you can lend, that's how much I want." Having said that, he looked expectantly at Wino, and Lord Wino as well. Upon hearing this, Wino scoffed. "You belong to Joseph. I won't overstep and interfere." I also want to borrow," Qingguan said, trembling as he raised his hand. His gun had been taken, and now he had no long-range weapons, which made him feel very much in danger. Indeed, Qingguan didn't want to borrow Yuan Force at such interest rates. But borrowing the Lord's Yuan Force should prevent his easy demise, right? Let the interest be the price for his life. But no sooner had he spoken, Joseph, who had cheerfully lent 3,000 units of Yuan Force to Tao Yu, backhanded Qingguan across the face. The blow lifted Qingguan off his feet, his teeth sprang out mixed with blood. "Tao brother has a grade B talent, what are you worth? You can't even know your own value and you dare to speak?" The teeth would not grow back. Joseph's slap had virtually crippled Qingguan. If it led to an infection in his mouth or something, he might well drop dead on the road. Head spinning, Qingguan staggered to his feet, his vision layered with multiple images, but after such a blow, he didn't dare utter a word of retort. Instead, he kept apologizing profusely, with his now whistling mouth. I am wrong. Aren't you going to take your things and get up front? You really want Lord Wino to go in front?" It was Wino, who was always quick to anger, who now noisily spoke up. "Enough, if this guy really dies on the road we'll have to find another replacement. Just let it be. Don't get in my way." After speaking, he even cast a teasing glance at Tao Yu. "Since you have Yuan Force now, practice well on the road. The one with the endurance talent doesn't have much shooting ability, right? Give the bullets to him, don't shoot recklessly." With Qingguan in front of him having just had his teeth knocked out, Jiang Wei didn't dare to say anything and nodded repeatedly. handing all the spare bullets over to Tao Yu. And Li Le, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, also laughed inwardly. Did you really think borrowing Yuan Force was a good thing? Haha, ignorant. Only Tao Yu at this moment cheerfully thanked Jose for a moment, then took the bullets passed by Zhang Wei and began to distract himself by focusing on his numerous skills. 3,000 Yuan Force units credited. His own parents would have to scrimp and save for several years to accumulate the amount of Yuan Force that a child of the inner city could lend casually, although by the free offer of happiness. Tao Yu also knew the general idea and intention of the other party, but the fact that they could lend it outright was sufficient to demonstrate the absolute disparity in wealth accumulation. Without the issue of the facehugger, Tao Yu actually had no intention of borrowing Yuan Force. Now that the two children of the inner city had joined forces, there wasn't much room for him to maneuver unless there was a significant change in circumstances. The gap in absolute strength was just too great, but now that there was the facehugger, knowing what kind of monster was out in the grasslands, he didn't hesitate at all. Safety first, he must use every means possible to improve himself. Basic combat, basic blade, stealth, python, burst, python. Tao Yu underwent deification of the 4 combat-related skills with his eyes closed. 3,000 Yuan Force units credited. He had never been this wealthy. The first deification of skills was the most cost-effective choice. Basic combat, modified LV2. Consumes a small amount of mental energy to have certain insight into the enemy's weaknesses and can add a mental shock to combat attacks when concentrating. Basic blade, modified LV2. Consumes a small amount of mental energy to have certain insight into the enemy's weaknesses, stackable, and can add a mental shock on the blade when concentrating. Burst, modified LV1, able to compress muscles for a sudden increase in explosive power, significantly draining physical strength when concentrating to enhance the compressed state, which could damage the body if exceeding physical limits. These 3 skills, consuming about 80 to 100 yuan. Force units, satisfied Tao Yu greatly with their usual efficiency in deification. What caught Tao Yu's attention the most was stealth, python, which alone consumed more Yuan Force than the other 3 skills combined. No wonder it's more than twice as expensive as basic breathing technique in terms of strengthening cost. He couldn't help but admire the skill as he felt the influx of skill information. Stealth, modified LV1, can passively reduce one's presence and actively expend more mental energy to fade into shadows. By increasing physical energy expenditure, one can move through shadows, with a certain chance of being detected by perception abilities. Originally, it was just ordinary stealth, a camouflage and ambush technique similar to how a python stalks its prey, but after the enhancement, it took on a magical quality, shadow evasion. Had this turned into a skill for invisibility? Moreover, by expending more physical strength to move in shadows, through the information sensed, it wasn't about moving slowly as some stealth abilities suggest, but instead, it could allow one to burst forth at speeds faster than one's full sprint when in the shadows. Even theoretically, this speed could also be applied to attacks, paired with burst, modified, as well as the chi blood enhancement from basic breathing technique, modified, along with bullet time, and the mental attacks added. By basic blade, Tao Yu realized that with the right weapon, his melee burst capabilities seemed to have suddenly increased substantially. So I've really become an assassin. Tao Yu felt somewhat rueful. But this was also somewhat of an inevitable and cost-effective choice. For people like Jose and Wino, who could freely lend 3,000 Yuan Force units, their starting funds from earlier conversations were at least 100,000. Plus, with mechanical modifications, alien implants, and some high-level skills training from the past 18 years, once they slammed their Yuan Force into boosting their strength, they surpassed the endpoint of most outsiders right at the beginning. When Tao Yu was given happiness for free, he observed Jose with bullet time, who seemed to have metal covering even his vulnerable head area, making it very difficult to achieve a one-hit kill. Adding the shoulder cannon, mechanical arm, and other related abilities, one could say that their panel abilities comprehensively crushed Tao Yu. Even if Tao Yu spent all 3,000 Yuan Force points, it was still the same. But, even as strong as they were, if they were successfully ambushed by a python or an alien, the chances were high that they would be done for. Now, with the skills Tao Yu had to enhance his assassination burst, it was also very likely that he could reach the threshold to kill them. But since he hadn't actually tried it yet, he couldn't be completely certain. With the troublesome alien enemy out there, Tao Yu really wasn't planning on doing anything extra in the following time period. He simply wanted to focus on improving himself. Looking at the remaining 2,000 plus Yuan Force, Tao Yu hesitated only for a moment before focusing his attention on auxiliary skills such as basic herbal identification. Even though they seemed to offer little support in combat, they were cheaper to use at about 50 units each. Fully strengthening them wouldn't affect his plan to preserve most of his Yuan Force for acceleration. Chapter 19. Chapter 18. Racing Against Time. Wow, even the effects of the auxiliary abilities are excellent. As he followed the team forward, Tao Yu focused his mind on some flowers and plants nearby. Soon after, he could instinctively gain a certain understanding of those plants. There were no words or images to describe it, but the information allowed him to understand the general properties of the plants, mainly, whether they were edible, poisonous, or had some therapeutic effects on his current physical state, just some basic information. While not much information, Tao Yu felt it was completely sufficient. It undeniably made some of the knowledge he had accumulated more effective, and allowed him to be safer in external environments. He could even determine if someone was trying to poison him. 50 Yuan Force units for a deification skill, who needs a bicycle, with possible future enhancements, or as his proficiency with the skill improved, perhaps he could gain even better effects. Because of the pressure from the potential presence of facehuggers, Tao Yu took some dried snake meat from Zhang Wei and munched on it while following the team, all the while focusing on accelerating his proficiency in basic breathing technique. Modified Yuan Force's acceleration typically needed to target a specific skill. If one had the ability to multitask, it was also possible to accelerate multiple skills at the same time. But this would consume more Yuan Force. It wouldn't save on Yuan Force costs but could save a bit on time. But Tao Yu wasn't worrying about that right now. He kept to the rhythm of the breathing technique, accelerating his practice of basic breathing technique, modified, all while continuously gnawing on the dried snake meat. Qi blood tumbled inside his body, circulating throughout. With each circulation, he felt a slight enhancement, a tangible effect each time. While chewing, he also took the opportunity to complete a few shots, improving his proficiency in basic shooting, modified. Source.com, updated on Omicron. Bullet time enhanced by dynamic vision makes shooting practice improve much faster than the breathing technique. No wonder talent is everything for most people. Tao Yu was merely firing a couple of shots at some nearby leaves and branches in passing, with the main Yuan Force acceleration applied to the breathing technique. But his shooting abilities were improving even faster. Rat-a-tat. A 3-shot burst hit the base of a branch 30 meters away. Wood splinters flew as the branch broke off and fell. Not bad at all, deserving of a B-rank dynamic vision. How many times did you choose to accelerate? You've reached LV2, right? With your talent, that should be enough, said Li Lu, who was in line with Tao Yu in the team, both ahead of their rearguard Wino. At that moment, Li Lu watched Tao Yu chew on snake meat while firing and showed some surprise. Noticing the meat fibers remaining in Tao Yu's mouth, Li Lu continued, "You're practicing a breathing technique, right? Basic breathing technique?" Tao Yu swallowed the last of the snake meat and said calmly, "No choice. I don't have a family like Li Ge. I have to take advantage of the abundant meat available now. What will I eat when I really go back?" This fragmentary area's abundance of meat was actually a benefit. Once back, aside from some food they brought, if you wanted to buy more from the forts in the outer city, it would cost 2 Yuan Forces per pound, prohibitively expensive. Private trades ran the risk of having your cannon fodder points reset to 0 and might even encounter sting operations. There was no need to take such risks. As Tao Yu spoke, he quickly walked to a nearby bush, broke off a stalk that resembled sugarcane, and started sucking on it, replenishing his fluids and sugar. "Do we have data on this plant?" You sure are bold, Leela remarked, somewhat taken aback by Tao Yu's actions. He even suspected that what the other was practicing wasn't basic breathing technique. He himself had learned the night breathing technique brought from the inner city by his family, but such a non-basic breathing technique was incredibly rare in the outer city. There was nowhere to even learn it, and Tao Yu probably didn't have it either. My backpack was eaten by a python when I came here. I was so thirsty I gave it a try, and it turned out pretty good, he said. If he hadn't deified all his auxiliary abilities, Tao Yu wouldn't dare to eat randomly, but now it all seemed much simpler. The plant, which was both cane-like and bamboo-like, was crunchy to bite into. He could directly absorb the liquid inside, which was extremely rich in water content. Stepping on the thick layer of fallen leaves and soil, Tao Yu didn't waste a second. He knew practicing the breathing technique so intensely might seem odd and potentially attract some attention. But there were better breathing techniques and related skills in the inner city. He wasn't too concerned about them, nor could he hesitate because of their gaze. He couldn't let that stop him from eating. With the facehuggers appearing, aside from deifying his skills, he also had to speed up his practice as quickly as possible. Whether it was the basic shooting, modified, or the basic breathing technique, modified, he had invested at the rate of 100 units of Yuan Force per hour in acceleration. The difference was that he didn't continuously practice basic shooting. Modified, it was sporadic, consuming less than 1/10 of what the consistently practiced basic breathing technique, modified, did. Regrettably, he had started off with poor physical conditioning during the golden era of breathing techniques. Although he had initially spent only 5 hours per hour at 10 points for improvement, the effect was tremendous, bringing his overall ability to the level of an amateur athlete. Now, even though he had increased his consumption rate to 10 times per hour, the diminishing effectiveness of the breathing technique itself, along with the reduced acceleration multiples after getting stronger, meant Tao Yu no longer felt he was undergoing constant transformation. The law of diminishing returns was hitting hard. After all, the description for basic breathing technique, modified, was just it can increase the physical upper limit to a certain extent, which, while far better than the unmodified breathing technique, wasn't overly exaggerated. The main benefit was actually the active surge of qi blood during a burst. Continuing at this rate of increase, Tao Yu estimated that when he used up all the Yuan Force points for acceleration, he might just barely reach a level comparable to an Olympian all-around. Being able to run 100 meters in about 10 seconds would be pretty good. But because it was an all-around increase, he could almost achieve this level even with weights on, and he could keep it up for longer. However, looking at the speed of proficiency improvement, the basic breathing technique, modified, should soon reach LV2, and the surge from the instantaneous burst of qi blood would increase a bit more. Due to his talent, shooting had already reached LV2. After getting used to the gun he was holding, he could ensure a decent hit rate despite the unpredictable trajectory. Another increase in burst capability. It feels like I'm getting more and more off track, Tao Yu muttered as he chewed on another pile of snake meat, feeling slightly helpless. While it's true that most life or death situations are decided in an instant, he couldn't help feeling that there was something odd about it. Wasn't the dream of every man to be a muscular, enduring powerhouse? We're getting close, stay alert, Wino's voice came from up ahead, and the team's pace slowed a tad more, everyone heightening their vigilance, thanks to Tao Yu sporadically firing a shot now and then. This tactic of alerting potential threats worked in their favor, allowing them to avoid minor troubles along the way. Tao Yu, meanwhile, had stopped his shooting practice and occasionally looked around. He had already reached LV2 in shooting. It was time to stop wasting bullets. And after firing the gun for so long, he wondered if they might attract something prematurely. For normal animals, and even for pythons, an unknown sound warranted evasion first and foremost. An instinct for survival etched into their genes by nature. But, for some other abnormal creatures, perhaps it was a different story. If it weren't for the facehuggers, where would I have borrowed so much from, You guys better think of something. Comment. 1 comment, vote, 2 left, send gift. Chapter 20. Chapter 19. Blood Orchid. The dim light filtered through the foliage. After hours of travel, They had now ventured into twilight. The rainforest was growing darker, and soon it would be engulfed in complete nightfall. It's just ahead, in a valley. I've picked a good geographical location. We can start by depleting them from a distance, Wino said as he removed several grenade-like devices from his waist. With his physical abilities, using these explosive projectiles could be considered a major weapon and a very effective means of long-range attack. "Oh, that shouldn't be hard. Our long-range firepower is not bad," said Jose with a relaxed face. He had always been carefree, understanding the python's situation. He felt no substantial threat to himself, and with a friendly turn to Tao Yu, the debtor, he said, "Little brother Tao, you can see clearly at night, right?" "Yes, the night doesn't affect me. I can keep watch then," Tao Yu responded while observing the surroundings. Although he hadn't detected anything approaching, he could vaguely sense an unsettling atmosphere, as if something was lurking in the shadows spying on them. Knowing the alien would be tough to handle and worried that the two from Inner City hadn't yet experienced the brunt of combat and might be taken out in an ambush, Tao Yu still reminded everyone. "Although I haven't found anything unusual, I always feel something's off. I don't know if it's because of my shooting practice earlier drawing attention. Everyone, be extra vigilant. Don't worry, who wouldn't be careful in a place where giant snakes might appear any minute?" Lila smiled beside Tao Yu. My shooting has also reached LV2, so even if Brother Wino rushes forward, I'm confident about avoiding friendly fire," he added. "That's good, but I still hope we keep them at bay directly. These creatures pack quite a punch." At that moment, Wino's attention was already fixated ahead, heightening his vigilance. As they proceeded, the density of the rainforest sharply decreased, revealing a cliff edge and the valley Wino had mentioned. Even before getting closer, they could faintly smell a stench that grew stronger as they approached. The cliff edge was covered in pale stone blocks, resembling granite and overgrown with moss-like vegetation. Some of the uneven rocks had clear signs of friction, as if the moss had been rubbed off, and next to them, palm-sized scales could be seen. These seemed to be the spots where the pythons rubbed against while shedding their skins. The valley below the cliff was steep but manageable with caution. The valley was about 100 meters wide, and the opposite side featured even steeper terrain, resembling a vertical forest area that was slightly shorter in height. Following the valley's flow, a small stream stretched outward. As everyone drew closer, the twilight sun cast its dying light into the valley. Below the several-meter-high valley, in a pool of water, 2 to 3 dozen pythons were entwined with each other, forming a massive ball of snakes. The sight was shocking, given the monstrous size of these pythons intertwined together. The slippery snakes coiling over each other also evoked a combined sense of disgust from both trypophobia and megalophobia. Such wild beasts seemed to excite Wino. "There's even more than I saw before, haha, taking them all down should be enough." He had been concerned about there not being enough of them, but now that worry seemed unnecessary. Tao Yu, meanwhile, was closely examining the walls of the valley. In short order, his keen vision caught sight of a peculiar red flower. The brilliant blossom glowed under the setting sun like a burning flame, easily noticeable even to the untrained eye. However, everyone's attention was fixed on the pythons. No one had noticed the blood orchids. "Shall we start right away?" Tao Yu readied his gun without keeping his gaze fixed on the blood orchids. Given their plan to snipe from a distance, it was highly unlikely they'd come close to the blood orchids, and without contact, they wouldn't realize the import of the plants. He had a perfect opportunity to keep the spoils to himself. Just as his supply of snake meat had run out, freeing up space in his backpack. "You guys don't shoot first. Jose and I will handle it," Wino reminded calmly, then looked to Jose. "I'll throw first, you snipe based on the situation. The rest of you wait until Jose fires before shooting. I'll intercept the first ones that come close." A straightforward tactical arrangement. They had never trained together, so making it too complicated would be pointless. "You two with the good marksmanship, aim for the head," Jose advised Tao Yu and Li Le. "Understood." "Get ready, I'm starting," Wino said as he appeared to set a timer on his grenades by twisting them. He showed his superior arm strength by hurling 7 or 8 grenades toward the massive snake ball. Tao Yu could even see the grenades bouncing off the snakes' bodies. The falling devices seemed not to interrupt the writhing snake ball. But a moment later, several huge explosions nearly burst forth simultaneously. Wino's high explosive grenades had more power than the fragmentation grenade Tao Yu had left. The tightly coiled ball was suddenly blasted apart. Several pythons were blown to pieces, sending blood and flesh flying. Their close proximity compounded the damage, maximizing the grenade's lethality. However, because they had been coiled up so tightly, some of the pythons at the core were unharmed. Chapter 21. Chapter 19 Blood Orchid _2 At such a critical moment. The sudden strike caused even the notorious screamers, the pythons, to let out wails of agony. That feeling of rage was palpable even to those who couldn't understand the language of snakes. As the undisputed overlords of the jungle, when had they ever experienced such humiliation? Boom! Wielding a shoulder cannon, Joseph fired, instantly blowing the head off a python. The hit rate and power far exceeded that of firearms. Tao Yu, who had been observing from the side, could tell from the flames shooting out of the rear of the shoulder cannon that it seemed to be designed as a recoilless rifle. But it was still a gunpowder weapon, and the ammunition capacity and reserves must be limited, probably stored in the ammo box on his back. Yet, with a hit rate like that, there must be some sort of fire control system. Upon closer examination, what seemed to be normal pupils in Joseph's eyes seemed to flash with numbers. Brain-machine connection, iris data, truly formidable. While Joseph's shot had instantly killed a python, it had also marked the direction for those that were still able to move. The enraged pythons, with blood rushing to their heads, didn't even consider fleeing. They swiftly began slithering toward them. The water below splashed violently, and the boulders on the path were tossed aside by their frenzied movements. Even those standing on the edge of the cliff could feel a vibration on the ground. Source.com, updated on N0Omicron. It was the noise of their massive bodies rapidly closing in. The sight of the remaining 20 or so pythons, each a symbol of immense pressure, was genuinely terrifying. Especially a few blood-covered, wounded pythons that were still shedding flesh and blood along the way. Their speed was even faster. At this moment, Tao Yu, Li Lu, and Zhang Wei, each armed with assault rifles, also opened fire. Zhang Wei lacked shooting skills, but with such large targets he could almost hit them with his eyes closed. He just couldn't guarantee a headshot. In contrast, Tao Yu and Li Lu each fired with precise shots. Tao Yu, relying only on his eyesight to achieve ordinary shooting standards, didn't expend mental energy for correction. Even so, his long-range precision shooting was not inferior to the more skilled Li Lu, and he even had a greater advantage in shooting at moving targets, second only to Joseph in the number of kills. As one python after another was headshot, soon only 5 remained, but these 5 had closed into within 10 meters. "I'll take the nearest one, you guys handle the others." Wino crouched slightly, and then the armor on his legs visibly bulged. His entire body, weighted down by the armor, shot toward the nearest python like a cannonball. His speed was so fast it even stirred up a strong breeze, clearly surpassing human limits even with the armor. He viciously chopped down at the nearest python with his double axe in hand. The python, displaying its dexterity, raised its head to dodge the vital strike, but still suffered a deep cut nearly severing it. Blood plasma flew everywhere, fully expressing Wino's brutal aesthetic. Long-range attacks were simpler than close combat, free from geographical interference. After Wino chose his target, the others easily divided the remaining pythons among themselves. Tao Yu continued his standard procedure, locking onto a python's head and firing repeatedly, then changing the magazine. Li Lu achieved his target, while Joseph took on the remaining 2. By then, Wino, having bought some time, did not persist in exerting himself and swiftly retreated following a collision with the python. The python, nearly bisected by an axe strike, furiously shoved Wino aside but lacked the strength to pursue and eventually fell under the barrage of gunfire. "Heh, that beast's strength is no joke," Wino said, sliding back a distance after landing, an indicator of the python's power. Though he only briefly engaged with a single python, His voice still held a breathless quality. Given the python's size advantage, even a skilled close-quarters combatant like Wino had to be thoughtful. Hence, after delaying for a bit, he retreated with reserved strength to leave the kill to the more efficient firearms. To resolve the battle within a minute may seem unremarkable, but if Wino hadn't taken the initiative, things could have definitely gone south. Alright, proceed in sequence to assure they're all dead and don't touch the serpent fang. I'll handle that myself. Snakes are known to have a death rattle, so it's quite normal to have some slip through the net. The last python to hit Wino had demonstrated such terrifying bursts of strength, naturally. They'd be wary of sticking their faces into the bushes. Cannon fodder, isn't that what they're used for? Blindly sending cannon fodder is an inefficient waste. Probing for mines this way is optimal. Got it, but be careful, big brothers. There seems to be something in the woods. Tao Yu obediently accepted the arrangement, and even though he was behind in sequence, promptly took a few steps forward, landing on a raised rock platform, while securing a spot in the blood orchids area, forcing others to look for other footholds upon arrival. Tao Yu also turned back to peer into the increasingly gloomy rainforest as the sun set. This time he truly saw something moving stealthily between the trees, making very little noise. It wasn't just an unnoticed presence appearing out of the dark. They'd likely been observing the situation here all along, waiting with cunning patience. Chapter 22, Chapter 19 Blood Orchid _3 Even during the most intense moments before, several non-firing cannon fodders always stood by the side of the inner city bosses, gathering together. But now, they had actively separated. Therefore, their increasingly close actions were indeed captured by Tao Yu himself. Upon realizing the main character had arrived and warning the two targets to be on guard, Tao Yu changed his magazine and nonchalantly swept the blood orchid on the platform into his backpack. On the way, he had been collecting plants all along, and even quenched his thirst with plants found on the road, so such a blatant act didn't cause anyone to comment further. If everything went normally, it would likely be possible to ask about them afterwards and take a look. But now, there probably wouldn't be a chance. Blood orchid, a Yuan Force item, a plant that can stimulate cell division, can increase a tiny limit of cell division, can increase a tiny limit of physical potential, and add a small amount to physical strength. If not using the effect, it can be directly absorbed as Yuan Force at a conversion of 90 to 100 units per orchid, although the increase is tiny. The blood orchid is undoubtedly a good thing, even if simply converted for Yuan Force absorption. The 30-something orchids Tao Yu had collected were at least worth 3,000, and if sold after taking them out, the price would undoubtedly at least double. After collecting this most concentrated bunch of blood orchids, Tao Yu made no attempt to hide his movements as he headed towards a few more scattered ones. The noise in the forest was already causing Wino and Joseph to start looking up, and Tao Yu no longer needed to hide. Source.com, updated on Omicron U0.Omicron, the alien boss was coming. And he would take as much as he could. If discovered, then so be it. He wouldn't stop eating for fear of choking. Come, let me help you. Lilu, who was also standing midway and waiting for Wall and others to scout ahead, saw Tao Yu suddenly start picking the flamboyant red flowers outside and felt a slight stir in his heart. While verbally offering help, he moved towards the nearest blood orchid at the fastest speed and casually picked it. At the same time, Tao Yu had already given up on the last few blood orchids, grabbed his backpack, and started rapidly heading down the valley. He also began stuffing the remaining blood orchids that hadn't made it into his backpack into his mouth, and then, channeling his chi blood, he powered up for a leap and vanished into the shadows alongside him, like an ink painting. Dissolving into water, he disappeared in an instant. By that time, Lilu had just been shocked back to his senses after reading the properties of the blood orchid. It actually had such miraculous effects. Compared to Tao Yu, he understood the value of this thing even better. Although every increase was tiny, the points added were impressive, and some who had reached a bottleneck period would definitely not be stingy with their Yuan Force, not to mention that it seemed to possibly extend one's lifespan slightly. Even if a single orchid didn't extend life by much, the price would at least increase tenfold, or even dozens of times. And there might be no market for it despite the price. This made Lily's eyes also filled with greed. Who could have thought that the best thing here wasn't some python? And the two from the inner city had no idea there was totally room for maneuver. Damn, that bumpkin took away too much. Wasn't he afraid of bursting after seeing the attributes? Under the impact of huge benefits, his eyes reddened as he lifted his head, looking for traces of Tao Yu. But soon his expression froze. Where was he? Where was the person carrying that big backpack? How could he have disappeared in a blink of an eye? As Lila frantically searched for any sign of Tao Yu, he also swiftly moved towards the last few scattered blood orchids. He couldn't let others find out. This way, he could still suppress it. Chapter 23. Chapter 20 Shopping Spree. While Lila was searching for traces of Tao Yu and collecting the few scattered blood orchids left above the valley, Joseph and Wino had also completely shifted their gaze away from the corpses of the pythons in the valley and frowned as they looked back at the dim rainforest. Rustle, a slight noise emerged from the dense forest as if something was approaching. In the already darkened forest, one could vaguely see the swaying of branches and leaves in the shadows. That kid wasn't lying, there really is something out there. Wino, carrying his double-bladed axe, twisted his body, his armor making the sound of metal friction, and a hint of wariness appeared on his face. He was confident in his strength. It shouldn't be possible for anything to go wrong on the day of awakening. But in the fragments of the abyss, anything is possible, so carelessness is an iron law. It's not those giant pythons, the noise would be bigger. Some smaller creature, and fast, too, number. Not just one. Be careful. Joseph's pupil mechanically contracted for a moment, switching to infrared mode. However, even in infrared mode, looking at the dimly outlined rainforest in front of him, he still couldn't see anything useful. Lizards in the trees, mice on the ground, and even some insects were visible in this mode, but he definitely couldn't find anything else. Source.com, updated on 0newomicron.omicron. Can't find it with infrared? Must be something with a heat-isolating shell. Hardly had Joseph finished speaking when a dark shadow swooped down from above, moving extremely fast, but faster still was the raising of Joseph's shoulder-mounted cannon. Bang! The diving figure was blown apart in midair, green liquid splattering everywhere. Joseph didn't know the problem with the blood, but still cautiously avoided it. Still, some of the green viscous blood plasma splashed onto him and immediately began to sizzle. His metal arm, though supposed to be corrosion resistant, showed signs of slight corrosion, which caused Joseph's face to turn pale. Be careful, the blood of these creatures is highly corrosive. It must be one of those Yuan Force beings from the plains. As he reported the situation, his other hand swiftly pulled out a bottle of water and washed the blood-stained area, while the raised mechanical arm instantly transformed, turning into a Gatling-like barrel. He hadn't switched to this mode when attacking the pythons before, but now he did so without hesitation. The two from the inner city, though arrogant, indeed had strong abilities. The broadcast had only given a rough description, but they still made quick judgments and, with a relatively small price, determined the acidic nature of the blood. Meanwhile, Wino, watching the black and green mixture of alien remains on the ground, listened to the sizzle of the corrosion, and with an ugly expression on his face, he pulled out a metal plate from his waist, which flicked into a triangular boomerang mark with just a shake. Blood with strong acid. That targets me too well. How many bullets do you have left? That depends on how many there are. Joseph's expression also gradually darkened as he saw those exoskeletal, ferocious creatures peering out from between the treetops and behind trees, yet not pouncing. Just a rough glance and he could already see more than a dozen jet-black exoskeletons, long, dangerous tails, hideous faces, and the occasional dripping of viscous saliva, moving behind tree trunks, shuttling through the dim shadows. Are they trying to trick me into firing? Wasting bullets? Seeing the aliens trying to peek out and then immediately withdraw, Joseph couldn't quite believe it. That meant they had more brains than those pythons. All of you, get up here. Prepare for attack. Wino bellowed out as he quickly tossed the boomerang mark forward. The triangular metal boomerang, propelled by Wino's immense strength, instantly pierced through the air, cutting off several branches along its path and revealing its terrifying sharpness. An alien barely dodged it by swerving to the side. However, the returning boomerang mark sliced a deep wound across its body, along with the alien's furious roar. Green acidic blood splashed out, and before Wino caught the returning boomerang mark, he had already thrown the second one. Though its power was far less than his high-explosive incendiary grenade, it had the advantage of being reusable. Catching the first boomerang mark and seeing its slight corrosive mark still made Wino look solemn. This was too restraining for him. On the other side, Wino's roar also changed Li Li's expression as he was collecting scattered blood orchids. His eyes flickered, and then, carrying his gun, he continued to slide down towards the bottom of the valley. And he yelled at the others, "Didn't you hear? Get up there, or I'll shoot you dead." While forcing the other 4 people up with his gun, Lila also looked up to assess the situation above. Since he was standing in the middle waiting, he had heard some of the conversation. It seemed like they were facing some very troublesome creatures. Thinking of the blood orchid in his hand, and the bag full of Tao Yu, he urged the others to climb faster while he himself quickly retreated, running towards the gap on the other side of the valley along the bank. "God damn it, I haven't joined the cannon fodder squad yet. You won't die with me. I have no obligation to follow your orders, just need to find that guy who fled, just find him, that's all." Thinking of the other's backpack, which was stuffed with dozens of blood orchids, Lila felt a fiery desire in his heart. Zhang Wei, who was climbing up and had fallen behind, also heard the noise of Li Li's escape behind him, looked back at Li Li's retreating figure, glanced ahead, and then his face darkened as he quickly pocketed his gun and retreated. Having barely awakened a combat talent, he had to survive this time, he just had to, seeming to sense the others drawing near. The alien that had been lurking and probing behind the trees suddenly changed its original tactical plan. With just a few short roars, the aliens quickly attacked the 2 from multiple directions. Although they were not as big and strong as the pythons, their greater dexterity provided them with better evasion tactics. Moving swiftly between the trees, constantly using various forms of cover, bang, tat tat tat, Jose fired first, blasting one alien to pieces with his shoulder cannon, while the transformed Gatling gun in his wrist turned another into a sieve. Their hard exoskeleton was torn to pieces, and green acidic blood splattered everywhere, hissing as it hit the ground. Though he quickly dealt with 2, Jose's expression soured. "Damn it! These things have a decent resistance to bullets." Although his shoulder cannon could still achieve 1 shot per alien, his arm-mounted Gatling gun was far less effective than expected. If this were against those giant snakes' heads, they'd have been pierced, and he'd have switched targets 2 or 3 times over. But here, 20 to 30 shots barely managed to take down one. With a slight movement of his finger, a belt-like device at his waist rapidly shot out a row of small spheres towards the area in front, quickly setting up Guile Thunder for close defense. He then pulled out a red grenade from behind his back with the same hand that seemed human and tossed it into the woods without looking. Boom! A fierce flame erupted. Even though the branches and leaves were damp and hard to ignite at once, the blast from the high-explosive incendiary grenade spread like a Molotov cocktail, instantly covering the front and burning several aliens as they writhed in agony. Meanwhile, another alien approaching from a different direction was automatically hit by a Guile Thunder on the ground and exploded into pieces with a bang. The precious items they hadn't used against the pythons were now being thrown around like they were free, an indication of the foundation that set them apart from the outsiders. Wino, while being careful not to be hurt by the Guile Thunder, was also constantly throwing more and more boomerang marks. Despite his bulky appearance, he was extremely agile, throwing 5 boomerang marks at high speed while continuously reloading to maintain the barrage. The double-bladed axe was stuck in the ground, ready to be drawn at any moment to face the enemy. Every now and then, he threw a high-explosive grenade to stop the aliens from getting too close. However, what should have been a sustained ranged attack for Wino seemed somewhat awkward against the aliens. After cutting through the bodies of several aliens a few times, the corrosion-resistant alloy on his weapons became pockmarked. Soon, only 2 battered boomerang marks remained out of the 5. The other 3 got stuck in the bodies of aliens and couldn't return due to losing their smoothness. Damn it! I need to take some meds, watch out for yourself. Seeing the resilient pests lessening their probes against Jose and turning their attention towards him, Wino roared and then forcefully slapped his left shoulder. A needle hidden within the shoulder guard pierced his neck, injecting an unknown substance into him. Almost instantly, along with Wino's roar, his whole body seemed to grow in size, stretching the seams of his armor, exposing layers of scale-like skin. Roar! Letting out an animalistic roar, Wino, whose size and strength had surged, lifted the double-bladed axe and charged in the opposite direction towards the aliens. Thump! One blow from the axe flattened an alien, splattering viscera. Although his armor and axe were still vulnerable to corrosion, the thickness meant it wasn't fast-acting, which seemed trivial given his desperate state, likely due to side effects. One after another, aliens lunged at Wino, only to be smashed away or crushed. Flat. That's when Whirl, who had just climbed up, witnessed this scene. Although frightened, the deep-seated reverence for the inner-city elite compelled him to grip his shotgun and step forward. But in the next instant, he too was cleaved in 2 by Wino's axe, guts and blood spilled everywhere. This tightened the hearts of Qingguan and Wino's group member, aside from Li Lu who was an outsider, and they slid down the valley with the momentum. Looking back at Li Lu who was almost out of the valley, and Zhang Wei, who had run halfway, as well as Tao Yu who had disappeared without a trace, they cursed under their breath. Chapter 24, Chapter 21 Harvest. Wino, this guy. Joseph saw Wino split Vor into 2 with an axe and felt a heaviness in his heart. He knew that his adversary had used a special drug, relying on a mutated body to endure, drawing out greater potential. Strength, speed, defense, as well as healing and vitality would greatly increase, the effects far surpassing adrenaline's impact on a common person, but the consequence was a decline in rational thinking. Not only might one be unable to distinguish friend from foe in battle, but it could even increase the likelihood of madness. Still, things had reached this point, and coupled with the acidic blood's effectiveness against Wino, his actions were probably born out of desperation. Boom! Another Guile thunder was triggered, and an alien that had drawn near was blown to pieces, its blood and guts scattered, with several droplets of acidic blood landing on Joseph. Joseph's expression darkened as he looked at the mere 3 Guile thunders remaining before him. These damned creatures weren't limited to the dozen or so that had shown themselves earlier. They had intentionally given us false hope and illusions. Glancing back at Wino, who had begun a fierce rampage after taking the drug, but whose body was increasingly stained with acidic blood, Joseph sighed. Buddy, let's split up and run. Source.com, updated on Omicron. Having said that, he retreated to the edge of the cliff. Click click, a pebble was dislodged by his footsteps, rolling down into the valley below, where he could see the clearly defined 3 waves of fugitives. Damn it! They hadn't even formally entered the cannon fodder ranks, and it was already this troublesome. Otherwise, why would they dare to run? Standing on the edge of the cliff, digits once again appeared above Joseph's irises, and his legs underwent visible changes soon after. Looking across the valley at the opposite side that was lower but spanned nearly 100 meters in width, he took in a deep breath. If this thing really caught up, it would be too troublesome. His ammunition was definitely not enough, he had to risk it. He powered up from his feet, and as he leaped, the bottom of what seemed to be an ammo box on his back ejected a jet of flame to assist him in the jump. As he began to fall in a parabolic arc, Joseph readjusted his direction mid-air and initiated another jet. After adjusting 4 times in the air like this, he crashed heavily onto the lower ground of the opposite side of the valley, slamming into the branches of a tree. Using the continual breaking of branches to slow his descent, Joseph finally fell onto the leaf-strewn ground. He then struggled to his feet and hastily ran into the rainforest. Meanwhile, Wino appeared unconcerned with his comrade's departure. Still furiously clashing with the aliens, raging like a madman, against aliens who surpassed human dexterity, speed, and strength, the enhanced Wino gave off the impression that they could not get close to him. He rampaged here, causing acidic blood to splash and scatter. The double-bladed axe collisions, headbutts, each strike landed heavily. He could even directly catch an alien's tail mid-strike, hurling the creature to the ground and then stomping on it to burst it open. And yet, he showed no intention whatsoever of using this power to escape. He allowed the acidic blood to corrode his weapons and armor. Even the originally complete full-body armor had fallen off in many places due to corrosion. Plenty of the acidic blood landed on his callus-like skin, yet it seemed as if he felt no pain. But it was at this moment that a tail whip, far exceeding those of the ordinary aliens, lashed out from the depths of the rainforest and pierced Wino's body brutally, whereas the ordinary alien tails that Wino could grab with one hand, or even fling back, this sudden strike left him with no recourse except to firmly grab hold of the tail. Wino stood on his legs, his abdomen pierced through, his arms tightly clutched the long tail that far surpassed that of an ordinary alien, pulling it as if he was trying to drag the owner of the long tail out of the rainforest in a frenzied manner. However, as the long tail exerted force and lifted him off the ground, his movements became somewhat comical, accompanied by the rustling friction on the ground. A massive alien, completely different from the ordinary ones and with a hint of a python's outline, slithered out from the shadow of the rainforest, looking utterly terrifying under the moonlight. Its body was covered in black exoskeleton, lacking limbs, but its head resembled that of a giant trilobite, and its length was comparable to a python's, but even thicker. In fact, it would be more accurate to say it was a supersized trilobite with a long tail rather than a python. The alien python slowly lifted Wino's writhing body to its eyes, seemed to sniff at him, and, without ejecting its more disgusting oral appendage to kill him, flicked its tail and hurled Wino into the rainforest. A number of regular aliens quickly pounced toward the area where Wino was thrown, and then the alien python locked its gaze on the opposite side of the valley, let out a hiss, and charged towards the other side of the valley with a reckless abandon. With no bit of concern for the few small karamis that had escaped, the few remaining ordinary aliens that hadn't been tasked with transporting Wino also followed hot on its trail towards the opposite side of the valley. While they couldn't leap such a great distance, the cliff along the mountain was nothing more than flat ground to the aliens, who were unaffected. They easily crossed the valley, then climbed up and entered the woodland. The once fiercely contested battlefield suddenly returned to calm, leaving behind a field of alien corpses and a pile of python bodies below. The night wind blew, bringing a whiff of sour blood and the stench of decay. Then, after a moment, as the shadows twisted, it seemed a figure formed from the black smoke within the shadows. Continuing to chew on the blood orchid, Tao Yu looked at the scene before him, his eyes carrying some solemnity. As expected of someone from the inner city, his pockets are indeed deep, and he's got quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Seeing the aliens blasted into pieces, thinking of Joseph's earlier autonomously ejecting Seeker Gao thunders, and Wino's suddenly unleashed trump card, Tao Yu also mused to himself. To judge their limits based on their initial dealings with those giant snakes would be folly. If one were to base their attack on that earlier performance, they'd really die without knowing how. But the aliens were truly strong. Now it seemed that the people from the primitive tribe had likely not run away due to the pythons. It was highly probable that they were abducted by the aliens to be used as breeding machines. The aliens being here, aside from being attracted by my own gunfire, might even have come specifically to hunt these pythons. Thinking of that last terrifying alien python, Tao Yu felt a chill in his heart. If these 20 or 30 pythons were to be captured by the aliens, for newcomers like them, who had just awakened, it would truly be a hellish difficulty. But Tao Yu didn't have time to think further. He immediately started searching for the Yuan Force items condensed from the dead aliens. Enduring the disgust, most of the Yuan Force was concentrated in the tails of the aliens, with a smaller amount in the oral appendages. Tao Yu didn't care about the strong acidic blood that accidentally stained his hands during collection. He forcefully sped up the harvest using the exaggeratedly potent action capability from one proof forever proof, even surpassing that of combat movement. Initially, Tao Yu was worried that the aliens might have the ability to sense his presence. However, after trying to approach a couple of solitary aliens and confirming they really couldn't detect him using bullet time, his courage grew. he waited for an opportunity from the shadows in the distance all along. The continuous consumption of mental energy to hide in the shadows was significant, and under normal conditions, he wouldn't have been able to stay for so long. But by continuously consuming blood orchid to enhance himself, the side effect also rapidly replenished his mental energy. The blood orchid not only strengthened his body when ingested but also contained energy far surpassing ordinary meat, allowing Tao Yu's consumption while hiding to be even slower than his replenishment rate. For ordinary people, the blood orchid might only provide fullness and energy, having no healing properties. But for Tao Yu, the injuries he sustained while searching for loot, acid burns included, were also healed on the go. Now was the time for harvest, and his wait had not been in vain. Chapter 25, Chapter 22 Direction. Different abilities can be stacked, but it's a pity that the same ones can't be exploited for bugs. Tao Yu looked at his new stealth, alien skill, also feeling somewhat sentimental. Through the previously modified basic combat and basic blade, which allowed for stacking by doubling the energy consumption for flaw insight, Tao Yu also knew that some redundant parts within deification skills could indeed be stacked. The dozen or so aliens provided him with over 300 units of Yuan Force. And the information carried by the alien tails also successfully converged to form the stealth, alien skill. After his deification, Tao Yu found that this ability was similar to the Python's stealth deification effect. Only it cost 450 Yuan Force and was stronger in all aspects. The most critical aspect was that the effects of both stealth abilities could be stacked. Once the skills were stacked, his degree of transformation during shadow evasion had significantly increased. Now, passing through shrubbery while in the shadows, he no longer experienced collisions. However, the price of the power stacking was an increase in the consumption of mental and physical energy. Fortunately, the degree of stacking could be adjusted by the individual based on the varying levels of energy exerted. Having already tasted the benefits of stealth, modified, Tao Yu was quite satisfied with this skill. With the reaction from bullet time, as long as he still had enough physical strength, he could even use this skill to evade some damage. He took another step towards becoming an assassin. Unfortunately, Tao Yu excitedly collected another python tooth, only to find out that he could not acquire python abilities again. Bugs are hard to exploit. After absorbing another alien's Yuan Force mouth, Tao Yu also closed his eyes to sense the new skill that had yet to take shape. Source.com. Updated on new. Omicron. Unlike the python, whose two skill informations lies in the teeth, the alien skill informations were in its tail and mouth. However, the chances of a Yuan Force mouth appearing after death were much lower than that of a Yuan Force tail. So Tao Yu hadn't yet completed that new skill, but through the chaotic fragments of information, he could roughly make out that it might be some kind of ambush ability that increased stealthy killing power. If I'm to be an assassin, then so be it. It seems I'm quite suited to this ghastly environment, and the speed of my physical enhancement isn't too bad either. Tao Yu pinched his bicep. Previously skinny, his body had become strong thanks to the accelerated basic breathing method and sufficient blood food since his arrival here. Especially after indulgently consuming dozens of blood orchids, Tao Yu could vaguely feel that his current physical condition had reached, or even exceeded, the limits of an ordinary person. Not only that, but as the qi blood surged within his body, he could feel that his upper limit had increased a bit, and he could continue to develop his remaining potential using the basic breathing technique, modified. The increases to the upper limit from the breathing technique and the blood orchids could be stacked. Although it's a bit extravagant, it's also absolutely necessary. Tao Yu knew that if he took the blood orchids back to sell, he could get a high price, but he did not feel a loss spending on his own strength. If he were to sell them, such a number of blood orchids might even attract trouble. Better to consume them himself. It's crucial to stay alive for now. Nevertheless, Tao Yu still kept 5 blood orchids just in case. Not only could he have the opportunity to sell them outside, but they could also be used in critical moments as high-energy food for rapid replenishment of physical and mental energy. Beyond that, his backpack was packed full with the remaining serpent fangs. These serpent fangs couldn't provide a new skill anymore. And while they also weren't lacking as a source of 300 or 400 points of Yuan Force, they didn't offer the same rapid, direct enhancement as the blood orchids. Should he urgently need it, Tao Yu would certainly absorb them directly, but if there was a chance, they could also be sold, especially since they were part of a set of skills from the development zone. Wino's effort to recruit people indicated that these skills were quite valuable for some pioneers, potentially worth several or even more than 10 times their value once completed. His parents' annual income without spending was only 3,000 or 4,000, and if daily expenses were deducted, they had to save for several years. No wonder the aristocrats of the inner city start off so easily with 100,000 units of Yuan Force, and their equipment and items are probably of the same level. The income gap is just too vast. Tightening his backpack, Tao Yu, standing within the valley, looked towards the opposite bank. However, the inner city aristocrats don't get this sort of reward every time, or else Wino wouldn't bother recruiting people. So, the 3,000 Yuan Force that Joseph lent must be quite important to him. With this thought, a profound look appeared in Tao Yu's eyes. The interest rate of returning 13 for a loan of 9 is too high. I need to clear the debt soon. Afterward, he didn't choose to leave through the path leading out from the valley along the bank but instead climbed towards the opposite bank where Joseph had jumped towards, in the direction where the aliens and Python had gone. The alien could climb up swiftly with a simple scratch of its claws. But since arriving here, Tao Yu had to climb as though he was rock climbing. Fortunately, with his current physical condition being quite exceptional, even carrying a backpack that weighed several tens of pounds, his climbing was still relatively smooth. He didn't have a system-based climbing skill, but his physical fitness was enough to compensate for this deficiency. Moonlight poured over him. And thanks to the passive dynamic vision provided by bullet time, Tao Yu's sight was completely unaffected by the darkness. After climbing the cliff on the opposite shore, the dark rainforest before his eyes appeared quite clear, and he could even discern the traces of the Python alien moving through the woods. Glancing at his stealth, modified and stealth 2, modified skills, Tao Yu's courage surged. Previously, a single stealth skill was enough to slip past an alien. Now, with 2 stacked, there was no reason to fear anything. Moreover, even without actively using shadow evasion, the combined passive stealth capability of the 2 skills ensured he had a decent level of concealment, not easily detectable by others. Passive stealth might not be as good as shadow evasion, but you just can't ignore that it has no consumption. Actually, my body has become quite strong, climbing up such a steep cliff easily with a load on my back, and without even being out of breath. Tao Yu looked back at the cliff face, which was far more steep than the descent had been, and felt a sense of achievement in his heart. When he had first arrived, even with the enhancement from the breathing technique, climbing a tree would leave him breathless. The difference now was quite clear. Nonetheless, it's a pity that with only the physical qualities of a human pushed to the limit, he was still rather insignificant compared to monsters like the aliens and pythons. Compared to the enhancements from his skills, he was still too weak, extremely unbalanced in abilities. The body is the foundation of everything. With these musings in mind, Tao Yu also tucked his gun away and, carrying his backpack, entered the dark rainforest ahead. Being in debt makes even sleep uneasy. It's time to resolve this debt. It's inconsequential if others scatter, the slight injury is of no major concern. But I definitely need to find Brother Jose and repay him properly. An alien crouched atop a tree, its mouthparts continuously sniffing at the trunk, oozing mucus that kept on dripping, looking utterly disgusting. Its slender tail swished about, emitting a lethal threat. The next moment, as if it heard some movement below, it pounced on the ground covered with thick leaves, moving closer to a large tree trunk in the direction of the sound. It accelerated suddenly and poked out its head, its tail seemingly ready to strike at any moment. But then, it discovered that there was nothing behind the tree trunk, no sign of anything. All it saw when it looked down was a pebble that had just stopped rolling, and it slowly extended its mouthparts as if to sniff at something once again. A flash of cold, white light swept by and the alien's body stiffened, and after a moment, its head slowly slid off, resulting in a decapitation, as the head fell. The alien's green acidic blood gushed out, staining the surroundings green and emitting a sizzling corrosive sound. Only after the alien's body completely stopped moving did a figure emerge slowly from the shadows with a wisp of black smoke, looking at the alien's tail, which was gathering Yuan Force, and couldn't help but purse his lips. It's the tail again, what a misfortune. Shaking and folding the slightly damaged boomerang mark in his hand, Tao Yu reattached it to his back, and also took a moment to feel the strain on his body. A double stealth charging, combined with bullet time, the chi blood from the breathing technique, and the multiple layers of charge from burst, modified and basic blade, modified. Using Wino's alloy boomerang mark to behead, cutting through the alien was as smooth as slicing through butter, decapitating the alien in an instant. However, this test also made Tao Yu aware of minor strains from his thigh to his waist, and then to the tendons and ligaments in his arms, along with nearly 40% physical exhaustion and about 20% mental fatigue. Compared to the previous encounter with the 3 snakes, this is much better. At least it's just a strain without any tears, and it's less costly to repair. An additional 10% of my energy should be enough to recover from the injury, and there's still energy to spare. But my endurance is still inadequate. Tao Yu stuffed a few plump tree bugs into his mouth. With some auxiliary abilities from deification, his eating habits had also become much bolder. However, looking at the chunk of alien corpse ahead labeled toxic, Tao Yu still couldn't bring himself to eat it. Best stick to eating bugs instead. Jose is pretty good at hiding. The alien that came over obviously hasn't found him yet, so he must have some unrevealed abilities. After securely collecting the alien's tail spike and realizing he couldn't fit it in his backpack, Tao Yu hesitated briefly, then directly absorbed it. Such skills need to be in sets to fetch a high price. If not in a set, it's better to just absorb them as units of Yuan Force. Ordinary people can't ignore the mental impact of cluttered information, they need much more than I do. So it's probably very difficult to assemble another complete set that would be sufficient for ordinary people to take with them. The absorbed Yuan Force can be used to heal injuries when necessary. It's somehow more reassuring. Chapter 26. Chapter 23. Paying off debts. Joseph relentlessly weaved through the forest, his skin showing numerous signs of corrosion, exposing half of his mechanically augmented face, which resembled a metallic skull. One of his eyes glimmered with a red brilliance. Beasts. The half-skull mechanical visage of Joseph twisted into a ferocious expression. Who would have thought that a mere awakening day would bring about such a mess? The death of inner-city offspring on awakening day. How long had it been since that was news? Such a disgrace. But thinking of the troublesome Yuan Force creatures, and the python-like monster he had caught a glimpse of when he had looked back earlier, Joseph felt a heavy weight in his heart. Fortunately, he was partly mechanized, and in combination with certain devices on his body, he had fairly advanced methods of masking his scent, otherwise he might have already been caught by those creatures. Even now, through the early warning devices he had set up along his path, he could sense that those things were drawing near, although the number seemed small, enough for him to deal with. Joseph had no intention of turning to fight. These were cunning Yuan Force creatures. They would intentionally expose weaknesses to entice their prey, giving the illusion that they could be defeated. The reason he and his partner had lasted so long was precisely this. Having barely escaped, he couldn't risk trying his luck. Source.com, updated on new.omicron. When I make it back successfully, I'll bring people to wipe out your nest. Damn it, the losses are massive. Even by Joseph's net worth, he couldn't help but feel pained at the losses incurred along the way. Whether it was the Guile Thunder or the cost of repairing the corroded parts on his body, the expenses were not cheap. To gain nothing and lose so much was truly embarrassing. I hope that B-Rank Kid is still alive, otherwise, there's really no gain at all. Joseph then thought about the 3,000 units of Yuan Force he had lent out, and the B-Rank talent from the outer city Mudleg. If that Mudleg survived, it might make up for some of the loss. Having suffered such a great loss, he needed to recover somewhere. However, the idea of using the loan relationship to make him a lackey felt like a bad deal. He had to find a way to turn him into a personal cannon fodder and slave. This wilderness environment was more dangerous than expected. get a loan from his family, give them a bit more happiness. I should be able to arrange something. I'll think it over carefully. Joseph pondered to himself. Surely an outer city mudleg receiving favor from an inner city offspring like himself would be eternally grateful. It was at that moment Joseph froze, halting and on high alert. As the last early warning device he had set up was triggered, but it failed to send back a clear image. Something was coming. Standing still, ceasing the noise created by his own movement, Joseph increased his ability to process sounds. But apart from the sound of the wind through the branches, no other noises were captured by him. Joseph's shoulder-mounted gun elevated, his mechanical arm once again switching to Gatling mode. His other hand withdrawing a high-energy incendiary bomb, as a look of seriousness appeared on his half-mechanized skull-like face, the mechanical eyes scanning all around. However, the next moment, a bullet struck his forehead with a sneaky angle. The severe impact made the bullet seem embedded into the metallic skull. Before Joseph could recover from the massive shock, a soul-tearing sensation suddenly emerged. He had felt this kind of attack before. It was the kind of attack his father had him get accustomed to in advance, to remind him of some special offensive techniques. It was an attack from the psychic side. Psychic energy on a bullet? What the hell? But his thoughts were immediately shattered by the second bullet, followed by the third. The fourth. The continuous ripping sensation disrupted all his thoughts, breaking every consideration. A succession of bursts came from the treetops in the distance. Intense pain caused Joseph to twist and struggle in place, but it was futile. The bullets, as if they had eyes, locked firmly onto his head, the alloy exoskeleton, specifically thickened for vital areas, which even aliens couldn't penetrate, now burst with sparks from the bullet collisions. The relentless psychic onslaught in his brain left Joseph incapable of mounting an effective counterattack, only able to madly fire his shoulder cannon aimlessly, breaking the surrounding branches, leaving terrifying gashes on the giant trees, even toppling two of them. The transformed Gatling in his hand whipped around wildly, sending debris flying. The unactivated high-energy incendiary bomb also fell limply from his hand to the ground. The next moment, he even opened his mouth, revealing a dark gun barrel, and began shooting indiscriminately. He looked insane. Bursts of electronic noise poured out of the speaker in his chest. Come out, beasts! Beasts! Who is it? Who is it? But obviously, no one could answer his questions, leaving Joseph in agony as he struggled futilely and raged in vain. Finally, a bullet pierced through the last layer of protection, lifting the armor over his eye socket, and drilled in mercilessly. After firing blindly into the air for a while, Joseph's body stiffened and he fell to the ground. But even though he was already on the ground, the shooting never paused for a moment, continuing until 2 magazines were emptied. It was only then that Tao Yu started to reload a fresh magazine while refilling the empty ones with bullets. Chapter 27. Chapter 23 Debt Repayment _2. No wonder mechanical and alien augmentations are so popular, they do have an innate advantage in terms of defense. Tao Yu looked at the head of Joseph, which had already been battered, and couldn't help but feel some emotion deep inside. In the many shards of worlds within the abyss, situations where the weak overcome the strong and make a first kill were quite common. Top warriors being shot in the head and dying in resentment wasn't anything out of the ordinary. The many stories he had heard, as well as rumors from his parents, all contained such records. Clearly, Joseph's head modifications were likely meant to guard against sneak attacks with firearms, equipped with armor, taking more than a dozen bullets before losing the ability to fight back. The additional stabs made Tao Yu feel uneasy too. Earlier, Wino, with his alien enhancement providing a more robust physique, also had full body armor. They must have armed themselves that way to increase their margin for error. They were guarding against a catastrophic failure. This dead man was also an inner city pioneer, still had a gun in his mouth. If it hadn't been for the sneak attack, even if we had knocked him to the ground, giving him a chance would have possibly led to a turnaround against the odds. Tao Yu thought about how the other had chaotically shot from his mouth at the last moment, and felt somewhat stifled. This was something he had not exposed even when fighting the aliens. Source: Com, updated on Omicron New Omicron. He had considered crippling the opponent and then forcing him to convert his Yuan Force over, but now thought it was good that he hadn't acted on it. After all, he wasn't foolish. Had he really converted it for himself, it would have truly been worthless. Looking at Joseph's body, Tao Yu fell silent for a moment and ultimately chose not to search the body. After being pressured by an alien onslaught, this guy had probably been forced to reveal most of his trump cards. After all, with mechanical augmentation, who knew if there was anything installed for a desperate last stand? Boom! A violent explosion rose to the sky. Even at some distance, Tao Yu could feel the strong wind and heat wave hitting him directly. Seeing the explosion bigger than Wino's high-explosive grenade, Tao Yu couldn't help but inwardly curse. You Temer really had something up your sleeve. Glancing back at the deep rainforest, Tao Yu hesitated no longer, stuffed several plump and pale caterpillars into his mouth, and then leaped down from the treetops, quickly moving toward the east. The danger was resolved, and his gains were already considerable. Now it was all about successfully making it back alive. His current abilities were sufficient enough for survival. The remaining Yuan Force could be considered for extending the usage period based on the leftover time, to increase the cost-effectiveness of the Yuan Force. Taking advantage of the abundant meat in the rainforest, he planned to use up all the Yuan Force before heading back. ZZZT, that kind of Yuan Force creature should possess a parasitic ability. Its young are very weak and responsible for infesting hosts, developing different abilities based on the host. We discovered that the radio we received was from a crashed spaceship, but most of the useful stuff has been destroyed, which is a shame. We killed a synthetic human who kept trying to trick us into feeding one of those Yuan Force creatures. But there's a toxin called blackwater around here, and one careless move could be dangerous for you. It's not suitable as a new settlement location. Atop the treetop, Tao Yu held his antiquated receiver, picking up the new day's reports. It turned out the siblings from the floating city had almost cleared the neighboring grassland area. Joseph and Wino, these inner-city pioneers, had shown various powerful trump cards at the critical moment of life and death, which made Tao Yu tense just thinking about it now. The sneak attack on Joseph would have likely resulted in our position being locked onto from a distance for a precise counterattack had it not been combined with a psychic assault. Wino's fury was quite explosive. It seems that it's not all that strange for the siblings from Floating City to bulldoze through the neighboring fragments. The mission objectives have now been updated. Centering around the descendants from the inner city, everyone should start to disperse and explore, to select a site for gathering, searching for new world fragments. There are still 3 days left before the first batch of pioneers returns. The main task for all pioneers these few days is to stick together and survive. After returning to Starshine City, we'll arrange according to everyone's specific circumstances. As long as you make it back alive, you'll have completed the mission. Any recognized combat talent or support talent will receive a guaranteed reward of 1,000 units of Yuan Force. Obviously, because of the presence of the Blackwater toxin, capable of giving birth to aliens, the prairie area is indeed not suitable for use as a gathering place. If they put in some effort to develop the forest area and spend some time, it does have the potential. However, it's clear that the siblings are still looking for a better area. A temporary gathering place is fine, but there are many factors to consider if one intends to develop it into a new long-term gathering place. The environment for survival, resources for living, the general situation of the nearby world fragments, safety, and risk, among other things. Although the guy from Floating City is sometimes blunt, Tao Yu has to admit that for ordinary people entering this time, it's indeed fortunate to have 2 strong supporters from Floating City. Only they have the ability to mobilize enough resources to create a relatively stable area. The reward of at least 1,000 units of Yuan Force for combat talents and recognized support talents alone after returning is already quite generous. This is probably a benefit that only happens during a temporal anomaly when new lands are opened, enough for the average families of the outer city to go wild with joy. There is quite a big difference in style between the Floating City siblings and the 2 inner city pioneers. Or to put it another way, to the people of Floating City, the slight gains of the mud-legged folks from the outer city are not worth considering. Tao Yu, who had been crossing the rainforest alone for several days, could also feel that kind of fatigue that comes with solitude. In terms of strength, he could defeat the aliens and pythons, and even if it were a python alien, if he got the chance, he could engage it by overexerting his body. His ability to sneak attack could create various possibilities. But the oppressive feeling of having to keep one eye open even while resting kept Tao Yu's nerves stretched tight. He was afraid that the moment he opened his eyes, he would meet the cherry-like mouth of an alien. Most of the time, the vigilance and caution are of no use, just wasted effort, yet he had to maintain constant alertness. Tao Yu could develop different versions of infiltration from both the python and the alien, which shows that they were extremely good at sneak attacks as well. With Tao Yu's current strength, if he were successfully ambushed, he would be done for. It's only by relying on the power of bullet time that he could detect threats in advance while remaining vigilant. And now that he had infiltration modification, his ability to save himself was very strong, provided that he had enough alertness. Still, it's the lack of stamina and defense. If I could maintain shadow evasion throughout the whole journey, or if my defense was strong enough to survive one sneak attack without dying, I wouldn't need to be so tense. Tao Yu lamented in his heart, thinking of Joseph's head that took over a dozen bullets, and then of Wino's full-body armor. After listening to the broadcast, Tao Yu flipped down from the tree and cut off a piece of meat from the roast wild pig on the fire with a small knife. Even though he still had some salt, without anything to remove the gamey taste, it was really hard to eat. Chapter 28. 24 Chapter Clues. Thanks to Alliance Hierarch, Novice Village Chief Typhel, is this: the barrier of a world fragment. Tao Yu looked at the grassland ahead, his eyes also filled with a shocked expression. An abrupt scene change. On the last day before returning, he barely made it through the rainforest and arrived at the grassland mentioned by the radio. Looking back, the dense rainforest that suddenly appeared was right behind him. You could see many giant trees, all of them were violently torn apart in the middle. Many of the outermost giant trees looked as if they had been cut vertically, exposing their uneven cores. The cut surface was not smooth, as if nibbled by a dog. The same as the higher ground below. The messy cut surface of the ground also revealed many tree roots. The ground was about 3 meters higher than the grassland side. It was as if a piece of the puzzle was violently torn off and then forcibly stuffed here, completing the assembly, one line apart, and there are two worlds. Tao Yu raised his head to look at the sky, for now. The cloud layers and the sunlight didn't seem to show any obvious signs of division. Perhaps there used to be. But clouds change constantly, and after being torn, they slowly became a new form, and overall the puzzle was still completed. As for sunlight and day and night, I had heard that the situation within the abyss fragments was also relatively chaotic. Sometimes several fragments are unified together, sometimes adjacent worlds are completely different, and there are even wholly independent worlds. In short, the situation in the abyss is very chaotic and complex. Even the company's records are not comprehensive, and whether one can fly out of the atmosphere to see if the outside is a star-filled sky is also entirely uncertain, likely Schrödinger's superposition. You only know once you go there. It's said that near the company's gathering place, when a new world fragment appears, it's possible that it will fall from this kind of division area, or even directly from a world, and then immediately form a new world, turning seas into mulberry fields overnight. Tao Yu thought of the limited information he had learned and couldn't help feeling somewhat emotional. Besides that, when he jumped from the rainforest's ground, 3 meters high to the grassland, he could faintly feel a slight sense of discomfort. This must be what they call the difference in world forces. Different world fragments have different rules, and the upper and lower limits of the power exhibited in many world fragments greatly vary. However, this kind of restriction and upper limit is just a passing mention by my parents at home. It's not much related to the outsiders who are merely reaching for their own limits. Actually, the most apparent place for these restrictions is the world we currently live in. The world will is suppressing the power while resisting the consumption by the abyss. It must be each world's self-protection mechanism. But then again, These things don't matter much to the outsiders, the mud-legged peasants. It seems the stronger one is, the more significant the suppression. Besides that, theoretically, unique Yuan Force creatures from world fragments should meet some resistance when entering other fragments. But seeing how the aliens are happily roaming everywhere in the rainforest, this resistance's strength must also vary depending on the world. The grass is growing quite lush here, so I don't need to worry about not finding shade. Tao Yu surveyed the grassland. The grass here generally grew to chest height and was exceptionally lush. With the chi-foam breeze blowing, you could see wave-like ripples in the sea of grass. But beneath this grassland lie various hidden dangers. Leaving others aside, if the alien crawled and moved at high speed, it could completely hide itself within the sea of grass. Fortunately, there is also shade here, and Tao Yu also has superior hiding skills. From what I heard in the broadcast, this should be that ruined planet. From the Prometheus world, which, due to the black water, normally has no life on this grassland, and there's not much food. Because he had always maintained the acceleration breathing technique. Tao Yu's need for food was still quite substantial, and this was the first thing he considered. But since this place connected to the rainforest, and the alien as a Yuan Force creature had entered the rainforest, it's certain that animals from the rainforest would venture into this deathly silent grassland. There are no restrictions on the movement of ordinary animals. However, due to the black water, many of these animals will probably encounter misfortune and become alien materials. It's not known how long these two world fragments have been adjacent. But since the facehuggers are already running everywhere, the situation is probably quite severe. This made Tao Yu's eyes fill with concern. With the presence of black water and the addition of facehuggers, all the animals in the rainforest have the potential to become aliens. As time goes by, two worlds eroding each other, will they eventually form an endless army of aliens? TCH, those guys from the floating cities are quite keen. They know this isn't a good place to settle down. But in fact, if their choice of location is close to here, they might still be affected, or it's almost unavoidable. The pioneers from Starshine City on foot, searching for a suitable gathering spot, could possibly be slower than the spreading speed of the aliens. What kind of world is this? If there were only the pythons from the rainforest, it would be more challenging than a normal awakening day, but it's still somewhat manageable. Just having the aliens from the grasslands would be the same, because originally there were no creatures on the grasslands, the number of aliens was limited. But when these two cursed places combined, the resource-rich rainforest with the superior python and the aliens, this combination directly causes a disastrous situation. At least even for the current Tao Yu, it's enough to make his scalp tingle. Chapter 29, Chapter 24 Clues. Thanks to Alliance Hierarch, Novice Village Chief Typhel, _2, we must find a new world fragment, preferably one that can block Yuan Force creatures. These two places are too demonic. Tao Yu didn't venture deep into the grasslands but kept walking towards the distance along the border of the rainforest and grasslands. Beside him was the over 3-meter-tall rainforest floor and the occasional roots appearing through the mud below, looking like a mud wall. He surveyed the area but didn't see the smoke signals set by the two-man team from the floating city, so the distance must be very far. Given that, he wanted to try to reach another world fragment. He didn't know how large these two world fragments were. If a whole planet was torn apart and thrown here, that would really be a leg-breaking journey. Traversing the globe on foot? What a hellish joke. I wonder if I can get some kind of assembled mountain bike when I go back. It would be even better if it were solar-powered electric. Since it was the last day, Tao Yu allowed himself to relax a little and cleared his mind. However, at that moment, he frowned slightly, turning to look at the sea of grass as tall as a person. The rippling of the grass was wrong. Something was coming his way. An alien? Source.com, updated on Omicron New Omicron. Tao Yu's heart sank, and then he quickly slipped into shadow evasion. Suddenly, the surrounding scene became mottled, turning into a view from within the shadows. The next moment, he moved rapidly towards the source of the noise. The perspective of moving through the shadows, with reflections all around him speeding past. Although his spirit and physical strength were declining, The speed was much faster than his own full sprint. The most critical thing was, as long as he increased his mental energy consumption, he could overlay double the depth of shadow with 2 major stealth skills. He could keep reducing his own collision volume, though not capable of passing through walls, but moving through the grass he could almost not affect its sway. And no footprints or traces would be left on the ground. Looks like it's 5 of them, TSK, quite troublesome. Tao Yu now had a clear judgment of himself. He could dispatch 1 or even 2 aliens with consecutive close combat sneak attacks. But if he encountered more than 3 at the same time, he would have to consider using firearms for a tactical retreat. 5 was about the limit he could handle. He would need to use all his abilities and items. The endurance was nearly pushed to the limit, which was too risky. He would probably have to make a tactical retreat first. He had high burst damage and high killing power. Even if an alien's individual strength was a bit stronger, he was confident he could handle it, even assassination in a sneak attack. But facing an ongoing battle or encirclement was quite awkward, still not enough endurance. However, soon after, Tao Yu, looking at the ferocious gray wolf in front of him that was about half his height, couldn't help but feel speechless. It turns out it was just a few gray wolves. Wasn't that a scare? Although the gray wolf he saw had the size of an Alaskan Malamute and was quite ferocious, compared to the previously assumed aliens, it still made Tao Yu breathe a sigh of relief. Not bad, not bad, think of it as a supplement to my meat intake. I'll dry it and hide it. Who knows if there'll be any next time. While thinking this, Tao Yu swung his sword and beheaded the gray wolf in front of him without wasting any enhancements. Although he swung casually, Tao Yu did not underestimate the gray wolves. Without tools and weapons, 5 large gray wolves could still be lethal to Tao Yu. Because of their number, it is easy to be overwhelmed. In the evolutionary process of canines, their teeth are very good at tearing and biting. They bite and run, easily ripping off a chunk of flesh, specially designed for group attacks. On the other hand, although felines have long canines that kill in one strike, they're not actually good at group attacks. Even when lions, which live in groups, cooperate, they mainly rely on their claws, using their teeth to lock the throat or the spine. If the claws are not well set, their teeth can easily break. 5 wolves of this size in an environment with such grassland height can easily cause even an individual with a gun to have an accident. But now with my physical fitness combined with a weapon, paying attention, I should also be fine, right? After killing 1 wolf, Tao Yu didn't want to waste extra mental energy to slip into shadow evasion again. Looking at the bayonet on the assault rifle and feeling the burst of strength from his body, he prepared to get a bit of practice. With bullet time to fall back on, he wasn't afraid of messing up. This is indeed a good opportunity. Whoosh! The next moment, the second gray wolf sprang out from the bushes, its ferocious teeth interlocked, revealing a wildness utterly unlike that of domestic dogs. Without using any additional skills, just passive dynamic vision and the passive enhancement of basic weaponry, taking a casual step to the side, Tao Yu, with his physique at the limits of a normal human, thrust the bayonet precisely into the wolf's neck. After crashing heavily to the ground, the gray wolf struggled for a bit, but soon, as the blood soaked in, its struggles grew weaker and weaker. Humans can indeed be considered fierce beasts. Tao Yu chuckled lightly, then turned and slammed the butt of his gun hard against the head of another wolf attempting to attack from behind. The strength of a human at their limit, combined with the striking techniques of basic weaponry, cracked open the skull of the attacking wolf with a single hit. It's time for you to recall the memories of being dominated by those terrifying upright apes. When Tao Yu saw the little mouth of the 4th incoming alien, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This number 6, I knew you guys would be so cunning. Bullet time. The scenery around him slowed, and the lunging creature's movements suddenly decelerated. Because the alien was in mid-lunge, apart from its deviously aimed tail, it lacked points of leverage. Relying solely on the consumption bonus provided by bullet time, complemented by the chi blood from his breathing technique, and the explosion improved, Tao Yu pushed his tendons to the extreme and easily completed the evasion. This time, Tao Yu did not immediately resort to shadow evasion, but instead turned lifted his gun and focused his mind to squeeze the trigger. Rat-a-tat, bullets drilled into the body of the sneaky attacker from behind, acidic blood splattered. After being hit by the bullets, the alien, aside from the physical rigidity caused by the bullet's impact, also seemed to react much slower. It was left writhing and rolling on the ground, unable to mount any effective counterattack. After firing half a magazine, Tao Yu retreated into the shadows while moving back. His speed surged again as he headed towards the last wolf at high speed. Why has it turned back into a wolf again? After casually chopping down the last one, Tao Yu also appeared somewhat speechless. He was already prepared for the last two creatures to be aliens, planning to deal with one using firearms to save strength and mental focus, and then stealth killing the second, but the confidently anticipated second hit turned out, yet again, to be a wolf. 4 wolves and 1 alien? Tao Yu even suspected that the alien had originally intended to quietly trail and capture these gray wolves. That seems to be the only reasonable explanation. However, given the appearance of the alien, Tao Yu wasn't in the mood to relax and slowly make jerky anymore. After cutting off the hind legs of 2 wolves, Tao Yu didn't get greedy. It was already the last day anyway, and he cut off 2 legs just to bring back some meat. Hey, not bad luck at all. Feeling the location where the alien was concentrating its Yuan Force in its mouth, Tao Yu also appeared somewhat pleased. He was only 1 or 2 away from his second skill, and the chances for the mouth of Yuan Force were rather slim. Even if it didn't fully form after absorbing this one, the added Yuan Force should be enough. But are there such large wolves in the rainforest? While absorbing the mouth of Yuan Force, Tao Yu also wondered. Traveling through the rainforest for so many days, he had only seen one type of frail little wolf that ate fruit, never one this large. Does that mean it could have come over from another fragment of a world? Creatures infused with Yuan Force might face resistance when traveling through world fragments, but ordinary creatures wouldn't. Chapter 30, Chapter 25 Return, Time is up. With that moment of enlightenment in his heart, Tao Yu knew that the 15-day trial of Awakening Day was about to end. Everyone who awakens their talent at the age of 18 and becomes a pioneer must stay in the abyssal rift for 15 days by force, and only then will they re-establish contact with the will of the world and return. Besides this time, subsequent travels between the abyss and the real world rely on individual meditation, and after getting proficient, a quarter of an hour of meditation is enough to complete the transfer. However, no matter which side, the minimum cooldown time for transfer is 5 days, and staying too long in the real world could lead to accumulating insanity. Therefore, it is best to visit the abyss once a month. The same holds true in the abyss. One must regularly return to the real world if they stay for too long. However, this varies from person to person and is not absolute. Some can last longer, others go mad in less than a month, and current conclusions are drawn from experience. It is only certain that the stronger one's power, the longer they can maintain continuity, whether in the abyss or the real world. Stories circulate about some powerful figures who are thought to be dead because they haven't been seen for a long time. But in reality, they have encountered some special events in the abyss. It is said that in some unique areas of the abyss that are beyond the influence of the world's will, transfer becomes impossible. Wealthy people can use Yuan Force to extend their duration and such. However, these special circumstances had nothing to do with Tao Yu, the former outsider Mudleg. Ordinary outsiders would travel to and fro once a month. Source.com, updated on Omicron. Tao Yu found his body gradually disappearing like a mosaic being erased, and in the next moment, the scene before his eyes transformed. It was still the public square he had left from in the outer city, with the same old spotty statue. The floating city above their heads still hung in the sky, bringing with it a heavy sense of oppression. The gray mist wall on the perimeter was also still churning. As he returned, human voices gradually began to enter his ears. He's back. He's back. The first batch has already returned. Why so few? Are there even 50 people? Abeo, are you there? Why only so few? What has happened with the space-time anomaly? Even the inner city has lost people? Where is Joseph? The chaotic sounds were like those in a vegetable market. Tao Yu looked around and saw that the perimeter of the square was filled with people, mostly poorly dressed and even unkempt outsiders. There were also security squads specifically maintaining order. Some well-dressed individuals stood apart, silently observing. They must be important figures from the inner city or even the floating city. In the center of the square lay or stood sparse groups of 40 or 50 people, almost each one covered in dirt and mud, with many obviously injured and continuously crying out with bloodstains. Tao Yu himself was no better off, with 15 days without a bath, rolling in mud, and some stench of blood plasma decay on his body, reeking. And the surface of the cowhide armor all congealed and filthy. Yet his dynamic vision easily caught sight of his parents, who were full of concern. They seemed to be anxiously searching for him, and then Tao Yu raised his hand and called out, "Dad, Mom, I'm here, I'm fine." Although Tao Yu had undergone a great change, strengthened by the blood orchid and the breathing technique, and with a diet constantly supplemented by meat, he had grown stronger. His height had increased considerably from being less than 1.7 meters with a skinny stature to a smooth figure close to 1.8 meters. But his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Tao, recognized him immediately, relieved to see that he was safe and appeared to have had some significant gains. They both breathed easier. It was a relief that he had returned safely. The experiences of the eldest and second child had given them PTSD. So even though their income wasn't high, they gritted their teeth and managed to provide Tao Yu with a decent entry-level set and 1,000 units of Yuan Force points. It is indisputable that without their support during the toughest times, Tao Yu would have had little chance of returning alive. How can this be? Where is Joseph? What happened to Wino? Why is he so badly injured? Startled by two cries of alarm next to him, Tao Yu jumped in shock. Damn, has someone come back to life? Glancing back, it was certain that Joseph was dead, but unexpectedly, he really did see Wino's towering figure. There was a gigantic wound torn open in his chest, with ribs splayed outward. One could even see the mangled organs within, yet this fellow had somehow managed to survive. Traveling through the rift wouldn't have any healing effects, so did this guy just tough it out? This even made Tao Yu's eyes widen in astonishment. He had assumed that the frenzied Wino would have died earlier. But who would have thought that he would be the one to survive? Was he captured to serve as a breeding machine? And then lived on through some special life force? It's a bit exaggerated. Tao Yu saw a robust red-skinned man with horns on his head and a face like that of a demon, pushed through the crowd and quickly walked up to Wino. Without any hesitation, he stuck a needle into Wino's body. His eyes full of rage. Where in the world did the world will toss itself? How come some hick from the outer city survives, yet Wino is injured so grievously? Joseph is dead. Another figure, who looked ordinary but was exceptionally beautiful, so beautiful it was surreal and unclear whether it was male or female, also had a solemn expression on their face. How is it possible? How could Joseph die in a place like this? He was probably parasitized by creatures known as aliens. If there were enough of them, it's quite normal that they couldn't cope with the situation upon entering. A cool voice came from the side, and Tao Yu also saw a slender figure. She was unblemished by dust. Still in her tight black combat suit, a sister from the floating city duo, her brother, just as exquisite and ethereal in appearance, now came over and stood to one side with a cold indifference. There were only 7 pioneers from the inner city in the first batch, and with one dead and another severely injured, the news was certainly not good. Seeing them come over, the clearly enraged red-skinned horned brute also suppressed his emotions and managed a smile. Miss Sun, I'm truly sorry it seems my son won't be able to serve you for a while. It's all right, this is a bottle of micro-life potion, it should be of some use. Heal up quickly. Sun Chiyu's pretty face still held some coldness as she tossed out a bottle of red potion, which the red-skinned brute gratefully accepted and then poured directly into Wino's wound, making a sizzling sound. Tao Yu could clearly see how Wino's originally purplish complexion seemed to have eased quite a bit. The effects of the potion were significant. Wino's condition quickly stabilized and he was placed on a stretcher and swiftly taken away. Such injuries would have spelled certain death for anyone from the outer city. but there might be a chance of survival in the inner city. After dealing with the problem of 1 injury and 1 death in the inner city, Sun Shiqing, the brother of the duo, glanced at someone on the outskirts. It was a man with a square face, impeccable attire, and neat mustache tufts. Tao Yu knew this man as well, the captain of the outer city security team, and one of the most powerful individuals in the outer city, named Zhechuan. He wore no signs of mechanical or mutant alterations, but he firmly held the position of captain of the security team, which indicated his considerable abilities. With just a look, the square-faced captain of the security team hurriedly walked over to the platform where Uncle Hu had been and loudly declared, "All right, quiet down." The somewhat chaotic scene, still filled with some sobs, quickly quieted down at his command. Although there were still a few uncontrollable sobs and some wails, the overall situation had stabilized. This time-space anomaly was an unexpected event, and the casualties are particularly tragic. Even pioneers from the inner city have perished on Awakening Day, which shows the difficulty of the ordeal. However, the city council has already urgently passed a construction proposal for a new settlement. With Miss Sun Xiu and Mr. Sun Shiqing, 2 pioneers, at the core, the Starshine Company has been commissioned to build our second settlement in Starshine City. Encountering a time-space anomaly is unfortunate, but compared to others who have faced time-space anomalies, this group is indeed fortunate. The survival rate for Awakening Day, which was originally around 60%, plummeted by more than half. Enough to illustrate the risks involved. But just as the captain of the security team, Zhechuan, said, the Starshine Company will take charge of constructing a new gathering site with the 2 core pioneers from the floating city at the helm. Compared to the pioneers of the past who faced time-space anomalies and were left to their own devices, it was indeed not too bad. At least there was something to look forward to, however, judging from the fact that they have immediately drawn conclusions now, and it seems that the Sun siblings were already informed. The siblings from the floating city must possess an artifact that allows direct communication with the present world. Indeed, their foundation is nothing that pioneers from both the inner and outer city can compare to. Chapter 31. Chapter 26. Welfare. Developing a new settlement is difficult, and it may bring danger, but this is not just about developing a settlement for the company, it's also about saving yourselves. The company has supported you up to now, and it's time for you to repay the company. And the company's generosity has also provided a special bounty for this development mission. There's even an inner city quota. Like Uncle Hu before him, Zhechuan first fed them some poisoned chicken soup, but he also offered some benefits and promises. When the words inner city quota came out, it was clear that many people's expressions changed at the scene. Many of the outsiders who had come had probably just lost loved ones. But now they were all ears, listening to what Zhechuan had to say. Tao Yu was also listening. The inner city had a better environment, and if he was truly strong enough to make a stand, of course, he wanted to move in with his family. But for now, that wasn't something he needed to consider, because the so-called inner city quota was just a carrot dangled to entice them, still too intangible. Even if he really got it, considering the gap between his strength and that of those 2 inner city sons of nobility, Tao Yu did not want to go in and be looked down upon. Some of the other related favorable conditions might be more practical by comparison. The first was skill learning. There were many dojos in the outsider areas where skills could be learned, but Tao Yu's family couldn't afford to send him there, so he only had the basic breathing technique, which his third brother taught him hands-on. The first truly practical reward this time was that owners of combat talents, or those recognized with support talents, could choose a skill to learn for free from the many dojos in the outsider areas. If the combat talent was high enough, they could even choose 2 free skills. The first skill beyond the free ones was half price, and this discount was not restricted by talent, applying to all pioneers who survived in the new settlement. The interest rate for loans to learn the first skill was also reduced, becoming a 9 for 11 return, and as long as you were a pioneer from the new settlement without a loan on your back, you must be allowed to pay in installments. In addition to the cash previously mentioned by the siblings, if the conditions were met, you could get 1,000 units of Yuan Force, which essentially paid for the half-price learning fees if you only chose a standard skill. This was a case of tangible benefits being offered, because of the usual hard-pressed environment. Now that such a level of benefits was suddenly on the table, the scene was full of praise and gratitude. In addition, the company's urban construction department has established a new subsidiary department, the Reclamation Agency, under which a new outsider science section has been established, divided into Combat Squad and Support Squad. Anyone who comes back from the new settlement alive, regardless of their talent, can join. Note, regardless of talent. At the sound of this, Tao Yu even heard exclamations from beside him. Many people's eyes lit up, and Tao Yu understood the reason for their exclamation. Don't think that his parents' combined income was only 300 units of Yuan Force a month, but considering their relatively safe environment, this was definitely considered an ideal job for many outsiders. Tao Yu's family was below middle class. And another reason they had such a hard life was that there were too many people. And his parents valued Awakening Day greatly, almost every child getting a similar level of preparation. Just after saving up for Tao Yu, they would certainly have to start saving for the 8th child. In 2 more years, the 8th would also be turning 18. On a regular basis, relatively stable jobs were to be fought over. You had to actively seek out departments or factories for work. Only if your talent and abilities were suitable might you be hired. Otherwise, you had to figure out how to venture into the world fragments outside the settlement. Maybe some lower-level pioneers could occasionally earn a substantial income through adventure, but the risks and stability were evident. Often, children couldn't be properly looked after, then due to insufficient points, they'd end up as cannon fodder. Tao Yu's mother worked in a leather factory, and the durable cowhide armor he wore was made by her, while his father was a sentry in the Abyss Settlement's City Guard Agency. The Abyss Settlement's City Guard Agency was not like the Outsiders' security team, it was quite inferior, but still considered decent work compared to other Outsiders' jobs. But now, according to Zhe Chuan, it seemed that as long as you chose to go to the new settlement and then returned alive, you could join this department under the company's command. Many factories in the settlement didn't actually belong to the company, but were run by inner-city people who just paid taxes regularly. Tao Yu's mother's factory was just like this. It could be said that being able to enter a company's direct department was quite difficult. At the very least, a fixed salary was something many people could not refuse, and they could also earn cannon fodder points. But the danger of pioneering a new settlement was beyond doubt. And since cannon fodder points were distributed based on rank, it would be meaningless if everyone could earn them unless there weren't many people. However, due to the shortage of people in the new development zone, there wasn't yet a cannon fodder mode, which was actually good news. Tao Yu was also quickly weighing his options, quite satisfied with the idea of freeloaded skills. He could deify skills, and with a grade B talent, he could freeload 2 of them. But joining that so-called company's urban construction department pioneering division outer city section combat squad or whatever, Tao Yu wasn't really into it. He did need a place in the abyss where he could land and rest for sure, but after experiencing an unsuccessful team-up once, he was quite cautious about this aspect. He had many secrets and didn't mind the occasional temporary team-up to do things, but as for joining a restricted place for the long term, he'd rather not. Due to limited exposure in the past, Tao Yu wasn't quite clear on some structures, jobs, and modes of operation. Previously, his family's greatest hope was for him to awaken a grade C combat talent and join the City Guard Agency to bring glory to the family, or at least find a stable factory and screw in bolts. That certainly wasn't an option anymore. I'll ask Uncle Hu later, and I need to find a place to sell the goods I'm carrying too, he thought. Carrying 2 wolf legs and with a bulging backpack on his back, Tao Yu had decided on the next thing he had to do. Yo, little brother Tao Yu, I'm so glad you're okay. That backpack looks heavy, let me carry it for you. After all, Uncle Tao Hu asked me to take care of you. Just then, a joyful voice came from the side. Li Lu immediately walked over, his face aglow with excitement as he reached for the backpack. At that moment, Li Lu was filled with surprise and excitement, not expecting the kid to have made it back alive too. Only he and Tao Yu knew the properties of the blood orchid. With his previous slight connections in the inner city, he could definitely sell it for a good price. He didn't think the other would resist. And he was sure to give him something for it. After all, do you dare to sell that thing yourself? You might just get too full of yourself and burst. Tao Yu glanced at him and tapped his reaching hand with one of the wolf legs. Don't look any further, I've eaten it all. Feeling the pain in his wrist and shocked by Tao Yu's strength, Lilo was dumbfounded upon hearing those words, his eyes turning red. Eaten? How could you commit such a waste of heaven's gifts? Lilo didn't believe it, but the pain in his hand told him that Tao Yu indeed had considerable strength. Looking around at the surrounding gazes, Lilo didn't want to say much. He suppressed his anger to calm himself and came closer, lowering his voice. I was wrong in our previous team, but my elder brother in the inner city was pressuring me. There was nothing I could do. You can't possibly consume that thing. Let's collaborate. I really ate it. I knew I couldn't keep it, and absorbing Yuan Force felt too extravagant. So naturally I ate it, Tao Yu said with a smile, seemingly indifferent to Li Li's previous and current attitudes. Back in the real world, even though it was also quite chaotic here, there were still basic principles. One couldn't just kill another in broad daylight. A few nice words wouldn't cost any flesh. He had many secrets and didn't mind the occasional temporary team-up to do things, but as for joining a restricted place for the long term, he'd rather not. Due to limited exposure in the past, Tao Yu wasn't quite clear on some structures, jobs, and modes of operation. Previously, his family's greatest hope was for him to awaken a grade C combat talent and join the City Guard agency to bring glory to the family. Or at least find a stable factory and screw in bolts. That certainly wasn't an option anymore. I'll ask Uncle Hu later, and I need to find a place to sell the goods I'm carrying too, he thought. Carrying 2 wolf legs and with a bulging backpack on his back, Tao Yu had decided on the next thing he had to do. Yo, little brother Tao Yu, I'm so glad you're okay. That backpack looks heavy, let me carry it for you. After all, Uncle Tao Hu asked me to take care of you. Just then, a joyful voice came from the side. Lilo immediately walked over, his face aglow with excitement as he reached for the backpack. At that moment, Lilo was filled with surprise and excitement, not expecting the kid to have made it back alive too. Only he and Tao Yu knew the properties of the blood orchid. With his previous slight connections in the inner city, he could definitely sell it for a good price. He didn't think the other would resist, and he was sure to give him something for it. After all, do you dare to sell that thing yourself? You might just get too full of yourself and burst. Tao Yu glanced at him and tapped his reaching hand with one of the wolf legs. Don't look any further, I've eaten it all. Feeling the pain in his wrist and shocked by Tao Yu's strength, Lilo was dumbfounded upon hearing those words, his eyes turning red. Eaten? How could you commit such a waste of heaven's gifts? Lilo didn't believe it, but the pain in his hand told him that Tao Yu indeed had considerable strength. Looking around at the surrounding gazes, Lilo didn't want to say much. He suppressed his anger to calm himself and came closer, lowering his voice. I was wrong in our previous team, but my elder brother in the inner city was pressuring me. There was nothing I could do. You can't possibly consume that thing. Let's collaborate. I really ate it. I knew I couldn't keep it, and absorbing Yuan Force felt too extravagant, so naturally I ate it, Tao Yu said with a smile, seemingly indifferent to Li Li's previous and current attitudes. Back in the real world, even though it was also quite chaotic here, there were still basic principles. One couldn't just kill another in broad daylight. A few nice words wouldn't cost any flesh. Chapter 32, Chapter 27, Excuse me, really ate it? Li Li's vision darkened, and fury surged within him. Yet, looking at Tao Yu's smile and recalling his behavior within the team, he forcibly suppressed his anger. His own family had left the inner city in disarray. Now he too belonged to the muddy rank and file of the outer city. He could no longer act as carefree and impulsive as the scions of the inner city. Rage solved nothing and brought no benefits. If it were just some trashy little karami, it wouldn't matter. But a grade B dynamic vision, after consuming so much blood orchid, probably meant his physical fitness wasn't weak either, a ready-made, rapid combat force. In the era of pioneering new territories, this could be a considerable source of strength. He had been unfriendly toward Tao Yu in the team and hadn't given face to Tao Hu, mainly because Wino didn't like Tao Yu. Now that Jose was dead and Wino was severely injured, this fellow was not without value. This made Lila reluctantly muster a forced smile and say, "All right then, investing in one's own strength isn't a loss. You have good talent." It pained him to say such words while holding back his anger, but he had no choice but to speak. "Is that so?" "I think so too. You've got quite an eye for talent." Tao Yu's casual remark nearly broke Li's composure, who then took a moment to don a feigned hearty expression before saying, Source.com, updated on N0New0.Omicron. With talent like yours, you should be able to claim 2 skills for free. What's all this you're carrying? It's packed to the brim. Still hopeful but constrained by the rules of this place, he couldn't just rob someone in broad daylight. Initially, taking advantage of a torn bag to peek inside was feasible, but now there was no excuse. Regardless of the darkness here, the public rules had to be followed, at least for Lilu, a fellow outsider. Unless Tao Yu initiated, there was nothing he could do right now. Tao Yu, not wanting others to continually covet his belongings, slightly opened the gap for a peek. Serpent fangs, a whole skill set. Though this skill set was quite a significant haul, it wasn't too conspicuous compared to a bag of blood orchid. With Uncle Hu's support, and Tao Yu's own talent, they were more than enough to suppress the visibility of such wealth. "You went back there?" It was a casual inquiry, but upon seeing those serpent fangs, Lily's eyes widened. "Fuck, all the inner city folks are dead, and you're still kicking. Tough as a tiger, why shouldn't I go back?" "You're not thinking of robbing me, are you?" "Of course not. Our Starshine City has its rules." Leela silently scoffed. What a country bumpkin, unaware of the world's ways. If it had been the bag of blood orchid, he might have been tempted afterward to make a move, but a mere common skill worth around 3,000 units of Yuan Force? Not worth the risk or effort. "Well, actually, I went back afterward too, just a step too late," said Zhang Wei, lugging a large sack of snake meat. With his D-grade endurance, and now armed with a gun, this kid was also lucky enough to survive. Leela thought if they had really encountered an alien, he would have been done for just like both of them. They were just as lucky as the rest of the folks who survived in the square today, after Wino had shown his suppression of Tao Yu. Zhang Wei changed his attitude, but Tao Yu didn't hold any grudge against him. Everyone had their own stance and interests to consider, which was fair enough. Such a stance could be understood but didn't need to be accepted. Their relationship thus remained that of casual acquaintances, willing to team up temporarily, but without the need for closer bonds. Oh, and given the gap in their strengths, even temporary team-ups were unnecessary. It was unlikely they would cross paths again in the future. Of course, there was no need for harsh words either. Why make unnecessary enemies? Even small fry had plenty of nasty tricks up their sleeves to irritate others. It's a rare occasion that members of the same team can meet again. Perhaps in the new settlement, we can find opportunities to cooperate more, Tao Yu said, his words brimming with insincere politeness. But neither Zhang Wei nor Lila found anything amiss. Looking around again, they realized that among their former team, only the 3 of them with combat talents and weapons had survived. The loss of life on this awakening day had indeed been horrendous. Grade B dynamic vision? Good lad. Haha, I knew you had it in you. You've bulked up quite a bit, and you're much easier on the eyes now, said Uncle Hu, who had been waiting with Tao Yu's parents. He brightened up at the inquiry from Tao Yu, seeing Tao Yu's sturdy build and increased height. He guessed the boy had done well, yet he hadn't expected a grade B talent. Dynamic vision was a common combat talent, but it was still a combat talent. With a grade B, he might even have the chance to enter the inner city if he tried hard enough. The key was the timing coincided with the development of a new settlement. It was a risk and an opportunity all in one. Although the space-time anomalies are troublesome, they are also your chance. The higher your talent, the better, and the more valuable you are, the more likely you are to be recognized. Now, when there's a shortage of manpower, you might even get the chance to be listed under young Master Son and Miss Son after your talent is reported. Speaking of the two from the floating city, Uncle Hu's face naturally took on a respectful hue. Both Tao's parents were so overjoyed that they wept, their eyes red. My old Tao family has produced a B-level combat talent. Once their status improved, they too would rise with the tide, and even the scores for the cannon fodder series could be raised. In all respects, this was great news. As for the dangers of reclaiming land, what isn't dangerous in this godforsaken world? Out of 8 kids in the family, 4 had already perished. Compared to that, having an opportunity and a channel to enter the inner city was stronger than anything else. Thinking about what the head of the security team had said, Tao Long said through gritted teeth with a bit of a rough breath, "7th kid, go for it. We'll sell the pot and iron if we have to, just to arm you up. You must learn those half-price skills." Then he looked at Uncle Hu with a bit of a plea. "Uncle Hu, our family only knows you. You have to help out with this. Give your big nephew a hand." "Haha, I would have given him a hand without you asking. A B-level combat talent shouldn't be wasted." A glint flashed in Uncle Hu's eyes as he readily agreed. Tao Yu's talent was a very nice return on investment for him. Tao Long had helped him when he was down and out, but favors diminish the more they're used, and ever since he got the mechanical arm, the gap between their families had grown even wider. But Tao Yu's timely B-level combat talent solved all problems anew. A give and take ensured a stronger relationship. Let's go back and think carefully about the kids' future plans. First, test the talent. You can't bluff your Uncle Hu with your talent, huh?" Uncle Hu joked. Even though the head of the security team, Zaichuan, spouted a bunch of words, there was no actual talent registration or testing on site. Such things were always personal knowledge. You cannot just claim anything to be true. Actual talent tests are typically administered when one proactively signs up for a job, with experiences over the years dictating different tests and classifications based on different talents. So the talent levels claimed by outsiders often had various degrees of truth and falsehood. Only stronger, never weaker. Uncle Hu, rest assured. And so, Tao Hu with a mechanical arm took the 3 back to his home first. Tao Hu's status wasn't bad before the injury. His home was in a much better location than Tao Yu's, already close to the inner city wall, within the protective reach of wall-mounted firepower. This was a benefit for the members of the security team, being close and safe to their workplace. It was impossible for Tao Hu to be driven out while he was injured on duty. There were many residences nearby, most cobbled together in a style typical of refuse, with limited items brought back from each abyss trip. Haphazard construction had become the norm, and no one found it odd. In terms of living conditions alone, these family areas for the security team were much better than the fortresses in the outer city. Just right to work on these 2 good legs. Let my wife show you a thing or two today. Arriving at their abode, resembling a tin shack, Tao Hu took the wolf legs from Tao Yu's hand and shouted for his wife to prepare dinner as he entered. Tao Hu was dark-skinned and stocky himself, but the appearance of his wife was quite decent for an outsider. Having been bombarded by the beauties of the internet in his past life, Tao Yu could rate her a 6. And that was her bare face, a tall, good-looking woman whose only flaw was skin roughened by housework and exposure to the elements. At least next to Tao Hu, the aesthetic contrast was notable, intuitively reminding one of the mismatched couple of Wu Dalong and Pan Jinlian. But in reality, due to his status and position, even during his lowest point with the disability, the good-looking but talentless aunt who was definitely dominated by him. Just the omission of her name from the canon fodder list for his on-duty injury was enough to make many women envious. Uncle Hu had 2 sons and a daughter who were still alive, but they weren't home today, while Aunt Hu efficiently prepared the ingredients in the kitchen. Uncle Hu sat with the others in the living room on a genuine leather sofa. Genuine leather. It seemed to be stitched together from the pelts of 3 brown bears, stuffed with unknown filling apart from the supporting framework inside. Tao Yu, dirty as he was, left several marks on the sofa as he sat down, but for outsiders, such tidiness was never much of a concern. The specific standards of a B-level dynamic vision are only vaguely known to me since I don't handle testing, but let's give it a rough test first. He got straight to the point as soon as he sat down, as this needed to be clarified. It was all well and good to boast in front of relatives, but if deception came to light during the official test, it would be over. While speaking, Tao Yu rubbed his mechanical arm, seemingly adjusting the speed with his eyes closed. In the next instant, he moved swiftly in front of Tao Yu. Sorry, I think I turned it up too fast. Punch 3, 2, punch 4. Tao Yu's voice synchronized with Tao Yu's, and then both fell silent simultaneously. The same thought unwittingly flashed through their minds. Are you playing me? Chapter 33, Chapter 28 Partners. Tao Yu had no idea about the ranking parameters, he only possessed the passive bullet time dynamic vision. Even without actively using it, it was much stronger than the grade B- dynamic vision he had when he first entered, a max ability certified by the will of the world. Without actively using it, it might reach or even exceed the max dynamic vision. In such a disparity, Tao Yu being a little faster or slower made no difference to Tao Yu. It was like humans watching a snake attack a cat, where everything seems as quick as lightning, but in the cat's eyes, the snake's speed is forever unable to catch up. Is grade B that accurate? Tao Yu gave Tao Yu a deep look. Although he wasn't responsible for testing, the second-hand mechanical arm had just gone full power. Could grade B really be that clear? This was about attack speed, not movement speed. Actually, I added a bit of a spin, mainly because I had experienced others' envy in the abyss before. Tao Yu coughed. That brought a sneer from Tao Yu. What spin? Envy what? Not arousing envy is mediocrity. After speaking, Tao Yu looked earnestly at Tao Yu. Kid, when you are strong enough, you'll find only good people and goodwill around you. There's no need to mind the rest. Source.com, updated on N0new.omicron. Tao Yu has been through ups and downs, from working in the security forces to being invalidly retired, then obtaining a mechanical arm to make a comeback, so he had a thorough understanding of these matters. Grade A dynamic vision in the inner city should just be a standard ability, no need to pay it any mind. Speaking to this point, Tao Yu paused, then emphasized. Besides, now is just the beginning phase of the new settlement project. Your grade A dynamic vision can easily catch the attention of the two big shots from the floating city. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tao Yu's face then turned somewhat solemn. Even if some may feel you're vying for favor and causing trouble, at times like this, you must compete. You're an outsider. Apart from fighting and striving with all you have, there is no other path for you. You cannot compromise to make others agreeable, but you can when you are strong enough. Upon hearing what Tao Yu said, Tao Yu also hesitated for a moment. Then let's start with grade A and adjust according to the situation. Actually, this was what he had been thinking from the beginning, even feeling that it wouldn't matter even if he showed off max dynamic vision. But after experiencing a round of talent envy among the inner city youngsters, he felt it wasn't so secure anymore. Furthermore, the new settlement really might encounter situations of vying for favor and entanglement of interests from others who think you're in the way. So at the beginning of his return, he only claimed the innocuous grade B. Uncle Hu is right. Tao Yu displayed a look of having learned a lesson, but at this moment, Tao Yu's heart was still filled with some lingering shock and delight. The gap between grade A and B seemed not too large. But in reality, the status difference was clear. A regular combat talent of grade B had the chance to enter the inner city, but even if they luckily made it, they would definitely be at the very bottom. Several of his colleagues possessed such ordinary grade B combat talent. They could work hard and make it in, but they were still accustomed to the stable life of the outer city. A grade A combat talent, given enough time and resources to grow, could potentially climb to the middle layers of the inner city. That was a completely different story, even having the chance to bring the entire family in to form a small clan. However, all of these premises depended on having the time and resources to grow. Occasionally in contact with some bigwigs due to his status, Tao Yu clearly understood the huge difference in the foundation between the people from the inner and outer cities. Tao Yu's parents, standing beside him, were also looking somewhat confused, clearly still struggling to adapt. Grade A is good. Now we can think of a new plan. Your main priority at the moment is to latch onto the thighs of the two big shots from the floating city. Now is different from before. You've all arrived at the development zone, which isn't the same as the old gathering grounds. In times of need, whatever they carelessly let slip is enough for you to struggle for a long time, and if you can become trusted, it might save you decades of detours. Tao Yu's expression was somewhat excited. With such great talent, and coincidentally during the tough time of opening up the new settlement, the two bigwigs from the floating city were short on people. This was a godsend opportunity. In fact, this suggestion from Tao Yu was something Tao Yu had actually considered and even been tempted by once. Watching the mist from the suns go by, he had even briefly fantasized about it. Having been baptized by the internet of the 21st century, Tao Yu acknowledged that women could affect the speed of drawing a sword, but not a wealthy woman, thinking about how Joseph could casually lend out so much. One awakening day alone could bring a dozen luxury equipment sets, and the starting unit for Yuan Force was 100,000. What might the offspring of the floating city have in their hands, with a disparity even greater than that between the inner and outer cities? Indeed, those who can cultivate good relationships truly can surpass Tao Yu's current speed at wilding, but unfortunately, if you really go and cling to someone influential, you might just be setting yourself up. With a tight restraint, and due to my talent, I might actually have a chance to get in. But during the pioneering period, I'd likely have to be at their beck and call, and over time, my plethora of unusual skills would easily be discovered. The people of the floating city, who knows what special abilities they have, and I'd also have to fight bloodily amongst a crowd of fawning lackeys, including the scions of the inner city. It's too much hassle, even for someone as tough as me. So this path was temporarily shelved by Tao Yu before coming here. It could only be considered a fallback plan, like if I encountered major trouble and had to prioritize surviving. I'm not opposed to making contact, but I don't want to become someone's on-call lackey. Uncle Hu, I'm not too fond of restrictions, so I'm not planning to sign a contract with the development company, Tao Yu said. Tao Yu's words caused Tao Yu, who had been excited, to stiffen, and then he spoke in a tone full of disappointment. Foolish restraints? Who in this world isn't subject to them? Could even the big shots of the floating city be free of restraint? I just don't want ones that are too big. I've heard about partnerships. I wonder if Uncle Hu could tell me about that. Tao Yu continued unabashedly, inquiring further despite Uncle Hu's attitude. Tao Yu glared at him in irritation, while Tao Yu's parents at his side also seemed like they wanted to say something, but ultimately, they remained silent. Grade A talent, the child has grown up. The decision is yours to make, we can only offer our advice. However, with your talent being evident, you can always join later if you have regrets, but by then, with more people involved, such an opportunity won't be as readily available. Every day for the past half-month, people from the inner city have been choosing new development zones. Tao Yu first muttered a remark, but then patiently explained the partnership system to Tao Yu. He knew his nephew was too cautious to vie for favor with the inner city offspring and had opted for a more detached approach, but this was indeed also a path he could take. Partners is a special mode within the company. It's meant to accommodate guys with your kind of personality, providing you an alternative. It has a higher threshold compared to the mercenary or bounty hunter roles anyone could play, but the benefits are also considerably greater. Speaking up to this point, Tao Yu paused slightly before continuing. Even the lowest junior partner requires a level 5 foundational skill or equivalent strength. However, with your grade A talent, this threshold can surely be relaxed. Tao Yu's words gave Tao Yu a clearer understanding of the situation. Level 5 foundational abilities can be seen as the limit for ordinary people, a broad yet overall standard. Without using any special bonuses, Tao Yu should already meet these criteria. The blood orchid he consumed wasn't for naught. Becoming a partner also means considering the cannon fodder sequence, but with your talent so greatly enhanced, you usually don't need to worry about that. With personnel needed for the new gathering place, they likely won't introduce the cannon fodder system right now. As Tao Hu slowly shared, Tao Yu also gained a clearer understanding of the partnership system, something he'd only heard about in passing from his parents' stories. In the company, partners are categorized as junior, mid-level, senior, silver, and gold, with each tier offering certain privileges. The freedom is significant, but promotions are also strictly based on merit. There are a set of standards for the number of missions, mission points, mission difficulty, and even personal strength. Several of the company's gold partners have capabilities and privileges no less than those of the company's decision makers. There's actually a future in it, but it's all on you, and this path is a hard one. As Tao Yu still seemed determined, Tao Hu couldn't help but sigh. All right, I won't try to persuade you further. Go and get a feel for it yourself. With your talent, you can always turn back and do as you wish. Heh, thank you, Uncle Hu. Tao Yu knew what was good for him, his parents, and even Uncle Hu had helped him greatly up to this point. Perhaps Uncle Hu saw it as an investment, but regardless of motives, Tao Yu acknowledged this favor. Oh, and if you register as a partner, you could also register as a mercenary and a bounty hunter on the side. More types of missions mean more sources for information. But carefully discern between mercenary and bounty missions. Not all are directly from the company, and sometimes there are pitfalls. After a moment's hesitation, Tao Hu added another piece of advice. While partner missions come directly from the company, sometimes you need to watch out for traps too. Generally, they're better than the ones for mercenaries and bounty hunters. Becoming a mercenary or a bounty hunter requires no threshold. Anyone can do it, and can even work part-time. Not only did Tao Hu himself register, but so did Tao Yu's parents, his disabled older brother, and sister-in-law. Both roles involve completing missions, but there are certain differences. Bounty hunters often work alone or in small groups and handle a variety of tasks. Mercenaries usually team up for combat, exploration, escort, convoy, rescue, or cleanup tasks. Some mercenaries form stable mercenary companies or even establish their own companies, but many operate informally. A squad leader gets a suitable mission and calls out. A familiar and available group of mercenaries quickly assembles. Somewhat akin to a construction foreman and extras manager in film production. The biggest difference between partners and these threshold-free jobs is that partners take on official company missions, while the other two can accept missions from anyone. All company missions that end up with mercenaries and bounty hunters have already been sifted through by partners. There are even some pure partner companies or mercenary groups that cherry-pick quality company group missions. This jumbled mix made Tao Yu feel somewhat confused, yet when he thought about this terrible world, it all strangely seemed to fit. This world seems to be normal in just this way. Chapter 34. Chapter 29. Good Intentions. In the outer city, among many oddly pieced-together structures, there stands a swastika-shaped castle that stands out like a crane among chickens. Speaking of craftsmanship and uniformity of materials alone, it is even more aesthetically pleasing than the patchy wooden walls of the inner city. And this is also the Starshine Company's office in the outer city, handling nearly all of the company's affairs there, a place even the security forces have no right to enter on their own, referred to by the outsiders as the Black House. The dark stone material of the building's outer walls truly lives up to this name, but at the same time, it might carry other meanings as well. Yo, Tiger's here, eh? How's it going, getting used to the mechanical arm? At the gate, there's always a security team patrolling and in charge of access control. When the team leader saw Tao Hu bringing Tao Yu over, he greeted him with a smile, and Tao Hu handed out homemade cigarettes to all 6 members of the security team. My nephew has some talent. I'm taking him to handle some business. Wow, for you to say not bad. It must be at least a grade C combat talent, right? He can join the team. Do you have a grade B? The team leader lit his cigarette with a smile and chimed in appropriately. Tao Hu, who used to possess predictive eye, was already strong, now that he has a mechanical arm. He's become an even more formidable member of the security forces, so of course people treated him well. Haha, great a dynamic vision, it's a shame it's just a common combat talent. A bit of a pity, eh? Tao Hu laughed heartily, having been waiting for this moment, his face full of pride and bragging. Source.com. updated on N0New0.Omicron, grade A? The sound made several members of the security team exclaim in low voices. The security forces are a fairly decent destination in the outer city, requiring at least grade D in common combat talent for admission, along with assessments, and to get in securely, one needs to be as good as grade C in common combat talent. The talent level had to be solid even if current abilities were somewhat lacking. It could be said that their own talents were not bad, and they had their pride on normal days. But now, hearing about a grade A talent, each of them turned their heads, many showing expressions of envy. If they had brought him here, it definitely wasn't just a bluff, this must be to take care of some business, and there will likely be a test, even if it is a common combat talent, reaching grade A is still extraordinary. Haha. Lucky kid, lucky indeed. Tao Yu had the expression of a fisherman who had caught a big one, a smug smile playing on his face, making Tao Yu feel somewhat speechless. However, this was something meant to be showed off to others, to flaunt it a bit wasn't a bad thing. Because when you first witness the power of the assassin, information is indeed very important, but what outsiders need to ensure first is to use their talents to gain advantage. There are choices to be made, you can't miss out on eating because you choke. So they watched as Tao Yu went through the procedures in an orderly fashion, signed a document, wrote down a destination, and then entered the castle. In the dim light of the outside environment that felt perpetually like twilight, the castle was extravagantly lit with electric lights, making it brighter than outside. There were some mottled patches on the walls, but still much better than most buildings in the outer city. Occasionally, the employees they passed had an inherent arrogance on their faces, while others who were obviously outsiders there to conduct some business seemed somewhat constrained. In both attire and demeanor, it was easy to tell them apart. At this time, Uncle Hu's mechanical arm became a symbol of status, and they encountered no trouble or petty difficulties along the way, even for Uncle Hu. Tao Yu could sense that he wasn't as carefree as he appeared outside, but as a seasoned denizen of the outer city, he quickly led Tao Yu to an office and knocked on the door. Tao Yu saw the sign above the door of the office. He recognized the characters, comprehensive office. There aren't many partners from the outer city, so we usually handle business here, but don't worry, you'll find everything you need. Tao Yu quickly said to Tao Yu before hearing a lazy voice from inside the room, "Come in." Upon entering, they saw a middle-aged man with silver hair, lounging and flicking through a magazine. Last seen yesterday, Tao Yu had been in this world for 18 years and had almost come to believe that there were no books in this world, barely able to recognize the characters, virtually illiterate. And yet, here he was, seeing a magazine. It must be something distributed from the inner city. He hadn't seen this in the outer city, only large character posters filled with the smell of ink. Team leader Tao Yu? The silver-haired man glanced at Tao Yu's mechanical arm, raised an eyebrow, then folded down his legs and casually tossed the magazine onto a desk beside him. "Do you have something?" He showed the basic respect for Tao Yu, but as a direct employee of the company, that was as far as he would go. There would be no semblance of a smiley service. "Manager Chen, this is my nephew, who has a great dynamic vision talent, and he wishes to become a partner." "Whoa, just call me Chen big brother instead of manager, I'm only a few years older than you," said Chen Yong as he stood up from his seat, a smile gracing his face, before he turned to Tao Yu with a gentle expression, "Grade A talent. Now that's truly remarkable, and it's even a combat talent." While speaking, he rummaged through a drawer next to him for a moment, pulled out a form, and then went straight out the door saying, "Come on, I'll take you to test your talent, and then fill out the form." Leading the two out the door, he closed it behind them, seemingly unconcerned whether anyone else came to conduct business. "Just talent testing, right? He also has an LV2 shooting level. Combined with his talent, the standard should be no problem, and there's an entry bonus for grade A talent, right?" Tao Yu hastily pulled Tao Yu along as he followed. "Haha, as you said, with the LV2 shooting level coupled with his talent. That should be enough to meet the shooting standards, so why test his strength? I'll just fill it in for you later to save you the trouble of running around." Chen Yong's face wore a smile, which was much warmer than before. Before the test, Tao Yu was still thinking that if he couldn't control it well and ended up with max dynamic vision again, he'd have to explain himself to Uncle Hu. But this professional place was not the same as Uncle Hu's casual tests. Upon reaching a training ground-like room and hearing about the talent and intensity to be tested, the operator smiled and casually operated a seemingly cumbersome machine in front of him, starting the test on a big bottomed monitor. High-frequency pattern changes appeared continuously, and Tao Yu had 3 chances to call out the correct sequence, reaching the overall margin of error or getting it completely right on any single attempt counted as passing. And of course, there were no surprises in this assessment. Indeed, it's grade A, and he got all of them right 3 times. Among grade A talents, that's pretty good, maybe even close to A. Qin Yong's face beamed with a smile. Even within the same grade, talents have differences. It's not a fixed number. Performance, condition, environment, among others, also play a huge role, which is why the test allowed for some fluctuation. Thank you, Uncle Qin. Tao Yu was also on his best behavior next to him. Uncle Hu was right. Once one's own value is shown, if there's no conflict of interest, the attitudes of those around tend to be mostly kind. Arrogant inner-city youths like Wino were relatively rare in the outer city. Thank me for what? Can I call you Ayu? Do you have a girlfriend? Want me to introduce you to some girls to meet? I want to focus on improving my strength first. After all, the points for cannon fodder aren't so urgent, there's no rush. Tao Yu hastily waved his hands in refusal. Frankly speaking, with the nourishment from blood orchid, this body had already become very strong. His chi blood was vigorous, and his orientation was quite normal. When he relaxed, he even had some wild thoughts. Occasionally scenes and content from videos in his past life would spring to mind, but considering the hard-weathered faces common in the outer city, Tao Yu quickly suppressed his thoughts. Moreover, he truly did believe that enhancing his strength was the top priority at the moment, and didn't want to waste time or energy. Haha, that's right. Young people with potential are usually very choosy. Qin Yong's face was full of smiles, not at all offended by Tao Yu's rejection. Being persistently annoying could cause a backlash, which would be foolish, wouldn't it? However, as Qin Yong began filling out some application forms, he expressed surprise. Wait, you're a pioneer of the new development zone? The first batch from the new gathering area had just come back, and Qin Yong initially hadn't realized that Tao Yu was among them. Choosing the partner model at a time when talent was urgently needed, after thinking it over, Qin Yong fell silent for a moment, then smiled and said, with Captain Tao Hu as a reference and making this choice, it shows careful consideration, which is great. You know how to weigh your options. Children from the outer city mature earlier psychologically. Qin Yong was somewhat moved as he finished the last signature and stamped the document. He also searched for a certificate case labeled Junior Partner, mounted one of them inside, and took out a handbook to hand over to Tao Yu together with it. Congratulations, you are now officially a partner of the company. After saying this, he paused before continuing, your decision to stay away from the vortex at the beginning is understandable. Every day for these past 10+ days, inner city youths are entering the new development zone. Not many among that number of people have a talent comparable to yours, but their cumulative experience is much greater. Seeing Tao Yu's earnest demeanor, he went on, it's good to step away from the core of the vortex first. A lot of the folks from the inner city are arrogant, and the younger ones might not know their own strength. Once that side has been sorted out, and you return, the number of people wanting to win you over will definitely be more than those who fear you. This was also a kind-hearted reminder. If Tao Yu were just an ordinary young man with good talent, Qin Yong definitely would not have said so much. But with a grade A talent and being from the new gathering area, and knowing how to weigh his choices, he'd certainly be able to make it to a mid-level position if he could survive. Thank you for the advice, Uncle Chen. I understand. Tao Yu looked at Qin Yong's warm and kind expression, compared it with the attitude when he first came in, and the pride he'd seen in almost all the employees along the way. And he felt somewhat moved. Picking up the junior partner certificate, Tao Yu left with Tao Hu and noticed that the arrogance that seemed present on the faces of the passing employees along the way had disappeared. It seemed as if their expressions had always been normal and had been augmented by the filter he had previously applied. Or perhaps, it was his own mentality that had changed. Chapter 35. Chapter 30 Family Status, Junior Partners, huh? After bidding farewell to Uncle Hu, Tao Yu began his journey home, his gaze drifting as he looked at the certificate in his hand. Before heading to the abyss again, he could visit the task halls of various fortresses in the outer city to look up partnership tasks. There were no compulsory requirements for partners, they were motivated by profit, and there were no mandatory tasks assigned to them. But if a partner completed at least one task per month, that junior partner would receive a base salary of 200 units of Yuan Force, and if they completed tasks every month for a full year, they would also receive a 1,000 unit Yuan Force bonus for perfect attendance at the year end. By completing tasks, they would also passively increase their cannon fodder points, so there was no need to worry about being forcefully conscripted. I've already finished the talent certification, and I can go collect the promised 1,000 units of Yuan Force, then deal with the Serpent Fang's skill and the 5 blood orchids. That should make for a nice income. I wonder if I could learn the skill at the dojo before entering the abyss next time. With the help of Yuan Force, there should be a chance. As he walked on the muddy ground filled with potholes and sewage in the outer city, Tao Yu felt it might be time to move his family to a better environment. His nostrils were full of the smell of life, and occasionally a street vendor would appear, and the stinking sewage consisted of who knows what. However, glancing down at himself, Tao Yu felt he didn't really have the right to disdain the environment. At Uncle Hu's, Tao Yu had only washed his face and tidied up a bit without having time for a bath. And as he thought about it now, the filthiness he had grown accustomed to once again gave him the itchy feeling of being covered in grime. In his past life, he wasn't someone who was particularly clean, and it wasn't like he hadn't gone without a bath for a few days. Source.com, updated on new0.omicron, but upon comparison, he suddenly realized the hygiene standards of his former self were practically that of someone with a cleanliness obsession. Truly, the adaptability of humans is strong. Indifferent, he sidestepped a pile of refuse. Tao Yu saw his family's farm. Not that the farm was his, they simply took care of it, but the living conditions were satisfactory compared to others. It was not as good as the homes in the security team's family areas, nor could it compare to the fortresses, but it was still decent for the outer city and not subject to gang protection fees. Some families didn't even have autonomous machine guns to ward off the gray mist creatures. Smelling the familiar scent of cow dung, Tao Yu pushed open the door and entered the house. "I'm back. Brother. Are you really great at talented?" A boy a head shorter than Tao Yu, skinny just like he used to be, rushed over first, his face brimming with excitement. Looking at his youngest brother, Tao Shi, Tao Yu smiled and ruffled his hair, only to stiffen as his hand came away greasy. Petting had really assassinated him. He had to admit it. First get familiar with the breathing technique, and be better prepared. Tao Yu withdrew his hand and wiped it emotionlessly on his not-so-clean clothes. "I will choose a new gathering place in the future too. I want to be with seventh brother." Tao Shi jabbered incessantly. But Tao Yu paused and sighed. "You still have 2 years, let's see. If it were up to me now, I wouldn't let you go there, it's too dangerous." "Eighth, what are you thinking? Looking for a beating?" Only 50 of the 7th group made it back. There were over 200 when they left. Tao Long had been repairing a 3-legged stool, but now he stood up, posturing as though he were about to strike. "TSK, I can awaken a good talent too. I want to help 7th brother." Though Tao Shi was small and skinny, he was quite agile, circling around Tao Yu, sticking out his tongue at his father, and then ran off as if he were set free. "I'm going out to play, won't be back for dinner." Tao Yu shook his head helplessly as he watched his brother leave, then turned to his sister-in-law, who seemed somewhat restrained, and said, "Sister-in-law, is 8th still hanging out with those guys from the Chaoyang Society?" "Ah, yes, that child really." Lily didn't have a great talent and no steady job, so she tended to the home more, making periodic trips to the abyss every 5 days to meet requirements. She understood Tao Shi better than anyone else. Chiang Society is one of the many bizarre clubs and gangs in the outer city, made up of a group of young people. Compared to those who collect protection money and run illicit businesses like the Wild Wolf Gang and the Skull Gang, it is much better. Overall, it's not bad. They often help some suffering families. Being able to do this kind of thing in the hellish environment of the outer city is already quite impressive. Forget about that little brat, it seems he has learned some crafts at Chaoyang Society. Tao Long's wrinkled face didn't show much concern for Old Eight's shenanigans outside. The outer city's children are left to fend for themselves. And he had already been more involved than most. Old Seven, your mother and I have saved up some money, and we'll borrow some more when the time comes. You must learn all the skills you can, too many people have died, it's too dangerous. Even though Tao Yu was highly talented, Tao Long's face was filled with sorrow when he mentioned the dead. In the inner city, with such talent, one could initially invest a lot of resources and quickly secure a foothold, but that simply wasn't an option for them. Stop fretting over this, how long would it take with your earnings? Let's sell the things I brought back first. I've had uncle who estimate their worth, and it's at least a few thousand units of Yuan Force. Tao Yu patted his backpack. The initial 1,000 Yuan Force of startup capital had already been scraped together by his parents, and considering their earning speed, it was too much to ask them to manage his expenses as well. A few thousand? Tao Long was shocked, then walked to the door, looked around, and closed the door that Tao Shi had earlier left open. That much? Yes, that much. Danger and opportunity always coexist. Why are you talking so fancily? Being asked that, Tao Yu was at a loss for words. How was that talking fancily? But considering his background as a semi-illiterate, it did seem a bit. Anyway, don't worry about it. There are plenty of opportunities at the new gathering place. And your income isn't going to be enough to support the upgrades I need. Tao Yu spoke harshly to prevent his parents from worrying. If they didn't understand, they would probably just save money for him again. It would be better for them to have a better life. As his strength increased, the gap in Yuan Force consumption only grew. Even now, Tao Yu had to admit that the goods he carried in his backpack would take his parents a long time to save up for. Tao's father opened his mouth, but in the end, his dry lips just quivered slightly, and he said nothing. Don't worry, I will definitely take any matter related to my life seriously, and I will try my best to use the time to improve myself. Tao Yu looked at the wrinkles on his father's face and sincerely smiled. All right, I indeed don't have the ability to guide you, Sai. You should ask your Uncle Humor when you have the chance, and remember not to go empty-handed when you visit him. Tao Long looked at his son, who had clearly become stronger, and sighed a bit, feeling proud that the Tao family had raised a good child. Don't put pressure on yourself, all we want is to be safe. I am very afraid of dying. Tao Yu grinned, then went to the room to see his third brother, who also had combat talents and was once full of vitality. However, because of his talents, losing a leg was a great blow to him, leading him to confine himself to his room every day. Brother, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to get you mechanical limbs in the future. In the room, Tao Tong sat in a handmade wooden wheelchair. His legs were gone, but he was very clean, much cleaner than Tao Yu was now, with hardly any stubble on his face. Upon hearing Tao Yu's words, Tao Tong's weathered face also revealed a smile. You fool, do you have any idea how much prosthetic limbs cost? It's the thought that counts. Right now, your first goal should be to improve your strength. Tao Tong certainly wanted mechanical limbs, and he also knew that his brother with grade A talent really had a chance to help him. But all of this was predicated on his brother growing up. The resources of a family in the outer city were too scant, and now the family's primary task was to not hold him back and send him through the adaptation period as soon as possible. Anything that could potentially hinder his brother's strength development, or affect his energy, must not be done. He could never show any desire for prosthetic limbs in front of his brother. Everything depended on his brother surviving and growing up. That was the consensus of the family. From today on, Tao Yu had become the core of the household. Chapter 36. Chapter 31. Make a friend. Glad she hasn't been nagging about marriage or anything. Tao Yu, relying on his current physique, took a good cold shower, scrubbed himself clean, then lay on his wooden bed, watching the gradually dimming night sky through the cardboard window, and lit the lamp of wood by his bed. He pricked his fingertip with a needle and dropped 2 drops of blood into the lamp oil. Although it was only a dim glow the size of a soybean, it gave the room a warm and cozy feeling. Speaking of which, since I have mental immunity, I guess I don't actually need to light it at night. Do I? Tao Yu pondered at the bottom of his heart but did not act out of the ordinary. This kind of low-level lamp of wool only had a certain protective effect in the city area, guarding against the invisible demons that emerged from the gray fog. It is said that some powerful lamps of will, ignited by the flame of civilization, could lead people through the gray fog to other cities. However, due to the danger of the gray fog, this kind of connection had become less and less frequent. Tao Yu remembered seeing a few dust-covered visiting caravans arriving, bringing with them specialty Yuan Force items from other city gathering places. Having no previous experience, Tao Yu hadn't tried venturing out at night and quietly passed his first night back home. Compared to the abyss where he had to sleep with one eye open, home, despite also being in terrible condition, unexpectedly made Tao Yu feel secure. Even though the sounds of automatic cannons from other areas occasionally broke the night, they somehow helped Tao Yu fall asleep and recover his tense mind. Indeed, humans are social animals after all. Too bad his talent meant he'd probably have to act alone most of the time. Source.com, updated on N0new.omicron. Early the next morning, Tao Yu went out. Tao Long wanted to follow him, but Tao Yu persuaded him to stay at home. The nearest fortress city to Tao Yu's home was not far, less than a kilometer away. The produce harvested from the farm was also transported to this fortress city for processing. There were over a dozen such fortress cities for outsiders. Although Tao Yu had risen early, by the time he arrived at the city's entrance, a queue had already formed. It seemed they were all outsiders going to work or set up stalls in the city, with many carrying various goods on shoulder poles. The fortress city itself was quite rudimentary, with discarded oil drums and wire netting on wooden frames at the entrance, and city guards with various weapons conducting checks. The perimeter of the city was piecemeal, with wood planks, wire netting, and oil drums cobbling together a defensive barrier for the area. Beyond that were tall stands fitted with automatic cannons to fend off fog demons. With direct coverage by crossfire, these automatic cannons could cover a larger area with fewer units, ensuring the safety of the fortress. This was the most stable environment in the outsider area, second only to the public security team's family quarters. Many outsiders' lifelong goals might be to move into a fortress, but only a few could achieve it. The fortress has a radio station, a quest hall, and partnership quests can also be accepted here. Plus, there's a skill dojo in Hound Fortress City recommended by Uncle Hu. Tao Yu's main goal this time was to sell stuff, and once he had starting capital, he planned to begin using his free learning privilege. Since it was free to learn 2 skills, naturally, he had to pick the expensive ones. Unfortunately, there were no breathing techniques available in the outsiders area besides the basic breathing technique. Only a few people had this or similar abilities that could enhance human potential, and they were not shared. Even if someone were willing to teach it for a price, the cost would probably not be worth another deification of my breathing technique. If he could stumble upon such a thing for free, Tao Yu would certainly take it, but with his talent as a safety net, he was not so desperate. Learning the skills he could learn and then using the first, relatively cheap opportunity to deify them, that was the most cost-effective choice. While Tao Yu was mulling over these thoughts, it was his turn in line. As soon as he showed his partnership certificate for a brief moment, he was quickly let in without any trouble or questioning, even as just a junior partner. One must have at least an LV5 basic skill to back that up. In the outsiders area, that was already considered a respectable status. Moreover, seeing that Tao Yu looked so young, nobody was going to cause him unnecessary trouble. Although the oil drums and wire netting on the outside of Hound Fortress City seemed pretty crude, the interior was much cleaner than the rest of the outsiders area. At least, you wouldn't see anything that needed to be pixelated on the road, like in OLE. Inside, the buildings were tightly packed, resembling a refugee camp with makeshift structures forming rows, revealing narrow streets and alleys. Since there were no vehicles, it was still possible to navigate normally. Though complex layouts made this not-so-expansive fortress seem like a maze, and it was common for first-timers to get lost. Tao Yu had lived in the area for 18 years, and this was the city closest to his home, so he was fairly familiar with it. When selling, he didn't choose to set up a stall or shop around for prices. Instead, he headed straight for the Starshine Recycle Station, which nominally belonged to the company. This saved a lot of trouble and conserved energy since there weren't many in the outsiders area who could fork out so much cash all at once for skills. Compared to the neighboring camp, this Starshine Recycle Station still decently passed as a normal 3-story wooden building. Since Tao Yu arrived early, it seemed they had just opened. There weren't many customers around. After all, most outsiders were penny pinchers who would try to sell for more elsewhere rather than come here. "Yo, is that a customer I see? What can I do for you?" A man in his 30s, looking much cleaner and more cheerful than the average outsider, greeted Tao Yu with a chuckle when he saw him coming in. Judging by the slightly more refined clothes compared to the average outsider, this must be the manager, probably out early for a breath of fresh air. Compared to those company employees in the Black House, this manager seemed more like a businessman, pleasant and looking to make a profit. "I have a set of skills to sell, from the new development zone. It's a set with 2 skills." Tao Yu got straight to the point, not intending to exchange pleasantries with the other party. No matter how pleasant their smiles or how good their attitudes, they were still aiming to make money from him. A complete set of skills? "I'm in luck today. What a great start to the day." The store manager seemed somewhat surprised. It was rare for the outer city to get a complete set of skills. They usually only received scattered Yuan Force items and had to rely on sorting and combining them themselves. What was most unexpected was that the other party mentioned they came from the development zone. This meant the skills could very well be different from the commonly seen ones. Perhaps the skills themselves were ordinary, but they likely offered the possibility of stacking with what an untrained person already had, making their value significantly higher than normal. Since the other party explicitly pointed this out, the manager couldn't try to deceive him on that front, so he gestured for Tao Yu to follow him. "Please, come with me to the private room. Ahua, bring some tea." The store manager led the way, instructing the staff to serve tea. The employee referred to as Ahua had the traditional look of an outsider, and although she was female, she seemed rather robust. With the kind of presence you might expect from a farmer character in a kung fu setting. It was evident that working here afforded one decent meals. She was quick on her feet, bringing over the tea just as Tao Yu sat down. However, neither Tao Yu nor the manager drank the tea immediately, with the manager initiating the conversation. "It was only yesterday that the first batch returned. And you've already come directly here today. You must be aware that very few in the outer city can afford such skills, and even if they bite the bullet to purchase them, they can't offer a high price. Of course, I wouldn't have come to you otherwise. Your business is directly owned by a company with access to inner-city channels. 5,000 units of Yuan Force, and you can flip it in the inner city for several thousand more." Tao Yu knew the other side wanted to haggle, so he straightforwardly threw out a relatively high offer to shut down any attempts at driving the price down. He had discussed with Uncle Hu before, and because it came from the new development zone, those 2 skills, lurking, Python and burst, Python, would likely interest some people with corresponding talents in the inner city. To those with the resources and foundation of the inner city, if someone truly suitable and interested came along, they might be able to sell for as much as 10,000. That being said, if he tried to sell the skills in the outer city, he could get at most 3,000 units of Yuan Force because the vast majority of outsiders were not like the inner city inhabitants, who had started to gild the lily dot. For outsiders, the skills from the development zone were no different from ordinary skills found near their own settlements, and Tao Yu himself lacked the channels to sell in the inner city. And even Uncle Hu didn't have them, therefore the markup was something Starshine Company had to earn. 5,000 was an inflated price. But Tao Yu's bottom line was 3,500. Would it be possible for me to appraise the skill first? The manager pondered for a moment, and showed no reaction to Tao Yu's asking price. That's possible, I have a few extra pieces. Tao Yu took a serpent fang from his backpack and handed it over. Haha, there's no need to absorb it. In our line of work, we must at least master some crafts. The manager chuckled, wrapping the serpent fang with a cloth before placing it on the table. He then moved his finger over the surface of the fang, following its textures. After a short while, he nodded and said, Indeed, there are two skills, but both are rather common. One should be related to lurking, and the other boosts muscle explosiveness, possibly with side effects. Being able to roughly discern the content just from a single serpent fang without absorption made Tao Yu feel somewhat surprised. It was clear that one could only enjoy the company's support if they were not ordinary. Tao Yu himself would have had to absorb a fang to make a judgment. How about this? 5,000, we'll take it. The price is a bit high, but let's consider it making a new friend. After a moment of contemplation, the manager readily agreed to Tao Yu's price. It even made Tao Yu briefly worry that he had sold it for too little. Just by looking at the company's carnivorous pricing, the disparity between their purchase and sale prices was glaring. It was a tremendous markup. This time, after consulting with Uncle Hu, Tao Yu felt that if they could sell the skills for more than the usual rate, it would be satisfactory. It would save him the time of setting up a stall and would net him a little extra. Typically, fees for learning a simple skill at a martial arts hall range from 800 to 1,000, and 2,000 to 3,000 for more complex ones. Learning via direct absorption of a Yuan Force item was undoubtedly faster, but it also came with concerns over contamination. Hence, ordinary skills were priced about 50% higher. These two skills couldn't be counted as excellent. A combined price of 3,000 would be about right, with an extra 500 to 1,000 as a premium for being from a new settlement. But Tao Yu's initial sky-high price was promptly accepted by the manager, catching him off guard. He even struggled to maintain his composure. Do you think I've been too agreeable, young man? The manager glanced at Tao Yu with a smile. Actually, just as I said earlier, it's about making a friend. There must be no shortage of great items from the development zone, and they're scarce commodities for a short while. I hope you'll remember to come to me first the next time you come across something good. Returning from his first visit to the development zone with a complete set of skills, especially as an outsider, was worth his investment, no matter the reason, be it talent, mental fortitude, or just pure luck. He did not mind offering a good deal. After all, the company could indeed make several thousand by flipping it in the inner city. Earning 1,000 less would still benefit the company, and it might be worth trading for future performance. Chapter 37, Chapter 32 Sudden Wealth. It seems value grants the eligibility to be used. After leaving the Starshine recycling station, Tao Yu felt like he was back in the Black House. It's not the use that scares people, but rather the fear of being worthless to others. Was Lu Hong, the store manager, fond of him at first sight? No, it was that he was optimistic about Tao Yu's potential, a kind of expectation and confidence. 15,000 units of Yuan Force. That was the current amount of Yuan Force Tao Yu possessed. A set of skills cost 5,000, but the bulk of it was from that blood orchid which sold for over 20 times its price. When Tao Yu presented the blood orchid, he could clearly perceive the other party's breath become hurried. In the end, he could produce 10,000 Yuan Force, not just from the blood orchid itself, but also with the inclusion of intelligence about the general environment where the flower grew. In fact, Tao Yu knew even more about the blood orchid, such as the fact that it blooms only once every few years or so. But he didn't give an answer beyond what seemed within his proper knowledge. Perhaps more detailed intelligence could also be sold, but what's the use of money if you're dead? Source.com, updated on Omicron News 0.0. Such matters weren't for Tao Yu to concern himself with at the moment. What he needed now were resources and time to grow. Even casually releasing some simple information about the blood orchid was actually something Tao Yu had intended to do all along. After all, Li Le had also obtained the blood orchid. If he were to collude with some heavy hitter to take long-term control of that canyon, then Tao Yu, who shared the same knowledge and secrets, would become an obstacle. If that was the case, it was better to just sell that information as a freebie along with the deal. No matter how high the price or profit, he couldn't guard it just yet. 15,000 was stretching it as is. You still need strength. About eating dozens of blood orchids, Tao Yu had no regrets. 5 was no big deal, but trotting out 50. Whether he could leave there alive would be in question. Store manager Lu Hong might seem amiable and keen on peaceful profit-making, but Tao Yu had no means to probe his humanity. In fact, Tao Yu openly expressed his fear of being coveted, consuming most of the flowers himself to emphasize safety first. With 15,000 units of Yuan Force, Tao Yu had never been so wealthy. Not even his entire family combined had ever seen that much money. His first expenditure was just over 300 units of Yuan Force to finish completing his nearly formed second alien skill, in an instant. As the Yuan Force flowed away, Tao Yu could feel a slight adjustment in the contour of his muscles. A tingling sensation throughout his body as if being shocked, apparently adapting to the skill and passively enhancing it a bit. Ambush, alien, attacks unaware enemies at their most vulnerable, increasing striking power. An excellent skill, it boosts neuro-response during an ambush, creating a predatory instinct that allows for a reflexive attack without even thinking, which is, comparatively speaking, much better than the skills of the Python. Without hesitation, he spent about 200 units of Yuan Force, even more expensive than the breathing technique, and poured it directly into deification. Ambush, modified, walk with the shadows, and your first close-range attack upon emerging can gather all the shadow force accumulated during stealth. What a deal, directly linking up with both of his stealth skills. Because it was a direct mental injection, Tao Yu instantly grasped the essence of this skill. Both of his stealth skills allowed him to slip into shadows, and they could even stack. Before, the mental strength consumed to maintain stealth and the physical energy expended for high-speed movement during stalking were just that, consumed. But now, his expenditures would transform into an increasingly accumulating shadow force. The longer he remained undetected and the further he ran, the more shadow force he would gather, all of which would be unleashed with his first strike. This was outstanding. Rare was the chance for Tao Yu to enhance his explosive power without causing harm to himself in return. What a shame it's only for close combat. If it could be added to bullets, that'd be even better. Although Tao Yu was delighted, he still had the thought of wanting more. Perhaps the next enhancement would allow it? With more than 10,000 units of Yuan Force, once Tao Yu saved a bit more, he would be able to afford a second deification of the relatively less expensive basic combat, modified. However, Tao Yu did not consider it for the time being. His body's potential had not yet been fully developed. Much remained to be utilized from the enhancements provided by a wealth of blood orchids and the improvements from deifying his breathing technique. Considering the expenditure of a second deification, its cost-effectiveness was clearly lacking. First, I'll learn all the free and half-price skills, then pour everything into improving my proficiency, striving to boost my overall strength before entering the abyss again, he reasoned. 15,000 units of Yuan Force seemed like a lot, but when it came time to use it, it might still not be enough to fully tap into his existing potential. This was a staggering amount that his parents could save up only if they lived without any expenses. For 5 years, or for at least 15 years with daily necessities counted in, suppressing some of the excitement in his heart, Tao Yu also began to head towards Wanlu Dojo, the only training hall in Hunter's Fort. Along the lively, crowded streets, listening to the vendors' calls and sense of living essence emanating from the passers-by, Tao Yu walked briskly. He arrived at the largest courtyard in the fortress. While the exterior of the fortress was merely assembled with discarded oil barrels and wire fences, this courtyard was extravagantly enclosed with uniform stone blocks. From outside, one could faintly hear the rhythmic shouts of heave, echoing from within, indicating the trainees had already begun their exercises. Wanlu Dojo was the only training establishment in Hunter's Fort and ranked among the top outside the city. The martial essence of their 5-gate boxing techniques. Tiger, crane, python, bear, ape, each cost as much as 5,000, and that didn't include eventual mastery. The establishment taught a variety of other skills including firearms, basic combat, bladed weapons, basic breathing method, footwork, climbing, and many others. Individual techniques like burst, highlighting specific explosive movements, were also available. The prices varied widely, but even the cheapest cost 800 units of Yuan Force. It was safe to say that any outsider who could afford to pay for lessons here in one go either had a considerable personal value or came from affluent family conditions. However, there were also those on a skill loan. In the past, as long as one had combat talent, they could borrow skills here, with an annualized interest rate of 13 return on 9 borrowed, accrued interest compounded over installment periods. Even among outsiders, this was considered a reasonable rate. For the dojo, if a student were to die during an abyss mission and couldn't pay back the loan, they'd only lose a bit of teaching effort, a loss they could easily absorb. This strategy greatly expanded the target demographic able to afford the services. Those already possessing combat talent were highly likely to be gathered in the company districts, where survival rates were much higher compared to the initial awakening. Individuals with combat talent were also more likely to possess the capacity to repay the debt, making it a no-lose situation for the dojo. Similarly, some people from less affluent backgrounds, who urgently needed certain foundational skills, would also opt for a loan to navigate through the difficult initial stages. The dojo's registration area was located outside of the walls, entirely outdoors. It was just a sign that read registration, hanging near an old wooden desk, behind which sat a young person dressed in a gray dojo uniform. Compared to the relative quiet when Tao Yu passed by before, he noticed the area now had a queue, and glancing over, he recognized quite a few faces. Several were survivors from the recent event, faces that Tao Yu, with his dynamic vision, had scanned and not easily forgotten. Everyone's here for a free ride, huh? But I get it. A learning fee of 5,000 must be the high-end rate in the outsider regions, Tao Yu pondered. Whether it was for the half-price deals, skill loans, or the free skill slots, if used on the most expensive skills, it seemed perfectly sensible. Isn't that what I've been thinking too? But looking at the constipated expression on the face of the young person managing the registration desk, Tao Yu understood that Wanlu Dojo itself was probably not so willing. It was possible that they were being pressured to teach at low rates or even for free by the company. Chapter 38, Chapter 33 Blood. Profit. From the new development zone? Completed talent check yet? Combat talent, right? Fill out the form yourself. Behind the registration desk, a young man in the dojo's standard gray training suit, with unkempt hair and a dark scar on his cheek, looked at Tao Yu with impatience and pointed at the form next to him. This was already the 7th one today, a bunch of freeloaders. There were even some without combat talent taking advantage of that half-price privilege and the mandatory skill loan condition to mooch off the place. It was really unbelievable. Skills are expensive for a reason. They aren't that easy to learn. Just to remind you, we don't care if you can learn it or not. There's a high entry threshold for skills here. If your talent isn't up to snuff, reaching level 4 in basic combat just to get started is pretty tough. This warning somewhat surprised Tao Yu. In the outsider areas, if they were teaching it openly, it meant the skill was learnable, but a level 4 threshold for starters was definitely not low. Tao Yu's father, blessed with eagle eye, could only maintain basic shooting at this level. If he pushed for level 5, he would reach the margin period, causing maintenance costs to skyrocket. And that was an old hand who had toiled for decades and raised 8 kids, definitely not a weak ability. I have a combat talent, it's already been certified. Tao Yu then took out his partner's certificate, which made the other person take a pause and then switch to a smile. Without bothering to look at the certificate, he stood up and led Tao Yu inside. Ah, bro, don't mind me. Got really annoyed by that group earlier, wasn't in the best mood, don't take it to heart. Come on, I'll take you over to the senior brother. Are you looking to pick up some fist techniques? You must have 2 free entitlements with your partner qualification, right? Tao Yu still had 2 people behind him, but this guy just ignored them, and the 2 waiting didn't make a peep, just obediently waiting there. I do have 2 free entitlements, and I'm planning to use the half price here as well. Source.com, updated on omicron. Brother, what I said earlier wasn't entirely to scare you. Our dojo's core abilities are indeed quite challenging. The registering student didn't probe too deeply but still emphasized the point again. Thanks for the reminder. Tao Yu nodded, feeling somewhat confident about this. Firstly, his physical fitness was certainly up to par. There definitely weren't many outsiders with level 4 basic combat whose physical fitness could surpass his own. His basic combat, modified, might only be at level 2, but after deification, all aspects were definitely stronger than level 4. Moreover, although he didn't have a physical talent, bullet time provided dynamic vision, enabling him to observe and record details accurately. Since others could learn, he probably could too. The investment in Yuan Force might be higher than for those with physical talents in the later stages, but at least for beginners, he had an absolute advantage. And so, Tao Yu followed the student to a corner of the dojo's large courtyard. Inside the dojo's courtyard there were several wooden buildings, but most students practiced in the open on the square. The ground was compacted with coal, slag, and broken soil, looking a bit uneven, and there were wooden posts, stone locks, weapon racks, and other training aids scattered about, although the environment seemed a bit rough. It was actually quite decent by the outsider standards. No wonder the dojo uniform was gray, dirt-resistant. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 people in front of Tao Yu, one of whom wore the same dojo uniform, and the others were dressed differently, looking somewhat out of place. Tao Yu also saw Zhang Wei. The guy had an endurance of D, which indeed qualified him for a free slot. Although he was still skinny and somewhat dirty, he seemed quite a bit more confident from his expression. As Tao Yu was brought over, the special treatment that hadn't been offered to others made everyone look his way. Zhang Wei, seeing Tao Yu, stiffened his gaze and then took the initiative to smile and nod in greeting. Tao, you're choosing this side too? He knew Tao Yu had a B-grade dynamic vision, so it was normal for him with such a talent to be brought over. However, this was a place to learn fist techniques, and he felt that his endurance, a physical side of combat talent, might be more advantageous. But deep down, Zhang Wei also knew that his change of attitude due to Wino might have left a poor impression on this man. Yet, given the circumstances, he felt some regret but didn't think there was anything to lament, and if he were to do it all over again, he'd make the same choice. Yeah, we'll have to work hard together in the future. Regardless of personality, Tao Yu did recognize Zhang Wei's abilities. He could endure hardships, had determination, and with the emergence of a combat talent, he should be able to make a name for himself in the outsider area, maybe even get a chance to join the security forces. Senior Brother Smith, this one's also here to learn boxing, and he's a partner, too. Seeing his junior brother directly bringing someone over, the tall man with light yellow hair and a receding hairline at a young age understood it might be someone with decent talent. But upon hearing it was a partner, he still couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Here to mooch? Didn't they just complete the first abyss exploration yesterday? And now a partner already? The talent must be at least a B-ranking ordinary combat talent. Even better than his own, sure. We will definitely follow the company's requirements. But I have to be upfront. I will teach diligently. But whether you can learn or not is really up to you. Smith nodded at Tao Yu as a greeting, and the scar-faced junior brother who brought him in explained to Tao Yu in a low voice, Brother Smith is an old-timer at the dojo. All 5 of the boxing techniques are at LV3 standard, and the key is that he has reached this level in each one of them. The master said that as long as he can push all 5 boxing techniques to LV4, he can attempt to integrate and grasp Chi blood. Hearing this, Tao Yu also had a thought, and then he lowered his voice to ask, Brother, there's always been a rumor about a high-level breathing technique at the dojo. Is it true? Is it used in combination with boxing techniques? It does exist, but definitely it's not something that is shared publicly. Only a true disciple might have a chance. Even Team Captain Zhe Chuan of the security force has tried begging the master to take his son, but he did not agree. This was not a secret. Tao Yu was just asking. If there was a chance, he would not pass it up. But that doesn't mean he had to learn it. My name is Yi Wei. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. I need to go back outside now, they are waiting for me there. The scar-faced junior brother who brought Tao Yu had neglected him a bit before. Whether out of pettiness or not, it was better to placate him first. Now that he did his due diligence, naturally, he had to return to his post, as this could be used to offset tuition fees, something not everyone could take advantage of. All right, has everyone arrived? Smith scanned the group. It seems like 2 are still missing. I'll tell them to come over. Brother, you start first. The scar-faced junior brother quickened his pace and waved his hand at the same time, and Smith evidently had no intention of waiting for others. I know why you chose this place, simply because the skill tuition is expensive, but expensive has its reasons. The dojo's 5-gate boxing techniques are indeed the top skills one can learn in the outsider area. Moreover, if you manage to learn all 5 gates, you'll have the opportunity to integrate them and seize the chi blood, enhancing the body's limit. The usual limit for outsiders is the average human body limit. This ability to enhance the human body's limit, just that description alone would energize people. Some showed excited expressions, knowing they didn't choose wrongly. But some others showed worry, as they would only have the opportunity if they could learn all 5 boxing techniques, and they didn't have the money to pay for the subsequent lessons. It seemed that Smith noticed some people's concerns and chuckled. In fact, you don't need to worry about how to gather money for subsequent lessons. Specializing in one boxing technique, the dojo will have workstations to offset the tuition fees. The first thing is to learn one technique well, as the entry is quite difficult. Having said this, he directly sunk his waist into horse stance and then performed a set of boxing techniques on the spot. He performed this set of boxing techniques very slowly, and it seemed rather awkward, as if it lacked any killing power whatsoever. But Tao Yu, possessing extremely strong dynamic vision, could discern something from the opponent's muscle twitches and the tension in the movements. This must be some kind of skill practice, but he didn't know its relation to the boxing techniques they were learning. Weren't there supposed to be 5 gates? They should have the chance to choose from the beginning, right? Tao Yu watched intently, memorizing every movement, and the others gazed with widened eyes, equally focused. Even the 2 latecomers who ran in and didn't hear the start of the lecture didn't have the time to ask anything. Some students even started to try practicing along. About a quarter of an hour later, after the set of boxing techniques was completed, Smith also slowly exhaled a breath, completing the final form. You might be wondering what I would teach first among the 5 boxing techniques. Smith wore an almost smiling expression. Now I can tell you, the set we just practiced is the prerequisite required for learning all 5 boxing techniques. The universal stance skill. Seeming to know what the students were worried about, he waved his hands and said, "Don't worry, this skill, which is a free addition to each boxing technique learned, won't charge extra fees. It's simplified to facilitate your quick mastery and invest Yuan Force to accelerate. Reaching LV2 in this skill will make learning the boxing techniques a bit easier." When everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Smith's lips slightly curled up. But precisely because this skill is taught, regardless of whether you can learn the subsequent boxing techniques or not, there are no refunds or exchanges. If you have talent and ability, one lesson equates to learning 2 skills. If the talent isn't enough, you'll only learn the introductory stance skill. However, Tao Yu was excited on the side. This stance skill was clearly an excellent movement for exercising the muscles throughout the body. If it truly becomes a skill and completes deification, it's like a free bonus, a huge gain. Chapter 39, Chapter 34, Introduction. I will hold a small class for you for 3 days. During these 3 days, you can ask me anything you don't understand, but I'll only answer the same question once. After 3 days, whether you've mastered the stance skill or not, you will join the main class to practice together until you master the skill. Smith's expression was very indifferent, causing a tight feeling in everyone's hearts. A few, with less combative talents, even felt a bit regretful. They didn't have free spots but had exchanged half-price loans for the opportunity. They had wanted to take a chance, but it seemed not so simple now. It's not too late to regret it now. Does anyone want to quit? Whoosh whoosh, 3 students immediately raised their hands, and after a moment a fourth person did too. They were all students without combat talents. Originally there were 9 people after 2 more were added, but now the number had nearly halved. Good, you may leave now. It's wise to recognize the situation. Smith didn't mock them. Being able to cut losses in time was commendable. He continued to the remaining 5. I know you all probably have combat talents, and there's one with a decent talent, but whether you can integrate that depends on yourselves. We'll start directly today. Perform the sequence I showed earlier, replicate as much as you can. As his words ended, the 5 students spaced themselves apart, standing on the coal slag practice ground, recalling the previous movements. But how could the average person memorize an entire set of fist techniques that took 15 minutes to perform? Source.com, updated on Omicron. Even the calisthenics, with their simple repeated movements, are difficult to remember completely after one explanation. Without breaking it down into individual movements, it was a recipe for failure. Some even fell down on the spot due to the strange, unnatural postures that went against the normal use of human muscles. This didn't surprise Smith. He watched with a smile. However, his expression soon turned serious as he stared at Tao Yu and frowned. Although Tao Yu didn't replicate it perfectly, relying on his dynamic vision to memorize every movement, combined with his slightly above human physical condition, and the grade level 2 of basic combat, modified, he was the only one in the place who looked competent. Not to mention how well he performed, he managed to flow through the sequence smoothly. By the time the other students had stopped, Tao Yu had completed the entire set with some bumps along the way, even finishing properly with a closing stance. Tao Yu, who could sense chi blood due to the deification breathing technique, unexpectedly found that the sequence could provide ancillary benefits. Though it wasn't perfect, he already felt a tingling sensation, his entire body soaked in sweat. Because of one proof forever proof, his body must have experienced a slight improvement. It wasn't much, but it filled Tao Yu with excitement. This was something that could complement the breathing technique. What is your talent? Smith looked at Tao Yu, who had just finished. With a complex gaze, grade a dynamic vision. Since it was something to be shown off, Tao Yu naturally wouldn't hide it. Grade A? So it's grade A, no wonder. Good grief. The other few students, who had felt complicated emotions and even jealousy, suddenly felt balanced. A grade A talent was expected to be like that. Zhang Wei also sighed to himself, thinking his physical talent should have given him an edge, but now it was clear there was no comparison. What did it matter if his physical talent wasn't as good? Grade A dynamic vision allowed him to memorize the entire sequence in an instant, and his physical condition was much stronger than Zhang Wei's, even though Zhang Wei was the one supposedly with the physical talent. Dynamic vision? No wonder. Your physical condition is also quite remarkable, probably not far off from mine. The levels of basic breathing technique and basic combat must be quite high as well. You must have invested a lot of Yuan Force, right? Smith felt a twinge of sentiment. This was an absolute newcomer who had just completed his awakening. To have such a level after only one visit to the abyss was rare. Only a few outsiders could afford such a generous investment, likely because his grade A talent had received some funding or as a condition for joining certain powers. But he didn't dwell on these thoughts and didn't wait for Tao Yu to respond, saying, with Yuan Force, this skill is actually easy to learn. Looking at you, you should be able to get the basics today. I'll correct you, and then try to use Yuan Force to level up to LV2. In 3 days, when they join the main class, I'll teach you fist technique. He paused there. This stance skill is fundamental, and the Yuan Force required to accelerate it isn't substantial. Don't worry. Compared to before, Smith's mood might have been a bit complex, but on the surface, he was now much more enthusiastic as he continued to instruct Tao Yu. However, training can be very draining, and if you want to make quick progress, you need to nourish your body. The dojo's canteen sells medicinal meals. Chi tonic soup is 10 Yuan Force per bowl, which is a welfare price exclusive to the dojo and not available outside. 10 Yuan Force was the daily income of Tao Yu's parents, just for a bowl of chi tonic soup, and it was likely that he would need many bowls a day, so it was actually quite a substantial expenditure. Luckily for Tao Yu, he had just earned a good amount and could afford it. When practicing the basic breathing technique in the abyss, he had already felt that even the nutrition from meat couldn't keep up with the basic breathing technique. Modified, and now with the added stance skill, even continuous eating and training might hardly suffice. The Chi tonic soup should have a recovery effect similar to eating blood orchid raw, supplementing with a smaller and more easily absorbed quantity to provide more nutrition. And hearing this, Tao Yu took the opportunity to humbly ask Smith for advice. Senior brother, I wonder if the dojo has any skills that could facilitate digestion? Haha, you're a clever one. If there were skills to improve digestion, you could probably eat more and make do, but in reality, it wouldn't save you much, as buying meat still costs money. Smith immediately understood Tao Yu's intention, but still explained, the dojo does have one, the swallowing essence skill, which aids in digestion and food uptake, but although it only costs 1,000 to learn, it's best to have reached LV3 in a core fist technique before attempting to master it. Otherwise you won't be able to control your stomach properly, and it will be difficult to learn. Seeing Tao Yu's talents, Smith clearly became much friendlier. Furthermore, this skill is originally intended to meet higher consumption needs. It is usually used in conjunction with the Chi tonic soup. It's a bit early to consider it at the stance skill stage. Thank you, senior brother, I understand. Tao Yu nodded. That's all he needed. His various deification skills would significantly increase his physical or mental consumption. Relying on the recovery effect of one proof forever proof, to eat heartily provided the best value for supplementation. Tao Yu had tried using a dozen or so points of Yuan Force to replenish his energy. And indeed, the speed was swift. Both recovery and healing were much faster than eating, but the cost-effectiveness of this kind of consumption was extremely low. With his current physical condition, just recovering physical strength might cost several hundred points, and the stronger the physique, the greater the expenditure on recovery, not to mention healing. It was only for emergencies and definitely not sustainable for regular use, so for Tao Yu, learning this digestion skill was even a higher priority than the dojo's secret advanced breathing techniques. But all these prerequisites required him to master the fist techniques first. Tao Yu took a deep breath and then gave Smith a formal bow. Please guide me, senior brother. All right, let's save time. You all come and watch. I will explain while guiding Tao Yu, junior brother. Pay attention, and I don't want to see the same mistakes repeated. Having said that, Smith signaled Tao Yu to start, effectively using Tao Yu as a teaching example for everyone. Although it looks standard, there are still many areas that are not quite right. This is stance training, not fighting, so you should not even consider speed and power. The purpose is to train each muscle group, with some movements even requiring you to slow down deliberately. While speaking, Smith continuously patted various parts of Tao Yu's body to correct minor flaws. Every so often, the sound of cracking joints could be heard, and Tao Yu could also feel a burning sensation all over. But with the cooperation of Qi blood, the effect this time was at least several times better than the first set. After the second set, Tao Yu was very tired, and his clothes were completely soaked through, but he didn't rest. He was not afraid of training his body to exhaustion. The right thing to do was to keep up the momentum while he was feeling motivated. Junior brother, you should rest for a bit, don't rush for success. Although you have good physical quality, you don't have a physical talent after all. Smith frowned slightly when he heard Tao Yu was going to continue. It seemed like he had only done 2 sets, but the load on the body was not light. Senior brother, I know my own limits. I ate a lot of special herbs in the abyss, and the effects might not all have been digested yet. My whole body feels warm. Tao Yu casually revealed information about his consumption of blood orchid yet again. This made Smith's face show a trace of shock and suspicion. What kind of herbs were those? He remembered that Tao Yu had collected a lot of red flowers. Were those items that significant? The thought made Smith ponder his own intentions. All right, as long as you know your limits, do the last set, then take a rest. The dojo sells specialized blood-activating ointment for 20 Yuan Force a jar. That's an in-house price. After saying this, Smith once again signaled Tao Yu to start, feeling somewhat respectful of his determination. Never mind if his body could handle it, just starting out and continuing consecutively like that. The soreness was particularly unpleasant, and Tao Yu's persistence was equally rewarded, since he had already clearly remembered the movements and was getting into the rhythm. After the third time with Smith's close corrections, he felt a faint sense of enlightenment in his heart. Then the skill light sphere for the myriad flows stance skill LV1 appeared, marking the skill as learned. Chapter 40, Chapter 35 Upgrade, Success. After completing the process for the third time, Tao Yu didn't care about appearances, and plopped down onto the coal cinder ground, panting heavily to recover his strength. Smith, who originally wanted Tao Yu to relax a bit and not sit down immediately, also became a bit dazed upon hearing this. Success? It was successful just like that? When Tao Yu had begun his first attempt, Smith knew this highly talented student was a quick learner. Moreover, he had predicted that the student could grasp the basics in a single day. But what was this situation with mastering it after 3 attempts? One of those attempts was even with the student watching while he demonstrated. With him making corrections only after the next 2, although it was just the basics, it also meant that Tao Yu could continue to invest Yuan Force into this ability to accelerate its mastery. Thinking of this terrifying talent, Smith truly felt a bit jealous. But quickly, that tinge of envy in his heart was suppressed, and his face showed a mixture of shock and joy. Junior brother is really too talented, isn't he? Is this what a grade 8 talent looks like? It's truly unbelievable. Then he turned to the other equally shocked students and said, Source.com, updated on Omicron new.Omicron, do you see? Why aren't you working harder? Speak up now if you have any questions. At this moment, Tao Yu also raised his hand and spoke up proactively. Senior brother, I want to buy some Chitonic soup to recover a bit, and then take advantage of the momentum to accelerate with Yuan Force. Alright, you all wait here. Keep practicing on your own for now, and I will take questions when I come back after seeing off Tao Yu. Smith promptly left the others behind to continue self-practice, as he took the initiative to lead Tao Yu to the direction of the mess hall. Left behind, Zhang Wei and the others, although grumbling inwardly, didn't voice any complaints, watching helplessly as Smith escorted Tao Yu towards a large wooden house that was probably the mess hall. The circumstances of Tao Yu's 3-time mastery, while a blow to them, had also instilled them with some confidence. They wouldn't need 3 times, mastering within 3 days should be possible, right? After all, it was merely a basic skill broken down for the convenience of teaching. They could surely do it. On the other side, Smith also led Tao Yu to the mess hall. The Myriad Flow Dojo's mess hall was a large single-story wooden warehouse, filled with rows of square tables. Being off mealtime, chairs were turned upside down and placed on the tables, resembling a scene from a rural banquet. Although mealtime had not yet arrived, the kitchen was already bustling. The sound of chopping vegetables was incessant, and a rich fragrance wafted over, making Tao Yu's mouth water. It smelled delicious. That is the smell of Chitonic soup, a privilege for the students. Everyone who studies here with the means won't miss out, Smith explained kindly on the side. As a senior student already serving as a teaching assistant, he certainly had some influence. After a brief visit to the back kitchen, he brought out 3 large bowls. Today's on me. Thank you, senior brother. Tao Yu didn't put on airs, acknowledging that 30 Yuan Force for a meal was a luxury in the outer city. Tao Yu looked at the brownish-gray Chitonic soup that resembled pig offal porridge, and without any hesitation, he directly picked up a bowl, blew on the steam, then gulped it down. Although called Chitonic soup, it was indeed more like a porridge, grainy with a thick taste of innards, savory, delicious, and smooth. Just the taste was quite good. The key was that after downing a bowl, Tao Yu could feel a distinct heat spreading from his stomach, being digested and absorbed at a rate far surpassing that of roasted meat. With the additional ability of one proof forever proof, he was particularly sensitive to such sensations. Awesome! Without hesitation, Tao Yu immediately finished the remaining 2 bowls, licking them clean. Senior brother, I will continue to accelerate practice near the mess hall. You can go back first. Be careful not to overdo it. And perhaps prepare some ointment which is quite effective and offers some stimulating benefits. Also available here, Smith reminded him. Understood. After watching Smith leave, the effects of the 3 bowls of chi tonic soup gradually took hold, causing Tao Yu to feel his chi blood churning. He then focused his attention on the new skill he had learned, with the transportation of chi blood through the breathing technique, capturing movements with dynamic vision, and his current physical strength. Mastering the skill in 3 attempts was quite satisfying for Tao Yu. This accomplishment also benefited from the one proof forever proof trait, which ignored the pain of bodily injuries. In exchange for a deification level skill that cost 500 Yuan Force, myriad flow stance skill, a technique for accelerated body training that can exercise major muscles throughout the body, enhance ligament and meridian elasticity, and reduce the difficulty of certain movements. The myriad flow stance skill itself was fairly standard, not increasing human limits. Theoretically, it shouldn't even be as good as the basic breathing technique, yet the cost of its deification reached more than triple that of the basic breathing technique. It was even costlier than Stealth Alien, currently the most expensive skill, second only to enhancements through talent. Stealth Alien could let oneself enter the shadows, and its effect was even stronger than Stealth Python. However, the thought that the enhancement of Ambush Alien only required 200 Yuan Force, but theoretically was more practical than both stealth skills, left Tao Yu a bit perplexed as to what determined the specific consumption of skill enhancement. Was the enhancement of Ambush so affordable because it inherited the shadow force from the stealth prerequisite, whereas Ambush itself couldn't generate shadow force? Without dwelling on it further, Tao Yu infused 500 units of Yuan Force, allowing this newly born skill to undergo its transformation. Crack, crack, without even beginning to practice, Tao Yu's bones started making cracking noises. His muscles tensed, and his tendons bulged. It took a few seconds before the tension faded, and the effect of the 3 bowls of chi tonic soup he had consumed felt like it had already been depleted by a third. The roiling chi blood in his body also seemed to subside a bit. Squeezing his fist, Tao Yu clearly felt an increase in strength. His body was still the same, but did it seem as though the coordination between his muscles was being fully utilized? Myriad Flow Stance Skill Modified LV1 possesses an excellent training effect, capable of mobilizing all the muscles and chi blood in the body, twisting the strength into a single force, increasing a certain physical limit, and unlocking various high-difficulty movements. Strength twisted into one. No wonder he didn't feel much physical enhancement, but there was a clear increase in strength. Tao Yu felt an eager urge to test his various attributes, but he quickly suppressed it. Another increase in the physical limit, combined with the breathing technique and the amplification from Blood Orchid, will need some time to develop, he said to himself. Tao Yu took a slow breath and then, while mobilizing his chi blood with the breathing technique, he practiced. With the myriad flow stance skill, accelerating each skill by 200 units of Yuan Force every hour, quite extravagant, but time is money. Crack, a sour feeling emerged throughout his body. Chi blood constantly roiling inside, his muscles twitching and swelling, a savagely pleasant sensation. Yet Tao Yu bore it through the characteristic of one proof forever proof, and stubbornly continued, as long as he could endure the pain, without worrying about ruining his body. He could be this unrestrained, with both skills accelerated simultaneously. Tao Yu also noticed that this wasn't as straightforward as 1 is equal to 2. The breathing technique could stabilize chi blood, and stance skill could just right transport chi blood. Just one set alone was enough to exhaust the remaining effects of the chi tonic soup. This rate of acceleration meant needing roughly the energy provided by 2 bowls of chi tonic soup in just 15 minutes. Which made Tao Yu inwardly astonished. It was also a good thing he had the chi tonic soup. If he had been in the abyss relying solely on roasted meat, even constant eating wouldn't sustain the simultaneous accelerated practice of 2 abilities. The consumption of deification abilities was indeed great. Tao Yu was willing to invest 400 units of Yuan Force every hour for acceleration. And with chi tonic soup costing 10 units per bowl, he naturally couldn't be frugal. As the sky gradually dimmed, Tao Yu finished another set and his tightly wound spirits began to scatter, even his energy starting to fade under the cumulative soreness that surged forth, causing his muscles to twitch uncontrollably. "That's enough for today," he said. Dragging his weary body to the dining hall, Tao Yu received yet another 2 bowls of chi tonic soup under the odd gaze of an aunt. Since he had mastered the skills and had Yuan Force acceleration as an excuse, drinking a bit more chi tonic soup wasn't too unusual. After all, others didn't know exactly how much he had accelerated. With plenty of students here, and those practicing core abilities in the dojo often consuming more than him, it was likely he wasn't the only one. Still, even so, he had become somewhat conspicuous today, so it was a good time for Tao Yu to stop training. Afterwards, while walking to relax his body, he arrived at a corner of the dojo and stood in front of a stone weight. The stone weight was marked with its mass, 100 kilograms. With a single hand, Tao Yu casually lifted the stone weight, feeling a significant amount of leftover strength, and without even placing much strain on his post-training aching muscles. Suppressing the impulse to toss it up and catch it again, he quickly set the stone weight down. The human body's limit was roughly about grasping just over 100 kilograms with one hand and over 200 kilograms with both hands, being able to hold it over the head and persist for a while. If just deadlifting, the human limit would probably be about 500 kilograms. Tao Yu knew that with the help of eating blood orchid, his normal body capacity without relying on skill bursts was slightly stronger than this level upon his recent return. But now, he clearly felt he could throw and then catch this 100 kilogram stone weight with one hand. He had become stronger, and it was a tangible increase in strength. This was the real utilization of the increased limits provided by the breathing technique, blood orchid, and the stance skill. Tao Yu also felt that this was not yet the limit of his potential and that further development was still possible. However, feeling his Yuan Force drop to just over 10,000 units, Tao Yu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Stronger, at the expense of money. But basic breathing technique, modified, had already passed the halfway point of level 2, allowing for an even more abundant mobilization of chi blood. The myriad flow stance skill, modified, had also reached level 2, likewise increasing a bit of chi blood and significantly improving flexibility and various other aspects of the body due to the efficiency of the deification skill, which was definitely much better than the conditions posed by its regular version. This hefty investment was made in hopes of expediting the learning process for boxing. And then to get the boxing techniques to the introductory level, Tao Yu had planned it out. 5-gate boxing techniques, 2 free slots, 1 at half price. He would purchase another, and then add 1 more skill loan to complete the set. He aimed to master all 5 before entering the abyss again, getting them deified once more before returning to the abyss to earn money, regardless of the difficulty of mastering the 5-gate boxing techniques or the learning cost. His primary goal was just to get them to an introductory level. Chapter 41. Chapter 36. Tail, are you ready to learn fist techniques? Tao Yu ran to the front of Smith just as the dojo was about to finish teaching for the day, leaving the latter completely bewildered. He had planned to let Tao Yu take 3 days to get familiarized at an accelerated pace. But how much Yuan Force had he used? Was he really that rich? Yuan Force acceleration was a great thing, but the faster the acceleration, the lower the cost effectiveness. I want to master all 5 fist techniques before heading to the abyss, to increase my survival ability as much as possible, Tao Yu stated bluntly, causing Smith to pause for a moment before sighing. I know that you mastered the stance skill after just 3 tries, your talent is truly high, but since they even went to the trouble of streamlining an introductory skill for the 5 fist techniques, it indicates how difficult these techniques are. With your talent, mastering 1 or 2 techniques in a month should be feasible, but all 5 is too forced. I want to try, Tao Yu insisted. He knew Smith meant well, because a fellow student with a scarred face had said before that one should at least reach level 4 in all 5 fist techniques to attempt their mutual integration and stabilize chi blood. Even if he were to hastily master the basics of all 5 fist techniques, the cost effectiveness might actually be worse than specializing in a single fist technique. Such an ability, even needing a skill specially simplified as a prerequisite, would inevitably consume more Yuan Force for acceleration. But Tao Yu himself possessed deification abilities, regardless of the specifics. Better to master the basics and form the skill first. Source.com, updated on Omicron 0. Omicron. Alright, I'll let you try. You'll change your mind when the time comes. It's already late today, let's start tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Brother Smith. Zhang Wei and others, equally exhausted, were now looking on with envy. They couldn't afford things like Chitonic soup, it was too extravagant, and they were already extremely tired. And now, not only had Tao Yu already mastered the stance skill, but he was also speeding up with the aid of Chitonic soup, and now he was going straight to learn fist techniques. The disparity was simply too great. If it were someone from the inner city, surpassing the peak of an outsider from the start wouldn't be surprising, with their massive accumulated resources that they could purchase with money. But these are all outsiders. The contrast was indeed a bit striking. The dojo is still quite generous, even giving out uniforms for free. Tao Yu looked at the gray training clothes in his hand and sighed internally. The material was very rudimentary, potentially abrasive if worn directly, but its primary feature was durability. Even so, this was the best piece of clothing Tao Yu had ever owned. Heaven knows how uncomfortable the fabric of his underwear had been for the past 18 years, to the point of causing calluses. When they registered, they provided their height and weight, and everyone received a set on their way out to go home. Quite an efficient process. But if you wanted a second set, you'd have to pay for it yourself, costing 10 units of Yuan Force. The expenses of this dojo were truly high for the outer city, yet the cost-performance ratio of each item was actually quite good. The same was true for Chitonic soup and medicinal ointments. Tao Yu had also purchased 2 jars of ointment, which indeed had an effect of stimulating circulation and could be used while practicing. With the augmented auxiliary abilities of deification, Tao Yu also had a basic understanding of these ointments. The ingredients are unknown, but if I could learn the craft of making these medicines to earn money, that would be really sweet. Because of his deification of auxiliary skills, Tao Yu had a rough idea about the Chitonic soup and ointments. The Chitonic soup should be a type of medicinal porridge, made by simmering a certain creature's innards, herbs, and staple food in a specific ratio. Perhaps from some particular company's breeding grounds for wish-powered creatures. The ointment would likely be similar to a horse balm, probably also made from some Yuan Force creatures. It wouldn't be surprising for company conglomerates to have mature industrial systems in place with various industries. As for the new conglomerates in this area, who knew how they managed? Maybe they farm aliens? Tao Yu mused, and come to think of it, the characteristic of aliens rapidly breeding through parasitizing ordinary animals was indeed quite suitable for breeding. Although excluding the value of skills, each creature was just 20 units of Yuan Force, but the difference lay in their numbers. However, it was foreseeable that even if the company really did manage to breed aliens and the number of aliens increased, the company would definitely control the flow of skills, preferring to convert any surplus directly into pure Yuan Force rather than undercut their own prices. There's also the blood orchid. Leela probably has channels to find people, and I also sold it to manager Lu, who should use the valley as a cultivation field once things stabilize. Although it was highly unlikely that blood orchids could be artificially cultivated, and could only be harvested periodically with long intervals between years, the effects were undeniable. Even if the habits of the blood orchid were to be figured out, they still wouldn't give up. Tao Yu merrily thought about this while also turning off into a small alley from the city's fort. The so-called alley was actually 2 makeshift buildings erected outside the city fort, attempting to take advantage of the protection of the city's high tower turrets, with wastewater overflowing on the ground. As soon as Tao Yu entered the alley, he suddenly accelerated and started running, darting between the disorganized buildings of the outer city, with a burst of speed surpassing that of Bolt, causing shouts of surprise from the passers-by he occasionally encountered. "Yuck, you trying to kill me? You kicked shit right onto my face, yuck! What the hell?" You trying to run somebody over? The already chaotic and filthy environment of the outer city immediately burst into complaints after Tao Yu made his escape. If it weren't for Tao Yu's speedy getaway, clearly not to be trifled with, there might have been some who would have started a fight. In the outer city, there were some basic rules in place, but the security team wouldn't intervene in trivial matters. In many areas, order was even dominated by gangs. After Tao Yu's gleeful escape, two figures that had been lingering at the entrance to the city fort quickly followed suit. Although they were not as fast as Tao Yu, their speed was not much slower, but they had been left behind by Tao Yu from the very beginning, having started a beat too late. After chasing and realizing they had lost him, they spat viciously. Damn it, why is he running so fast? Looks like he wasn't lying about eating all those flowers. Indeed, that's the only way it makes sense. Both individuals were dressed like typical outsiders, but the speed they had previously displayed was certainly no weak feat. After glaring fiercely around at the crowd with unfriendly eyes to avoid a sneak attack, the two quickly left the area as well. However, just after the two left, Tao Yu slowly emerged from the shadows of an alley behind them, watching the backs of the two with a somewhat profound gaze. I wasn't being paranoid after all. They came after me on the second day, so impatient. The very next morning, he had come to the Hound's fort, then sold items and learned skills. These two had stayed outside the fort without coming in, so they were likely carrying weapons. Regardless of which side they were from, they were definitely related to the Blood Orchid, with a slight chance they were from Manager Lu's side, but a greater likelihood they were either Li Lu or someone contacted by Li Lu. However, their surveillance was completely evident in front of his dynamic vision. That peripheral glance at him, and the slight changes in their facial expressions were all too obvious to Tao Yu, not from the security team. Which is a lot better than the worst-case scenario, Tao Yu murmured in his mind. If they really had enough power to roll over him blatantly in broad daylight, with the security team on his face, Tao Yu would have no choice but to cooperate obediently, act docile, and give whatever was requested, provided he didn't want to flee into the mists of the abyss. To survive by any means necessary. To endure humiliation and bear a heavy load, even playing the role of a dog if need be. But this kind of shadowing indicated it wasn't that severe. Perhaps they were also considering Uncle Hu's involvement. Or maybe Li Li's reach was just limited. Tao Yu even suspected they didn't know he had already traded some information at the recycling station. TSK. Just one was a bit too precarious. He should have given away some free information at the dojo as well. He hadn't considered thoroughly enough. Right now, I'm still all elbows and knees, and Uncle Hu's backing isn't thick enough. I can only try to find leverage where I can. Tao Yu didn't consider himself to be particularly smart, but he knew the pig paths of the networked world, where many truths were quite straightforward. When one's personal power is insufficient, they must try to shift interests and alliances. If one recycling station isn't enough, include the dojo too. After all, free information costs nothing to give away, and it could curry some favor. Looking up at the sky. Although it was always gray and blurry, it was clearly becoming darker, signaling the approach of night. Tao Yu quickened his steps. Let's hope there won't be any surprise attacks at night. The more than 10,000 Yuan Force he had left was useful, and it would be best not to waste it on recovery. Chapter 42, Chapter 37 Trash Mountain, I'm back. Tao Yu didn't choose to use stealth to track backwards. During the day there were too many people, and maintaining constant shadow evasion was too time-consuming and exhausting. Now Tao Yu's main objective was to drag out time as much as possible, spreading the message further, which would naturally resolve the issue. With his innate talents and potential laid bare, he did not wish to engage in direct confrontations during his weaker moments. Influenced by the world of his previous life, Tao Yu still preferred harmony. Killing Joseph was an accident. The man had used something Tao Yu detested to tempt him. Dinner's on the table. Mom and Dad have already returned to the abyss. His sister-in-law Lili wiped her hands on her apron. Has Sure come back? Nothing happened today, right? Tao Yu asked casually with an indifferent expression. He came back at noon, said he'd stay at a friend's house tonight. Lily sighed again. She spent the most time taking care of the family. and with Tao Sure staying out all night at such a young age, she always had her worries. It's fine, they're grown-ups now, boys won't suffer a disadvantage. Source.com, updated on new.omicron, Tao Yu, seeing his sister-in-law's expression, knew that for the moment no one had come to harass the house. As for his younger brother, Tao Yu wasn't really worried, the guy had always been like this. Despite having consumed lots of chitonic soup at the dojo, the sight of a bowl of pickles stir-fried with cured meat and white rice on the table still made Tao Yu rub his belly. The energy he had spent using stealth earlier needed to be replenished. Mom and Dad said that while you're home, you should try to eat more meat, and they'll also look for some to bring back from the gathering area. Tao Yu did not reject this show of parental concern. Meat was expensive in the current world, but it was much easier to get in the Abyss gathering areas. The only issue was that it wasn't convenient to carry. Sometimes they would rely on colleagues returning from expeditions to bring some things and pass messages. After finishing his meal, the sky had completely darkened. Since Li Xiang had already mentioned not coming back, Li had closed the door early and bolted it. Then she went to wash the dishes. Tao Yu returned to his room to conserve energy. He was not planning on sleeping tonight, he had to stay alert. At least until the news had fully spread, he intended to keep up this vigilance. Lifting the cardboard that covered the window a little to create a larger gap, Tao Yu gauged the size of the window with his hand, then retreated to the bed. Feels like those nights spent alone in the Abyss again. Tao Yu sighed inwardly. For someone who disliked fighting and killing, dealing with these matters was truly a headache. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly. As night fell, it was pitch dark outside, and sounds from the autonomous cannons could intermittently be heard. The Tao Yu who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed preserving energy, now opened his eyes. There truly was a disturbance outside the house, sigh. Reluctantly getting up, Tao Yu vanished into the shadows in the next moment. He merged into the shadows and slipped out the window. Shadow evasion didn't allow Tao Yu to walk through walls, but as long as there was a sufficient crack, he could slip through it like jelly. The mottled shadows around him rapidly shifted, somewhat ignoring the volume of physical collisions, letting Tao Yu move without a sound or trace, much faster than his speed during the daytime flight. It took less than 2 seconds for him to circle around to the back of the house, reaching the side of the two figures who had just leapt over the farm fence. The rooftop autonomous cannon could only target the foggy abyssal creatures, not some intelligent defense system, which allowed these two men to completely ignore it. They looked familiar. It was the two from the day, but they changed into a new set of gear. During the day, they both had dressed as common outsiders, dirty and disheveled. But this time they were in 2 sets of pitch-black tactical gear. The tactical pockets were stuffed with various items, and each man held a small submachine gun similar to an MP5, equipped with a silencer, clearly indicating malicious intent. Add on the night vision goggles they wore on their heads, and the two men exuded a sense of professionalism, a stark contrast to the shabby appearance when they had been tailing him earlier. If not for Tao Yu's exceptional eyesight, he might not have been able to recognize them on the spot. Seeing their gear, Tao Yu's gaze gradually darkened from within the shadows. He had already stepped back. Why were they forcing his hand? Without speaking, the two men exchanged glances after hopping over the farm fence. Clearly all was pre-planned. They communicated with several tactical hand signals, with one person then moving forward rapidly in a crouch. It was apparent that they likely also possessed a skill similar to stealth, their tactical boots making no sound as they walked, and they moved swiftly. However, just as the one in the front reached the corner and pulled out a dagger preparing to pry open the door bolt, a subtle sound of cracking bones came from behind. A chill rose from his spine in an instant. He was all too familiar with that sound. It was the sound of a neck being twisted. Without any hesitation, he waved the dagger behind him while his other hand had already red-gripped the handle of the gun. But besides the falling body of his companion, there was no other movement behind him. Sensing trouble, and without waiting to react further, a heavy blow to the back of his head caused his vision to blur, and he lost consciousness. Within a few short seconds, while the first body had just hit the ground, Tao Yu had already taken down 2 men. Quickly searching, Tao Yu found 2 tactical headsets and hesitated for a moment before breaking the microphones. He then temporarily placed them by his ear, but it seemed they were only used for private communication between the two. No sound was forthcoming. Then, carrying one body in one hand and the unconscious one in the other, he directly climbed over the guardrail and headed towards the direction of the trash mountain. The nights in the outer city were nearly pitch black, with no starlight or moon. Only a few lights were faintly visible on the inner city walls. On Tao Yu's side, it was almost impossible to see one's own fingers. But in Tao Yu's eyes, every detail of this environment was still clearly visible. The streets of the outer city at night were just as dirty, but empty of any human figures. Save for occasional coughs coming from inside the houses, with not even the sound of dog barking. Only the sporadic distant gunshots served as a brief decoration in the silence of night. Tao Yu moved quickly, carrying 2 fully armed adults, slowing down not in the slightest. Simultaneously, he kept observing his surroundings, worried about the presence of backup gangs. He'd intentionally shown himself to gauge the extent of their force. Equipped with bullet time and having stealth as a backup, and with ample Yuan Force reserved, Tao Yu had the capital to probe. Perhaps one could consider it good news, similar to the silent headset, even as Tao Yu reached the front of the trash mountain. No new attacks had occurred. To take on our family, this level of force is indeed more than sufficient, Tao Yu said with a self-deprecating laugh. Sometimes being underestimated wasn't such a bad thing. Ahead was a pitch-black trash mountain, piled up of various wastes and exuding an even more pungent odor than the streets above. Besides the garbage and stench, there were many red dots scurrying through the trash now and then, rummaging for something. Tao Yu's vision easily discerned that these red dots were the eyes of huge rats. Each rat was the size of a small cat. And rather than fearing Tao Yu's presence, many stared directly at him with no fear, their crimson eyes full of savageness. Because the flesh of these rats was toxic, not even cooking them would do, making them one of the outer city's few luxuries. Tao Yu had heard ghost stories of the trash mountain rats that ate humans since he was a child. Dropping the 2 men carelessly to the ground, Tao Yu bent down to start claiming his loot. He removed the bulletproof vest and neatly packed all the scattered gear. The next moment, Tao Yu lifted one of the bodies and spun on the spot, hurling it a long distance onto the trash mountain. Squeak, squeak, rats that had already been eyeing the area swarmed over the body in an instant, piling into a mass. The sounds of leather tearing, chewing, and bones being gnawed on continued to emanate, leaving Tao Yu feeling slightly nauseated. Looking down at the unconscious man, Tao Yu wasn't sure if he had controlled his strength properly, not knowing if he was alive or dead. But he didn't worry too much about it. In this regard, he indeed had no experience. Casually flipping the man over, he then exerted force with his foot. Crack, crack, one limb after another was broken, and the unconscious man awoke with a series of muffled groans. But before he could scream out in agony, a hand gripped his throat like iron pincers, nearly making the man who had just been painfully awakened black out again. Li Xiang, just revived, felt pain all throughout his body, his head foggy, and the immense pressure on his neck made it hard to breathe. What was happening? Right. He and his cousin were about to catch that kid from earlier in the day and interrogate him. Then what? His memory started piecing together in fragments, recalling the scene before the attack. Just as he was about to open the door latch with his dagger, he heard a noise behind him. Turning around, his cousin was dead. As the memories surged into his mind, Li Xian was startled, his head clearing up a bit. The night vision goggles had already been removed, making everything in front of him dark. Li Xian could only vaguely see some crimson-red dots, and an unbearable stench wafted into his nostrils, accompanied by rustling sounds near his ears. This suddenly sank Li Xiang's heart. Even without a clear view, he knew where he was. The trash mountain. Some of the dirty work he had done involved dealing with this place. It's over. Chapter 43. Chapter 38. The Li family. Li Xiang felt a wave of despair in his heart, knowing that he couldn't escape his fate. The only reason they hadn't killed him outright was to extract some information. Up to now, he didn't even know who had captured him. The night was too dark, and the lack of oxygen made his vision blur. The person clutching his neck had been behind him the entire time, and he could only sense that their strength was immense. Go ahead and ask, just give me a swift end. A faint voice emerged from his oppressed throat. He said that, but whether he would answer truthfully was something only heaven knew. Why did you go there at night? What do you all know? Tao Yu asked in a raspy and deep tone. Li Xiang's heart skipped a beat at Tao Yu's question. Huh? The other party didn't know? As his thoughts gradually returned, Li Xiang had a new idea in mind. Yes, he and his companion had been overpowered without a chance to fight back. This wasn't something that Brat and his family could do. It must be a third-party force. Thinking of the youngster visiting the fortress for a day, had he also brought in outside help? Li Xiang immediately found the best explanation in his mind. Such strength wouldn't belong to a nobody in the outsiders. This was hopeful. I don't know what that kid told you, but whatever secrets he knows, we know too. Our original intention was to take him away and keep him quiet, but unexpectedly, he already spilled the beans. The intermittent voice reached Tao Yu, who nodded slightly. You know about that thing? Yes, sir. In fact, we are the better partners for cooperation. The South City Li family, sir, must have heard of us. What authority does that bumpkin have to promise anything? It would be better to cooperate with us. Li family? The deep voice seemed somewhat wary. Humph, you're lying. You're from the inner city. If you really wanted to cooperate, why would you seek out the force of us outsiders? The voice seemed to be somewhat angry and embarrassed. Hearing this, Li Xiang felt even more secretly pleased inside. Pure outsider forces? That was fantastic. There was a chance. Please don't be angry, sir. I'm telling the truth. Because there's a chance this interest could allow us to return to the inner city, the clan leader decided to undertake the development himself this time. That's why the two of us who made the move are from the direct line. The clan leader has called back all the important family members eligible to participate, to ensure the success. Really? Absolutely. If we had truly found a connection with the inner city, we wouldn't have bothered to capture this youngster. We'd have simply integrated him, given that B-grade combat talent is quite rare in the new development zone. And he wouldn't likely refuse integration. Li Xiang, desperate to survive, was being remarkably sincere. On hearing this, Tao Yu thought it really was the situation. Damn it, why target himself? Was it not for fear of being unable to control the situation? With inner city backing, why worry about such matters? Offering a sum of money for integration would have been perfect. Normally, would someone refuse it? And most crucially, the other side's slip of the tongue also fully exposed their capabilities. B-grade talent. Even though only a day had passed, he had never kept it a secret at all, being completely open and above board. Yet, they still relied on outdated information, which indeed showed their limited abilities. It had been a good half-day since he sold the information to the Starshine recycling station, and the other party still had no clue, so at least the credibility of this piece of news seemed pretty high. To show my sincerity, send some of your Yuan Force over. Tao Yu pulled out a magnetic card from his inner pocket, which was from selling stuff. It could be reused and at one time could store more than 4,000 points of Yuan Force, much more convenient than those shattered Yuan Force medals. Under the restrictions of the world's will, techniques similar to illusion techniques and mental control were unable to perform Yuan Force transfer operations. But voluntary transfer was possible. It was rare to catch a live one that could be pressured, so it would be a waste not to make use of him, especially since he had risked it all just for a piece of information. The barrel spat out from Joseph's mouth before he died, along with his final self-destruction, still vivid in Tao Yu's memory, so even though this time it was only dealing with an outsider. He broke all their limbs and snapped their neck from behind, just to avoid any accidents. But as Tao Yu spoke, Li Xiang fell completely silent, his face showing a pitiful expression. Please be quick, he pleaded. Now that Tao Yu was demanding Yuan Force points, Li Xiang, having done this before, felt all hope shatter with those words. Giving up any chance of luck, there was no opportunity left. Why? Why, if you don't give it to me, I'll throw you alive into a pit of rats. which won't be quick or painless. Tao Yu stopped pretending and outright threatened, but all he received was an invisible silence. To give money to his own killer after death? That's a bitter pill to swallow. After all, having clawed his way up in the harsh environment of the outer city, Li Xian's plea for mercy was an attempt to truthfully and deceptively give out some information. But now there really was no hope. Realizing this might be useless, Tao Yu exerted more force and snapped the other's neck right away. He then also tossed the body toward the garbage mountain. Being alive and screaming would only cause trouble. After a scare tactic proved useless, it wasn't worth the effort anymore. Our family has always worked hard, earning a meager 300 a month, been kind to others, willing to help, so why push us? Tao Yu, hearing the stirring of the rat pack behind him once more, turned around and walked toward the direction of the inner city's wall. The Li family wants to monopolize and return to the inner city, which means it's only you, the Li family, a clan that moved from the inner city to the outer city. Although they could no longer stay in the inner city, once they came to the outer city, they still belonged to a rather remarkable force. Their retreat was mainly due to the clan's backbone, the strongest member, along with a group of core members, dying in an expedition to a world fragment. For the Li family, leaving the inner city was also an act of self-preservation, and overall, it was quite dignified. Therefore, they quickly steadied their footing in the outer city and became a strong force. The contemporary clan leader of the Li family, Li Hui, was one of the 4 deputy captains of the Enforcement Authority, in charge of the South City area. Also, Li Hui was the only one amongst the 4 deputy captains without any traces of mechanical augmentation, somewhat similar to the Enforcement Authority captain, Szechuan. The fact that he could maintain his position without any mutations, cybernetic implants, and solely with flesh and blood, was proof enough that his physical body had drastically surpassed human limits, enough to match or even exceed those with mechanical enhancements in the outer city. In the Enforcement Authority family quarter, a 3-story wooden villa set with a small courtyard, together with 12 other buildings beside it, comprised the Li family's gathering place in the outer city. Compared to the scrap heap style buildings of the outer city, each of the Li family's houses was quite standard, mostly built from uniform timber. Grouping over a dozen houses together gave this place a different vibe from the rest of the outer city. The ground was also covered in compacted gravel, much cleaner in comparison. While the rest of the outer city was usually quiet at night, that core 3-story wooden house was still brightly lit, seemingly hosting a banquet that had yet to end. At a time when ordinary people were reluctant to use even oil lamps, this Western-style house was illuminated by electric lights, as if living in a different world. Chapter 44, Chapter 39, The Life Experience of the Li Clan Leader, the Li Families. Night was still alive with a wine banquet downstairs, but in the study on the 3rd floor, Li Le and his father Li Hui were casually discussing the day's events. "Father, we're short-staffed right now. A grade B combat talent is actually quite a decent prospect, with a clean family background too. If we control him with happiness, and secure a debt note, we should be able to have complete control over him, right?" Li Le thought about what the now-deceased Joseph had done, referring to how Joseph was killed when he was surrounded by those Yuan Force creatures. Otherwise, he indeed would have been secured. The new gathering place was in need of people, and it was quite a strain to rely on just a few young people from the family to slowly take over. If your talent reached grade C, even just C-, then I would have arranged to take him in. But your grade D dynamic vision, although theoretically almost the same as a normal grade B combat talent, still doesn't guarantee a definite win, Li Hui said gravely. When Li Le first met Wino, he also downplayed his own talent, claiming it was only grade E dynamic vision, but in reality, it was grade D. Special combat talents like dynamic vision are indeed 2 levels higher than normal combat talents. Coupled with the family's night-breathing technique, Li Le felt completely confident he could suppress the other. But his father wouldn't allow it, wanting to avoid all trouble, making him feel somewhat underestimated, and he replied dissatisfied, "So what if he's just Tao Yu's nephew, even if it were his son? How could they compare to me with the same level of talent? At least in the outer city." Li Le had a psychological advantage. If Joseph wanted to take someone in as a lackey, why couldn't he? Our family's dynamic vision is indeed a respectable talent. It was the foundation for us establishing a foothold in the inner city. In a head-on fight, you could easily beat him, particularly with the support the family provides you, which far exceeds his source.com, updated on omicron. Li Hui didn't counter Li Li's words but casually got up and came over to pat his shoulder. However, dynamic vision is a skill suited for shooting and even ambushing. What good is your strength if you get shot in the head with a single bullet? You'd still end up dead. Lila wanted to rebut, but for a moment he didn't know how to respond. If we were still an inner city force, it wouldn't matter, but right now there's really no need to take risks. We can proceed slowly. As he said this, Li Hui turned with his hands clasped behind him, revealing a wise smile. The growth cycles of plants are set. We have time to wait. If 7 family members can choose the development zone within half a year, then based on the 8 of you, we can steadily establish ourselves and gradually recruit some newcomers. Here, Li Hui paused again. Once we've reaped a few waves of insubordination, we can also use the fame we've built to offer a tribute directly to the 2 bigwigs in the floating city. In exchange for a promotion. Alright, then is it suitable for the 2 cousins to head over immediately during the night? It's not actually that peaceful at night. Lila slowly accepted his father's words. They indeed made sense, but arranging for the 2 cousins to go overnight seemed a bit overly cautious. Just to be safe. It would be troublesome if that guy starts talking nonsense. For someone with a bit of capability like him, either you don't touch them at all, or you have to completely suppress them at once. Otherwise, if he calls his friends, and Tao Yu calls his friends, and it escalates further and further, the troubles that follow will be endless. Hearing this, Li Lu felt a stir in his heart, and worriedly said, "What if he's already told Tao Yu? We're not sure what happened in the half-day yesterday, though we've been in the fortress all day today. So what if he's told him? Does Tao Yu know the location?" Li Hui scoffed, speaking ominously. "You said it yourself before, he's just Tao Yu's nephew, and only a cousin at that. The relationship has been maintained solely by his talent. Tao Yu might risk it for a living talent, but once a person is dead, that's all gone." Afterward, Li Hui gave Li Lu a meaningful smile. "Learn a bit more. In the future, you'll have to stand on your own in the new gathering place, leading the new generation of our Li family." A splatter, Li Hui's smiling head shot up into the sky, blood spurting from the neck, leaving Li Lu completely dumbstruck. Through the gap of blood spraying between the soaring head and neck, he also saw the figure of Tao Yu with a knife passing through. Like a freshly emerged ink painting, his body was still covered with swirls of black mist. "Yo, brotherly, we meet again." With blood droplets on his face, Tao Yu grinned and laughed. "Tao Yu, how is that possible? It can't be. Why is he here? My father's head, it's fake, all of it is fake." This was the last thought in Li Li's mind. As he opened his mouth, Tao Yu, recovering from the skill overlay, raised another handgun. Bang! The bullet passed through Li Li's mouth, blowing his skull open, splashing blood everywhere. The sudden gunshot also caused a pause in the banquet outside. The music stopped, and the sound of running echoed up the stairs. The wooden stairs and floors vibrated slightly, and a mix of confusing noises could be heard. Was that gunfire? What's happened? Let's go see. The study of Uncle? What's wrong? All the key personnel of the Li family were present, and even though they had withdrawn from the inner city, the Li family was still a significant force, commanding respect and influence in the southern outskirts of the city. The true nature of the banquet was to gather all these important figures and set the tone for what was to come. Logistics, resources, and ongoing support were all things that needed to be coordinated. Li Lu alone couldn't manage it all, despite his considerable talent. The main forces who couldn't enter the new development zone were mainly responsible for coordinating resources and exchanging useful Yuan Force items. "Uncle, Li Lu, what's happening?" "We heard gunshots," someone called out. Clan leader. "Has something happened?" Bang bang, knocking sounds arose. Methodically, Tao Yu searched the 2 men and found several Yuan Force items before disappearing back into the shadows. Bang, the sound of something smashing quickly followed, and the door was broken down in just a few hits by some of the Li family's elite fighters. They then saw the two men lying in a pool of blood. In an instant, the complexions of those rushing in drastically changed. What's going on? What happened? Seal off the scene immediately. Contact the security team. A gray-haired elder ordered, his face grave. Someone spotted the rotary phone in the study, a direct line to the security team, a true symbol of status. But when someone hurried over to the phone and picked it up, they slammed it back down in frustration upon discovering that the line had been cut. Damn it! Two of you come with me, let's go there directly. At that moment, the lights in the house suddenly went out, as if the whole building's circuit breaker had been tripped. What's happening? The killer hasn't left. Everyone be careful. Back to back. Light the lamps. The fire, light a fire. Having electricity wired from the city walls to light up the entire house was definitely a sign of status. When their accustomed lighting suddenly cut off, chaos ensued. Soon enough, the first scream arose from downstairs, followed by the frantic sounds of lighting fires and questioning voices. Gunshots followed, creating a cacophony of noise. The front door is locked. Break it down! A flicker of firelight, and the person attempting to bust the door was shot in the back of the head. Go out the windows. Bang bang, as someone smashed the window. 2 bullets followed, and upon crashing through, they fell to the ground. Whoever ran first would die first. Help! Damn it! Fight back! Where's the person? Screams, cries for help, and roars came one after another. On a starless night shrouded by gray fog, with insufficient lighting, only the sporadic glow of temporary oil lamps and flames illuminated the dark 3-story Western-style house, accompanied by the flashes of gunshots and screams. The Li family, in possession of the night-breathing technique, an advanced breathing technique, and the deep roots of an inner-city family, they positioned themselves as one of the 4 deputy captains of the security team without relying on mechanical enhancements or mutations. But now, they were facing a one-sided massacre in the darkness. There were more than a couple of elite Li family members whose overall physical capabilities completely surpassed Tao Yu's. But in this environment, that meant nothing. A single bullet to the brow or a knife across the throat was all it took to end their lives. Continuously utilizing Yuan Force to replenish his stamina and focus, the constantly fatiguing Tao Yu was like a god of death in the darkness, each appearance guaranteeing the demise of a Li family member. The screaming waned until silence prevailed. The entire Li house fell into dead silence. The once majestic isolated Western-style building remained imposing. Only now, with broken windows and several bodies hanging from them, along with the silence of the dozen or so nearby buildings, it seemed as if no life remained at all. Chapter 45, Chapter 40. The owner of the mansion, cough cough, there are indeed skilled masters out there. In the pitch-black night, he stood next to a building, steadying his body with a hand against the wall that felt like asbestos board. Tao Yu clutched his broken ribs, and aside from the bulletproof vest, his shoulder bore a fierce gunshot wound. With the infusion of Yuan Force, his ribs quickly healed, and the wound expelled the bullet. Constantly replenishing his stamina in the forefront had consumed over 3,000 Yuan Force, allowing him to maintain a high level of endurance. Shadows could enter at any time, and an outburst could happen at any moment. He had used another 1,000 Yuan Force to heal his injuries, which was a huge loss. In truth, eating could have also aided in recovery, but there wasn't time for that now. Tao Yu had no choice but to bear the cost. Looking at the large bundle wrapped in bedsheets before him, filled with miscellaneous items, Tao Yu had no idea how much he'd be able to recoup. He had no way to thoroughly search them. Although he had cleared his way from the perimeter to the inside, there were probably no survivors left in the Li family. Even the eggs were scattered. In the end, he had even started a fire with kerosene. But he couldn't stay at the scene forever. All he could do was hastily take these seemingly valuable items, mainly those related to Yuan Force. Are these considered dirty goods? Aren't they too conspicuous? Source.com, updated on Omicron New Omicron. Tao Yu picked up a small Yuan Force knife, sensing its sharp and bleeding properties. but ultimately decided to absorb it directly as pure Yuan Force. They seemed to be auxiliary items. Although indeed worth more than pure Yuan Force absorption, Tao Yu clearly did not have the time to deal with them and simply absorbed them all at once. Then, he absorbed a total of about 8,000 Yuan Force. What a pity! If I sold them all, they would be worth at least 10,000 or even more. I wonder if these kinds of families have an emergency treasure stash somewhere. Tao Yu sighed a little. From that whole bedsheet of items, he only kept two. One was a seemingly ordinary handgun with the bullet's path precision Yuan Force property, a very common yet practical Yuan Force item. Absorbing the Yuan Force in it would yield only 400, but it could likely sell for about 2,000. Since it was a high-demand item, Tao Yu decided to keep it. The other was a long dagger, which could also be used as a short sword, possessing only 200 in Yuan Force reserve but characterized by armor penetration, wear resistance, and sharpness, three quite remarkable Yuan Force properties, making it a small gem. The rest had their Yuan Force fully absorbed, turning them into ordinary items. Indeed, these could still sell for some money, yet after some hesitation, Tao Yu opted to bury them somewhere instead. He was in need of Yuan Force, but it wasn't worth taking the risk. Actually, I didn't want to take a risk at night either. With the environment before, a stray bullet might have hit my head, and even instant use of Yuan Force to heal might not have worked. I wasn't keen to try. Tao Yu eventually returned to bed with a sigh. Initially, he wanted to keep disseminating the message and spreading the risk. But the Li family had pushed things too far. No, I must continue to offer the message to the dojo tomorrow, else if the manager learns about the Li family being wiped out, and entertains the thought of hoarding the information, what if he doesn't report it? Tao Yu reviewed his situation and identified new problems. This world was too dark, and the thought of them coming overnight to silence him was chilling. The next morning, Tao Yu ate breakfast like nothing had happened. On his way to the Hound Fortress for Wanlu Dojo to practice fist technique, the scene was nearly the same as the day before. A group of outsiders lined up, waiting to enter the fortress. Given that communication among the common people in South City was all about shouting, the tragedy that occurred in the public security residential area wouldn't spread the news so quickly. However, when it was Tao Yu's turn in line to enter, he saw three people dressed in public security uniforms hurriedly running towards them. The trio rushed straight to the gate of the fortress. The urgency of their movements drew many eyes, leaving onlookers curious about what had happened. Attach these notices to the walls of your fortress and arrange for people to read them aloud for the next 3 days. The three members of public security walked up to the entrance and tossed a stack of freshly inked notices over, seemingly just printed moments before. The guards, who normally acted high and mighty towards other outsiders, instantly plastered smiles on their faces and nodded in agreement upon seeing these public security members. A guard captain even handed over a few homemade rolled cigarettes. "Gentlemen, what happened this time?" Another attendant quickly went to fetch water, rushing over in a great hurry and actually feeling a bit thirsty. A security team member then tugged at his collar, stood still, and lit a cigarette, speaking with a sickly expression. "Something big has happened. The Li family has been exterminated." Exterminated? The Li family? People entering the fort at the side also pricked up their ears to listen. Which Li family? The captain of the fort's guards was a bit confused. The Li family from South City. All three members of the security team also looked somewhat frightened. The crime scene was in the security team's residential area, so close to the inner city walls. Could it be they were wiped out? What kind of grudge was this? How powerful must one be? Hiss. Everyone nearby inhaled sharply upon hearing this. It really was a big deal. "Tao Yu, what's the matter? You look so troubled." When Smith saw Tao Yu come over in his dojo training suit, a smile also appeared on his face. "Hey, don't mention it. I just heard that the Li family from South City was wiped out when I entered the fort." "What? The Li family from South City?" Smith had obviously heard of the fame of the Li family from South City. "I heard their night-breathing technique was unmatched. They've been exterminated just like that." Smith was also very shocked. Outside the city, things were always somewhat chaotic. Just on the day of awakening alone, who knows how many people would die, and bodies in the sewers were a common occurrence. But it was still rare for a major household to be wiped out. Yeah, I was in the same class as one of their young men. Brother, can I see the dojo master? I have some things I want to discuss. Tao Yu put on a worried look. Although Smith had stumbled upon big news, after all, it was just idle gossip. Hearing what Tao Yu had to say, he was actually pleased. Speaking of which, the dojo master wanted to see you after hearing about your situation. Come with me, you might have a chance to receive personal guidance from the master. Compared to the unrelated extermination of the Li family, the dojo master and this junior brother mattered more. Smith led Tao Yu directly to a separate, relatively smaller wooden hut. Though this wooden hut was not very large, it was quite exquisite and much more elegant than the other buildings of the dojo. A nondescript middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged outside the hut on a cushion, with a cup of freshly brewed hot tea beside him. When he saw Smith bringing Tao Yu over, the man, also dressed in a dojo suit and appearing very ordinary, nodded and smiled at Tao Yu. You must be the talented student Smith mentioned, truly an impressive figure. Lu Yi, the master of Wan Lu Dojo, really looked very unremarkable, without any exaggerated muscles visible on his body. But simply sitting there casually, he gave Tao Yu a sense of natural integration, and even though he appeared very gentle when smiling, with casual behavior, Tao Yu still felt an indescribable sense of tension, akin to the unconscious anxiety ordinary people feel in the presence of a wild animal. The master was indeed very strong. This feeling was even stronger than Li Hui from yesterday. Li Hui gave off such a strong oppressive aura that it made Tao Yu stack all his skills in one go. After the kill, had he not replenished a bit of Yuan Force, he would have almost not recovered. Chapter 45. Chapter 40. The owner of the mansion, cough cough, there are indeed skilled masters out there. In the pitch-black night, he stood next to a building, steadying his body with a hand against the wall that felt like asbestos board. Tao Yu clutched his broken ribs, and aside from the bulletproof vest, his shoulder bore a fierce gunshot wound. With the infusion of Yuan Force, his ribs quickly healed, and the wound expelled the bullet. Constantly replenishing his stamina in the forefront had consumed over 3,000 Yuan Force, allowing him to maintain a high level of endurance. Shadows could enter at any time, and an outburst could happen at any moment. He had used another 1,000 Yuan Force to heal his injuries, which was a huge loss. In truth, eating could have also aided in recovery, but there wasn't time for that now. Tao Yu had no choice but to bear the cost. Looking at the large bundle wrapped in bedsheets before him, filled with miscellaneous items, Tao Yu had no idea how much he'd be able to recoup. He had no way to thoroughly search them, although he had cleared his way from the perimeter to the inside. There were probably no survivors left in the Li family, even the eggs were scattered. In the end, he had even started a fire with kerosene. But he couldn't stay at the scene forever. All he could do was hastily take these seemingly valuable items, mainly those related to Yuan Force. Are these considered dirty goods? Aren't they too conspicuous? Source.com, updated on Omicron New Omicron. Tao Yu picked up a small Yuan Force knife, sensing its sharp and bleeding properties, but ultimately decided to absorb it directly as pure Yuan Force. They seemed to be auxiliary items. Although indeed worth more than pure Yuan Force absorption, Tao Yu clearly did not have the time to deal with them and simply absorbed them all at once. Then, he absorbed a total of about 8,000 Yuan Force. What a pity. If I sold them all, they would be worth at least 10,000 or even more. I wonder if these kinds of families have an emergency treasure stash somewhere. Tao Yu sighed a little. From that whole bedsheet of items, he only kept two. One was a seemingly ordinary handgun with the bullet's path precision Yuan Force property, a very common yet practical Yuan Force item. Absorbing the Yuan Force in it would yield only 400, but it could likely sell for about 2,000. Since it was a high-demand item, Tao Yu decided to keep it. The other was a long dagger, which could also be used as a short sword, possessing only 200 in Yuan Force reserve but characterized by armor penetration, wear resistance, and sharpness. 3 quite remarkable Yuan Force properties, making it a small gem. The rest had their Yuan Force fully absorbed, turning them into ordinary items. Indeed, these could still sell for some money, yet after some hesitation, Tao Yu opted to bury them somewhere instead. He was in need of Yuan Force, but it wasn't worth taking the risk. Actually, I didn't want to take a risk at night either. With the environment before, a stray bullet might have hit my head, and even instant use of Yuan Force to heal might not have worked. I wasn't keen to try. Tao Yu eventually returned to bed with a sigh. Initially, he wanted to keep disseminating the message and spreading the risk, but the Li family had pushed things too far. No, I must continue to offer the message to the dojo tomorrow, else if the manager learns about the Li family being wiped out and entertains the thought of hoarding the information, what if he doesn't report it? Tao Yu reviewed his situation and identified new problems. This world was too dark, and the thought of them coming overnight to silence him was chilling. The next morning, Tao Yu ate breakfast like nothing had happened. On his way to the Hound Fortress for Wanlu Dojo to practice fist technique, the scene was nearly the same as the day before. A group of outsiders lined up, waiting to enter the fortress. Given that communication among the common people in South City was all about shouting, the tragedy that occurred in the public security residential area wouldn't spread the news so quickly. However, when it was Tao Yu's turn in line to enter, he saw 3 people dressed in public security uniforms hurriedly running towards them. The trio rushed straight to the gate of the fortress. The urgency of their movements drew many eyes, leaving onlookers curious about what had happened. Attach these notices to the walls of your fortress and arrange for people to read them aloud for the next 3 days. The 3 members of public security walked up to the entrance and tossed a stack of freshly inked notices over, seemingly just printed moments before. The guards, who normally acted high and mighty towards other outsiders, instantly plastered smiles on their faces and nodded in agreement upon seeing these public security members. A guard captain even handed over a few homemade rolled cigarettes. "Gentlemen, what happened this time?" Another attendant quickly went to fetch water, rushing over in a great hurry and actually feeling a bit thirsty. A security team member then tugged at his collar, stood still, and lit a cigarette, speaking with a sickly expression. "Something big has happened. The Li family has been exterminated." Exterminated? The Li family? People entering the fort at the side also pricked up their ears to listen. Which Li family? The captain of the fort's guards was a bit confused. The Li family from South City. All 3 members of the security team also looked somewhat frightened. The crime scene was in the security team's residential area, so close to the inner city walls. Could it be they were wiped out? What kind of grudge was this? How powerful must one be? Hiss. Everyone nearby inhaled sharply upon hearing this. It really was a big deal. "Tao Yu, what's the matter? You look so troubled." When Smith saw Tao Yu come over in his dojo training suit, a smile also appeared on his face. "Hey, don't mention it. I just heard that the Li family from South City was wiped out when I entered the fort." "What? The Li family from South City?" Smith had obviously heard of the fame of the Li family from South City. "I heard their night-breathing technique was unmatched." They've been exterminated just like that." Smith was also very shocked. Outside the city, things were always somewhat chaotic. Just on the day of awakening alone, who knows how many people would die, and bodies in the sewers were a common occurrence. But it was still rare for a major household to be wiped out. "Yeah, I was in the same class as one of their young men." "Brother, can I see the dojo master? I have some things I want to discuss." Tao Yu put on a worried look. Although Smith had stumbled upon big news, after all, it was just idle gossip. Hearing what Tao Yu had to say, he was actually pleased. "Speaking of which, the dojo master wanted to see you after hearing about your situation. Come with me, you might have a chance to receive personal guidance from the master." Compared to the unrelated extermination of the Li family, the dojo master and this junior brother mattered more. Smith led Tao Yu directly to a separate, relatively smaller wooden hut. Though this wooden hut was not very large, it was quite exquisite and much more elegant than the other buildings of the dojo. A nondescript middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged outside the hut on a cushion, with a cup of freshly brewed hot tea beside him. When he saw Smith bringing Tao Yu over, the man, also dressed in a dojo suit and appearing very ordinary, nodded and smiled at Tao Yu. "You must be the talented student Smith mentioned. Truly an impressive figure." Lu Yi, the master of Wanlu Dojo, really looked very unremarkable, without any exaggerated muscles visible on his body. But simply sitting there casually, he gave Tao Yu a sense of natural integration, and even though he appeared very gentle when smiling, with casual behavior, Tao Yu still felt an indescribable sense of tension, akin to the unconscious anxiety ordinary people feel in the presence of a wild animal. The master was indeed very strong. This feeling was even stronger than Li Hui from yesterday. Li Hui gave off such a strong oppressive aura that it made Tao Yu stack all his skills in one go. After the kill, had he not replenished a bit of Yuan Force, he would have almost not recovered. Chapter 46. Chapter 41. The 5 Forms of Wanlu. Louis didn't know why, but a sudden slight chill ran down his spine, yet his attention quickly returned to the student before him. Well proportioned with handsome features, he had quite the marketable appearance for someone from the outer city. In fact, Tao Yu used to have a more delicate appearance and was rather skinny. But as he fleshed out from growing, his image had noticeably improved. In the outer city, where most people's skin was rough due to the harshness of life, Tao Yu's recent physical transformations made him appear fair and tender. To grasp the stance skill in just 3 tries is not something we see often in our dojo. I have also taught young people with great bodily talents, and they too could not reach this level. Louis smiled as he praised Tao Yu's talent. Head of the dojo praises me too highly. My quick mastery is probably due to my dynamic vision's ability to capture movements, and my body has a good foundation from taking a substantial amount of Yuan Force herbs. Smith mentioned this to me before, but I am not privy to what herbs these were. Would you mind sharing some details? It can be compensated. Louis wanted to see Tao Yu for his talents, but he was also interested in this aspect. It could be said that his intention cut both ways. This prompted Tao Yu to quickly speak up. Actually, I took the initiative to come to you for this very reason, and to receive compensation for it would obviously be wonderful. Your talent is commendable, and since you already qualify for our free quota, if you're willing to share some details, I can waive all your future tuition fees. Louis grandly waved his hand, offering his promise. Source.com, updated on Omicron. In reality, for Louis and the dojo, teaching others was their business, akin to a skill loan. It wouldn't be a loss either way, and for Tao Yu, it was even better, because he was definitely going to learn all 5 fist techniques. Even with a half-price discount, it would still cost tens of thousands. After all, even without this promise, Tao Yu would have taken the initiative to discuss it. It was practically a free ride. Thank you, head of the dojo. He first thanked Louis, preempting the conversation, then Tao Yu followed up with a sigh. Hearing about the Li family's annihilation today scared me to death. I was already thinking of discussing this with you. Wait a second, what does this have to do with the Li family's annihilation? Louis, clearly aware of this incident, appeared momentarily stiff. Let me explain. Here's how things went. Tao Yu didn't give the other party the chance to speculate wildly and rattled off the attributes of the blood orchid, its growth environment, and even the estimated distances from the boundaries of the grasslands. After explaining all of this, he continued, "Doubt well, that Li Lu from the Li family is from the same period as me. He also knows about the blood orchid." The subsequent look on Tao Yu's face was a mix of fear and embarrassment, causing Lu Yi to grow solemn too. Being in charge of Wanlu Dojo meant Lu Yi was no pushover, and he immediately grasped Tao Yu's intent to spread the risk. He had been very cautious and concerned about the annihilation of the Li family. Although the Li family was not as strong as Wanlu Dojo, they were a fairly dominant clan in the outer city. To be extinguished so suddenly by a brutal and bloodthirsty force was not something the dojo could contend with. Upon hearing about Tao Yu's transaction of selling herbs and providing information at the Starshine recycling station, Lu Yi's expression relaxed significantly. "You're quite the slick one, but smart." If you hadn't done this in the past 2 days, you might have very well disappeared from the world tonight. Louis had high hopes for Tao Yu, and since he initially agreed to a fee waiver, he decided to stick with it, considering it an investment. Oh? Do you have any conjectures, head of the dojo? Please enlighten me. Taking the opportunity, Tao Yu inquired further. Actually, the situation is quite simple. The Li family must have been preparing to collaborate with a certain force. But that force wanted to monopolize the benefits, so they made their move overnight. They probably didn't even know of your existence, otherwise, you wouldn't have survived last night. But since you've already sold the Starshine recycling station, this matter will probably just blow over, and the Li family died in vain. Louis didn't seem to care much and was instead lost in thought. Such incidents are not uncommon, not just in the outer city, but also in the inner city. In these times, might makes right. If you hold on to profits you shouldn't have, you'd better be prepared. Although there is a security team in charge, there's not much they can do once the clues run dry. The various forces within the inner city are intricate and complex. Who knows which one was behind this? Rashly upsetting the balance has even worse consequences. The security team will not risk their lives for the now deceased Li family. Tightening security now is just a show to calm the public. So that's how it is. But am I safe now? Can I stay at the dojo for a couple of days? Tao Yu seized the opportunity to ask. The dojo master could make decisions on the spot. A simple yes or no would do. Staying here would also make use of the time at night. Haha, sure. But you'll have to ask Smith yourself if he agrees to let you sleep on the floor. Of course, no problem. I'd be afraid too if I were you. Smith agreed briskly. With the right talent, many things are easy to negotiate. So, which fist technique do you want to start learning today? Having met the dojo master, Tao Yu followed Smith back to the corner of the courtyard where they practiced yesterday. Zhang Wei and the others had also arrived, but Smith didn't ask their opinion and went straight to satisfying Tao Yu's request with his question. Big brother, can you talk about it? I think everyone would like to hear. Tao Yu took the initiative to inquire. He knew that the Wanlu dojo offered 5 signature fist techniques. Tiger, crane, bear, python, ape, each had its own characteristics, but he wasn't clear about the specific features. And Tao Yu's inquiry also dispelled some of the small dissatisfaction that Zhang Wei and the others had harbored, and they all perked up their ears. All right, let's start with the fist techniques. You already know their names, so I'll begin with the crane form, which I am most proficient in and have reached LV4 in. As Smith said this, he also casually adopted a stance. Standing on one foot like a golden rooster, his posture was straight as a pen. Just by standing there, he exuded a sense of lightness and agility. Crane form is the lightest and most agile among our myriad streams 5 forms. It focuses on touch and go and anticipating the opponent. While speaking, Smith began to demonstrate stances, waving his arms as if searching for an invisible opponent. Accompanying his movements, Tao Yu also formed a mental image. Crane form mainly resembled Jeet Kune Do and the beggar's version of Dugan 9 swords in style, with a few basic moves that are relatively simple, mainly emphasizing quick initiation. However, it requires a high level of adaptability and spontaneity, focusing on disrupting the rhythm of an opponent's attack before it is fully launched. The fighting style has 2 distinct approaches, one for humans and one for beasts. And practicing crane form on top of the foundation of Wanlu stance skill could further strengthen the leg sinews and fingers. Afterward, Smith went on to demonstrate the tiger, bear, python, and ape forms in succession. Indeed, it was evident that although he was proficient in the other 4 forms, they lacked the delicate grace of the crane form, and it could only be said that he was familiar with the techniques. Each fist technique had its own focus and uniqueness, but what was key was the seemingly unrelated 5 forms actually resurfaced on the foundation of Wanlu's stance skill, providing a comprehensive coverage for the whole body once again. Each form appeared as a separate piece of the puzzle, able to progress and enhance specific parts. Combined, they amounted to a full enhancement of the whole set. Chapter 47, Chapter 42. Half a month, indeed. It's very difficult. After studying for a day and planning to go home to inform his family that he would be staying at the dojo for the next few days, Tao Yu's face involuntarily showed a hint of emotion. He had entered the beginner stage of Wanlu stance skill 3 times, and now, even with the foundation of deification's augmented Wanlu stance skill, he still hadn't managed to master even one form in a single day. Despite Smith constantly correcting and personally instructing him by his side, as expected, the difficulty of learning the 5 fist techniques had greatly increased. No wonder they simplified it into the stance skill for practice first, to facilitate the acceleration with Yuan Force. But I have already vaguely grasped the essence. At most 2 days, I should be able to master it in at most 2 days. His proficiency could be seen visibly improving, and there were no bottlenecks or incomprehensible areas. With the foundation in stance skills and superior physical quality, learning all 5 fist techniques shouldn't be a problem. There was also the swallowing fluid technique for promoting digestion. These were Tao Yu's goals for the month. Although the interval between visits to the abyss could be as short as 5 days after awakening his talent, Tao Yu still planned to learn as much as possible and spend almost all of his Yuan Force before entering the abyss again. Sharpening the axe will not hinder the chopping of firewood. Compared to the abyss, the environment in the present world was still a bit more comfortable, and he could learn some skills as well. Source.com, updated on Omicron. Uncle Hu, what brings you here? As Tao Yu arrived at his home's entrance, he saw Uncle Hu chatting and smoking with 2 members of the security team at the door. His rarely seen outdoors third brother, Tao Tong, was also there, rolling out in his wheelchair. His third brother possessed dynamic vision, had once joined the security team, and was Uncle Hu's connection. Now he was chatting with a rare smile on his face. Yo, our great genius is back. Uncle Hu, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, saw Tao Yu and grinned, beckoning with his hand. Uncle Hu? Tao Yu trotted over. Heard you went to the fortress to learn some skills? How's it going? Everything smooth? Uncle Hu sized up Tao Yu and casually asked. Very well, the dojo master and senior brothers are very enthusiastic. Of course, a grade 8 talent is welcomed warmly everywhere. After a brief exchange, Tao Hu then explained the reason for his visit. You've heard about the Li family's incident, right? Actually, I'm here because of that. I've heard. Scared me to death. Please go on. Tao Yu listened attentively. Clearly, their visit wasn't to suspect him as the culprit but rather concerning the blood orchid. We've already got a lead. Yesterday, you passed on the information about the blood orchid as a side note, which was quite well done. I'd been somewhat negligent before. Tao Hu praised Tao Yu first, then talked about the current situation. We can now roughly confirm that the Li family was sold out by their allied partner. Actually, according to the relations within the Li family, we can narrow down a few suspects, but they're very cautious. Not one has shown any slip-up, and it should all be over once you sold the information. Tao Hu spoke very plainly, just as Dojo Master Louis had predicted. The other party was not targeting the security team but purely a matter of the Li family's distribution of interests. If the Li family had approached the security team for overall cooperation and then were eliminated, there would definitely be common indignation, and they might even escalate the situation to get the company's security department involved. But now, they couldn't be bothered with this problem of unevenly divided spoils. Originally, you would have been in danger too, but fortunately, you were clever. The problem should be solved by now. I also sent some to the dojo master, exchange for a few free skills. I'm staying at the dojo these days. Haha, you're smart. I guess I worry too much. Tao Hu laughed and patted Tao Yu's shoulder, feeling that the boy had grown taller, and it was a bit awkward to pat him now. Then he took out a wristwatch from his bosom and handed it to Tao Yu. Here, this is a gift from Miss Sun, congratulating you for acquiring a grade 8 talent. Tao Yu was taken aback and then quickly accepted the wristwatch. Unlike that pixel-style receiver from before, this smartwatch is clearly of the sleek, intelligent type, with many functions. The 2 bigwigs from Floating City are already aware of your grade 8 talent, and they also know about your partnership, and have sent a message. Tao Hu cleared his throat, seemingly quoting directly. We have a rough idea of what you're thinking, and frankly, there's no need for excessive worry. If you're willing to come over, we can guarantee your safety. If you're not at ease, you can come over after some time. Just focus on strengthening your abilities first, and don't waste your talent. It seems that among the people who have returned in the past 3 days, the talents are generally quite average, with Tao Yu's great dynamic vision standing out as particularly noteworthy. After finishing, Tao Hu also handed a card to Tao Yu, because of your talent. They've given you 3,000 Yuan Force as startup capital. The guy previously in charge of your area wanted to skim some off the top, but I beat him up for it. Holding the Yuan Force card in his hand, Tao Yu was somewhat moved, compared to the style of the Li family and Joseph. The two from Floating City do seem much more magnanimous. While they are high above, they do indeed win hearts with real silver and gold. They don't rely on their strength and status to oppress others. Their approach is to reward the brave handsomely. Uncle Hu is more confident now, huh? What's up? Got a chance to move up this time? Tao Yu teased Tao Hu in return, and Tao Hu actually grinned and laughed. Not confirmed yet, not confirmed, just acting as a proxy for the time being. This actually surprised Tao Yu. He really hadn't seen it coming. It appears that Uncle Hu and that appreciative bigwig have been in touch all along, in terms of strength, with his mechanical arm. Uncle Hu could already be the deputy captain of the security team for South City, but that position would definitely require background and connections as well. After all, as Tao Yu estimated, the deputy captain of the security team, if not in armor, could be gunned down by a crowd of ordinary people in an open area and perish. It's not just about having sheer strength. But this was also good news. Keep the benefits within the family. The tragedy of the Li family had been the talk of the town for half a month, but since Tao Hu had already expressed the security team's stance to Tao Yu, they naturally wouldn't cause any commotion, and the few powers under suspicion wouldn't reveal any flaws. Just catching some small-time thieves and contraband dealers as usual. Afterwards, the attention slowly shifted elsewhere. Outsiders still had to focus mostly on filling their stomachs and surviving. Those with spare money were often consumed by pleasure and didn't have the energy to gossip. As for the dead, well, there were plenty dying each day around the transportation plaza, sustained only by the outsiders' high birth rates. During the daytime training, the Wanlu dojo still echoed with the orderly shouts of practice. Of those who were originally receiving special training with Smith, only Tao Yu and Zhang Wei remained, with the others joining the main group for drills. Zhang Wei had relied solely on his endurance talent, mastering the stance skill, and with a stubborn resolve, began learning the fist technique, choosing the bear form which was known for defense and robustness. As for Tao Yu, he had entered the preliminary stage in all 5 boxing techniques and now continued to come to the dojo not just for practice, but also to bolster his body with chi tonic soup. His Yuan Force was almost entirely spent by now, due to the enhancement in strength. The efficiency of the Yuan Force decreased, and with the diminishing returns that appeared as his physical fitness approached its limits, Tao Yu felt that his training efficiency was visibly declining each day. I need to find a way to make money again, and also ways to keep pushing my limits. Tao Yu finished swinging his arms in the manner of an ape, creating a crisp sound in the air. 5-form ape technique, improved, had reached level 2, and although the Yuan Force consumption for 5-form boxing was much greater than ordinary skills, Tao Yu had still managed to force it to level 2. Then, the new change Tao Yu had been hoping for occurred. The 5 skill orbs combined and revolved around each other, creating a new skill orb in the center. Normally, one would need the ordinary 5-form boxing to reach level 4 to have a chance to integrate the skills, but due to Tao Yu's deification, reaching level 2 for all was already enough. 5 forms as one level 1, integrates tiger, crane, bear, python, and 8 boxing techniques, enhancing chi blood throughout the body and somewhat increasing physical limits. If the stance skill is a precursor to 5-form boxing, then 5-form boxing is in turn a requirement for 5 forms as one. This was still just the standard version. And seeing the 1,200 Yuan Force needed for the deification, though he had only 2,000 Yuan Force left in his body, Tao Yu did not hesitate. Deify, Chapter 48, Chapter 43, Improvement, Ga, a tingling sensation originating from the deep marrow, making Tao Yu feel as if ants were crawling all over his body, unreachable by the scratch of his nails. It took a while before he recovered from this reaction, and then he felt a completely different sensation, unified strength. After the deification of stance skill, he had already unified all body forces into one. But now Tao Yu clearly felt a force brewed by qi blood fluctuate with its ebbs and flows. Whenever there was a need, he could integrate it by harnessing qi blood. Although it couldn't pierce through the body, but, with a casual flick of Tao Yu's finger, although he felt a sharp pain, tiny fissures had already appeared on the stone lock in front of him. The cracks were not very obvious, but to effortlessly make them with a flesh and blood body was indeed a terrifying effect. An ordinary person would have their throat bones shattered by such a flick. Clear strength and dark strength. Not quite, but they seemed somewhat similar. Tao Yu pondered at the bottom of his heart, all the while comprehending the information from his newly deified skill. 5 forms as 1, modified, LV1, integration of strength, can significantly enhance the physical limits. Source.com, updated on Omicron Strength, to a certain degree, could achieve some feats that originally seemed incredible, such as controlling and strengthening internal organs, detoxifying and purifying blood. However, it was different from the internal strength. Tao Yu knew this was a latent power spread throughout the entire body. The stronger the body and qi blood, the stronger the force. It was activated and harnessed through qi blood when used, and it could also train the body and even the internal organs. If one didn't count the shadow force that combined stealth and ambush, this was the first technique Tao Yu had mastered that could be barely called supernatural. After all, the shadow force was too extreme and couldn't be used to strengthen oneself, whereas 5 forms as 1 could significantly enhance the physical limits. It was also more balanced and controllable. The previous stackable enhancement had begun to show diminishing returns, with effects getting weaker. This was undoubtedly a timely assistance. Haha, the hardest step is from 0 to 1. This feeling is truly delightful. Tao Yu was very exhilarated in his heart. This might also be one of the ways a normal flesh and blood body could rival mechanical and mutated bodies. Although the mode might be different, the pressure that Li Hui initially gave him, and the head of Wanlu Dojo, Lu Yi, they probably used this kind of power. Normally, integrating myriad streams 5 forms should be about seizing control over qi blood. And maybe combining it with that secret breathing technique to catalyze it into force? Tao Yu had some guesses in his heart. Because of the special nature of his own deification, there were some questions that would not be good for him to ask directly. Otherwise, being misunderstood for stealing other secrets could lead to a bloodbath. The head of the dojo was actually quite generous, offering skills for free. Tao Yu felt a bit remorseful. Besides, apart from 5 forms as 1 modified, which brought him the greatest benefit, each singular fist technique also brought its own decent additional abilities. The cost of deifying a single fist technique was actually lower than that of the stance skill, ranging from 2 to 300. And they were not as enhancing to the body as the stance skill, but they each had their own specializations for combat. For example, the most effective, crane form of myriad streams, modified. Besides its intrinsic training method and combat style increasing training efficiency and combat skills, it mainly also came with spirit perception, which is similar to the capture of clear murderous intent and malice, although the world's will information warned that it could be concealed through certain methods, but it was still quite impressive. Tiger form primarily provided explosive power, adding to the assassin's arsenal. Bear form enhanced resistance to hits and endurance. Python form was flexibility and strength in the tendons, greatly enhancing locking and strangling capabilities. Ape form was about balance and comprehensive abilities, and ultimately 5 forms as 1 relied mainly on the ape form to coordinate. Beyond that, the swallow essence technique, modified, that Tao Yu had been yearning for had also been learned and deified. Swallow essence technique, modified, greatly increased digestion and absorption capacity, moderately increased energy storage capacity, and offered a degree of poison resistance. Although this skill seemed ordinary and deification only consumed 100 Yuan Force, Tao Yu felt that its effects were no less than 5 forms as one, holding strategic value. 1. Proof forever proof allowed him to recover from injuries through Yuan Force and eating. The vast consumption of Yuan Force for recovery, Tao Yu had already experienced, now with stronger power. The cost of recovery was even greater. In contrast, just a few bowls of Chitonic soup and some time could equal a few hundred Yuan Force replenishments. Swallow Essence Technique, modified, greatly enhanced this digestive and absorption ability, making it the perfect match for 1 proof forever proof. When necessary, even if it was sewage, he could drink it directly like those animals. Of course. As a normal person, Tao Yu would not actually try these things on a regular day. Spending money like water. Looking at his remaining Yuan Force, now less than 800 units, Tao Yu deeply missed the feeling of having tens of thousands at the beginning. Initially, the extravagant multiple acceleration stance skill was to have more time to grasp the basics of fist technique. Later, Tao Yu adjusted it to a higher cost-performance ratio according to his total amount of Yuan Force. Even so, since he had been practicing breathing technique and stance skill in tandem, his Yuan Force had been pouring out unstoppably over these days. Fortunately, in terms of results, he was quite satisfied. He had mostly achieved his goals, though he felt some regret that he was still some distance from reaching the physical limits he could currently attain. The drop in Yuan Force efficiency after increasing strength, even though 5 forms as 1, modified has increased the limit, the marginal effect has diminished. I'm afraid that even with 3 to 4 times the Yuan Force, the efficiency would not match my previous Yuan Force improvement. Tao Yu sighed inwardly. Initially, Blood Orchid, basic breathing method, and stance skill had all enhanced his physical potential and limits, making training incredibly swift. But as his physical quality improved, just like professional athletes who find it harder to further enhance their abilities, he too experienced an increasingly pronounced diminishing returns effect. Although I have 1 proof forever proof. Even when I reach the theoretical physical limit, I should be able to continue breaking through and upgrading, but the speed will certainly be touchingly slow. Although the 5 forms as 1 provided some relief, he still had to consider subsequent issues. The remaining potential could only be honed through persistent effort. If he wanted another period of explosive growth, he would have to find additional ways to raise his limits. If I get a chance to save money, maybe I can consider a second deification of my skills. Tao Yu may lack knowledge of the outside city, but based on his abilities, he could judge that specializing in anything and everything could cause conflicts, and that skill enhancements should be complementary like myriad streams 5 forms, at the very least non-interfering, or with minimal acceptable conflict. Exactly how, he still lacked the knowledge at this point. But at least stacking another deification on top of his current one would not be a big problem. After reflecting for a moment, he leaned towards basic breathing technique, modified. This skill was the cheapest way to improve physical limits, requiring only about 30,000 Yuan Force for a second enhancement. The most effective 5 forms as 1, modified needed over 200,000, more expensive than the innate bullet time. But maintaining his day-to-day training while saving up 30,000 Yuan Force was not a small sum. His parents would have to save for 10 years without eating or drinking to afford it, roughly equivalent to the looting of 4 Li families. Quickly dismissing some thoughts in his head, Tao Yu also slapped his cheeks. His ideas were a bit dangerous. The Yuan Force items and skills in the new gathering area haven't flooded the market yet, which is a decent source of income. It's just that there's still a risk of being besieged now. The money in his pocket pushed Tao Yu to find Smith. Senior brother, I'm almost ready to go to the abyss. I won't be coming here for a while. Tao Yu found Smith and greeted him. This was quite normal. In fact, Smith himself had taken 5 days off to go to the abyss over the past half a month. But his base was in the real world, and his trips to the abyss were purely to avoid going crazy. Alright, I think it's time you went too, haha. I don't know how much money you've spent, but full-time training is really draining. Smith wasn't surprised. He had a job and income at the dojo, which could support his use of Yuan Force acceleration in reverse. This junior brother, even if he found someone willing to invest, was still depleting his reserves. Your crane stance is at LV3, you could apply to be a teaching assistant. The dojo's benefits are pretty good, Smith suggested, feeling this junior had talent and could try a part-time training approach. Tao Yu's crane stance was actually only at LV2, but thanks to deification, he could easily pass off as LV3. Because of 5 forms as 1. His skill matched LV4, which allowed him to learn swallow essence technique, modified. I'll consider it, but without working hard in the new development zone, I won't have a stable place even for 5 days, so I can't do it. Actually, Tao Yu had nearly emptied the Wanlu dojo, and his consumption was not something that could be covered by being a teaching assistant there. Only if the head of the dojo gave up his position would it be sufficient. However, Tao Yu naturally wouldn't casually turn down a gesture of goodwill, and he had a fairly harmonious relationship with Smith. Tao, are you preparing to go to the abyss too? Together? Zhang Wei perked up his ears at this point. The two had teamed up before, and indeed, it was much more convenient for 2 people in the abyss than for one alone. Our locations are too far apart. Let's leave it to fate. I've got to go prepare some things. Tao Yu waved to the 2, declining Zhang Wei's team invitation. All right, safe travels. You can buy a few chi replenishing pills from the dojo to take with you. Smith started his sales pitch again, though the items he recommended were indeed very effective. Sure. Tao Yu indeed planned to bring a few chi replenishing pills. These pills had effects similar to chi tonic soup, but were more convenient to carry and preserve. They were also a lot more expensive, costing 50 Yuan Force units. They weren't really meant for daily training, but for emergency recovery of strength in the wild. The absorption rate was much faster than eating meat, and the effect was further enhanced with swallow essence technique, modified. With so many inherently energy-intensive deification skills, if money wasn't an issue, he would fill his backpack without a second thought. Compared to directly using Yuan Force for recovery, it was far more cost-effective. Chapter 49. Chapter 44. New Fragment Information. Task Hall. There's one in each fort of the outer city, primarily for posting various missions. The task hall occupies a large area but is relatively rudimentary. Inside, it seems chaotic, with various sweaty odors filling the nostrils. Many people continuously look at the mission boards for announcements, find what suits them, tear them off, and then go to the counter to register, a somewhat primitive process. Conflicts over high-reward missions are a common occurrence. But those who cause trouble will be deducted points or expelled. All sorts of mission categories are available. And there are also many missions in the current world. Such as the case clues for the Li family annihilation case seen here, along with tasks like rat extermination. Besides these printed mission notices, there is a single electronic LED screen in the entire task hall, continuously displaying some of the more important missions. As a partner, Tao Yu skips the step of competing for missions and has a dedicated contact to assist him, a pretty little beauty. Considered attractive by the standards of the outer city, respectfully led Tao Yu to a small compartment with a notebook in hand. The beautiful waitress was in a brown linen short-sleeved shirt, revealing her smooth arms with a healthy complexion. Occasionally, as she moved her hands, a glimpse of a side mark could be seen. Partner sir, there are many tasks in the new development zone, many of which are open-ended tasks. You don't need to accept them. If there is a harvest, you can come straight back and submit it. You have a W4 type mission bracelet. I can import the task data to your bracelet for easy access at any time, she said. The young beauty leaned close to Tao Yu, her gaze occasionally sweeping over the smartwatch on his wrist that had been gifted to him. With Tao Yu's high attractiveness, her breath almost reached his face, leaving her cheeks red and flustered. Source.com, updated on N0 new Omicron. That would be great, thank you, Tao Yu responded. Tao Yu did not mind the occasional subtle contact with her, but he certainly wouldn't waste his time on such frivolities. She wasn't a rich woman who could affect the speed of his sword drawing. While inserting something akin to a USB flash drive into the watch to import the task library for easy access in the abyss, Tao Yu glanced through the notebook in front of him, spotting several new development zone tasks highlighted in bold. New development zone abyssal fragment exploration task. Explore as many abyssal fragments as possible. Rewards will depend on the findings. Partial rewards are also available for those who repeatedly submit information first. Information may include cartography, biological atlases, special events. Blackwater toxin decryption reward. The fragment codenamed Alien 01 is filled with a kind of blackwater toxin, which possesses biological properties and is extremely tricky to deal with. After contamination, it can transform ordinary animals into first-generation aliens. Pioneers without superb physique, toxin resistance, or similar talents should enter with caution. Codenamed Zombie World 01 Fragment Development. Heading north from the fragment codenamed Alien 01 will lead you to the fragment codenamed Zombie World 01. This fragment borders both Rainforest 01 and Alien 01 and is home to a species called zombies, suspected to be transformed humans. Zombies are relatively weak, but their numbers are vast. Radio signals have been detected, possibly mutually intelligible with the language of the alien world. The fragment barrier is reasonably strong, preventing aliens from entering. Alien breeder, responsible for understanding the habits of aliens, identifying the best host organisms, recording the host organism's reproduction capabilities and Yuan Force output ratio, summarizing the details on cultivation environment, temperature, feed, etc. This task can be completed by a team. It is recommended to source creatures from the neighboring rainforest and apply for Empress eggs. Cleaning aliens. Aliens have an extremely strong ability to reproduce. To ensure the safety of newcomers, organizations have put together field alien cleaning squads. Each piece of alien Yuan Force item, in addition to its inherent value, will reward an extra 100 Yuan Force units. It is advised to team up for this task. Those with alien body implantation should avoid participating as they are likely to become targeted for capture and incubation by aliens. On seeing a task about breeding aliens and another about cleaning out aliens, Tao Yu immediately thought of the Cobra effect. However, after comparing the task rewards, he quickly realized there might not be too much cause for concern. If you have the ability to breed aliens, it seems you could simply complete the first task directly. Sneaking around to use them for hunting and then submitting them seems to be a loss. After all, the organization does not require any proof for cleaning tasks. You could be killed off like a monkey with nowhere to argue. And Tao Yu did not believe that aliens were so easy to clear out. It cannot be denied, though, that with the support of the floating city, the exploration progression is quite fast. Tao Yu has been constantly learning and improving his skills, but for those two individuals from Floating City, they probably mastered most of the actively learned skills before turning 18. They might rest for 5 days before plunging back in. Which is why they keep discovering new things. Some information is free for partners to access, so Tao Yu locked onto the world fragment codenamed Zombie World 01, mainly because, at the moment, he was already moving northward along the junction of the rainforest and the plains, which is probably the closest to this location. According to the information, the two from Floating City probably had no interest in the harvests from Zombie World, having headed off to pioneer other places after setting the task. However, protected by a world barrier, the zombie world could be a good choice for an initial base location. Hence, a separate exploration task was set up for it. And, if it was the Resident Evil type of zombie world with the T-virus, whether movie or game version, there would be substantial potential for exploration, and it's quite suitable for Tao Yu's current abilities to manage. At least the risk is relatively smaller compared to being besieged by aliens. However, the zombie world is just too vast, with little detailed information, making it truly impossible for Tao Yu to judge, just from their slow movement. He was able to rule out several enhanced zombie worlds and the later stages of a biological crisis. On average, each zombie drops from 0.01 to 0.05 units of Yuan Force. With no skill information, no wonder it's overlooked. Tao Yu himself felt somewhat helpless to comment on this, judging from the task at hand. It seemed like the tycoons of the floating city were really prepared to domesticate aliens, even already scouting for suitable creatures to cultivate. As for the meager drops from the zombies, Tao Yu also felt a bit speechless. It was just too poor, because 1 unit of Yuan Force is purely a unit set by the company for ease of management. The occurrence of amounts like 0.01 or 0.05 isn't strange, since many fragments of the abyss are not under the company's jurisdiction. Moreover, the absorption of Yuan Force after each kill requires finding the concentration of Yuan Force that gathers after the death of a Yuan Force creature. It doesn't just pop up like scoring points upon death. Each zombie only has so little to offer, to say nothing of the energy expended in killing them. Even cleaning up the corpses afterwards is troublesome work. Killing 200 to 1,000 zombies a day and handling their bodies only yields about 10 points of Yuan Force, roughly equivalent to the daily income of his parents. For a regular pioneer, it indeed seems like an unrewarding task that's both time-consuming and labor-intensive. However, it might be that they're looking to scout and select a gathering place, as the exploration rewards are quite abundant. Discovering other adjacent, unknown fragments of the abyss could reward 5,000. The rewards for mapping are also decent. Finding other Yuan Force creatures beyond zombies has its rewards, and then there's the source of that broadcast. Tao Yu took a closer look at the tasks for the zombie world, noting these were all additional rewards, with all the gains along the way being his to keep. But thinking about the scarce output of zombies, he figured that for an ordinary pioneer, it would probably just mean scavenging some resources to sell back. The only advantage of this world might be the absence of strong Yuan Force creatures like pythons or aliens that ordinary pioneers can't even escape from, and it's also protected by a world barrier that prevents Yuan Force creatures from entering. The safety should be the highest. At least for now. My greatest strength still lies in my potential. Now, the threat of aliens is still immense to me, and I don't know the current number of aliens and the extent of their proliferation. Although the rewards for hunting aliens are high, safety comes first. Tao Yu pondered internally that even if he were to hunt aliens to earn money, he could still use the zombie world as a base and run both sides. The most crucial point is that even with his current strength, if truly surrounded by aliens, he would likely still come out at a loss. He could first try to increase his strength in the zombie world before hunting aliens. He didn't want to relive the feeling of always having to sleep with one eye open in the rainforest. Constantly on edge and mentally exhausted, the difficulty of these initial fragments is not small. The welfare for tasks in the new development zones is actually quite good. Once I manage to achieve the second deification of my main skills and talents, I should be ready for official exploration. I still need to make money. Having potential means he has to endure loneliness and make money to accumulate for himself, as his strength is the most tangible thing. Looking back at the tasks for the zombie world, Tao Yu became more and more satisfied. In fact, his current strength was already not weak. It would take 5 days for a round trip, and as long as he was careful to learn the habits of the zombies and explore gradually, it wouldn't be a big problem for an ordinary pioneer to complete a map survey once a month. If he managed to get a vehicle or something, the possibility of reaching other adjacent fragments was not small. But the size of a world fragment is entirely up to luck. If it turns out to be very large, then it would indeed be quite a loss. However, based on the current rewards for tasks, if it really was that way, it could be counted as important intelligence and receive additional rewards. I'll register this task, thank you. His USB drive had already transferred the data on the open tasks, and Tao Yu left without any attachment. He operated his W4 task bracelet for a moment. This smartwatch-like device had quite a complete set of features, including assistance with map surveying and convenience in submitting tasks. It supported solar charging and automatic radio searching and even had a reserve of over 100 units of Yuan Force, having likely enhanced some functions. While there might be a small chance of it being located or tracked, Tao Yu currently had nothing of value for the big shots of the floating city to covet. So the likelihood was really not significant. Or rather, his value was not yet worth them risking their reputation. This is what it means to be a wealthy woman. Tao Yu sighed with some regret. His talents had exploded a bit too much, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, he could only painfully forego the shortcuts. Chapter 50. Chapter 45. Radio Station. Mosaic-like images kept appearing above the plains, eventually forming the fully armed silhouette of a person. Tactical helmet, combat suit with a bulletproof vest, a large backpack strapped to the back, and a sleek black assault rifle held in hand. One could say he was armed to the teeth. Having new equipment really makes a difference. With his dynamic vision, Tao Yu executed several tactical moves in quick succession to sweep the surroundings, and after confirming it was safe, he also allowed himself to relax a bit. This was exactly where he had left from, and this new set of gear he had on was actually part of the spoils from the Li family. After laying low for half a month without drawing attention, Tao Yu also checked on the buried supplies at night, eventually selecting some common items that were popular among the masses for his own use. All these items could be obtained in the outer city. Having a legitimate income from selling skills and blood orchids, using this kind of equipment didn't draw unwanted attention in this area. Besides, he wasn't selling anything, just using them for himself, and since he transported from his own room, he naturally reduced the risks to the minimum. An assault rifle, a submachine gun that could be held with one hand, and 2 pistols, one of which possessed the Yuan Force item ballistic precision. A long dagger with a Yuan Force skill effect, and 2 curved knives for easy replacement, combined with a tactical helmet, tactical suit, bulletproof vest, tactical boots, and other protective gear, his own margin for error was greatly increased. Source.com, updated on Omicron, just like Wino with his full-body metal armor. Tao Yu's set of equipment at least gave him more chances against black guns and sneak attacks. Li Hui was much stronger than Tao Yu, but was instantly killed by a sneak attack from him. Tao Yu certainly didn't wish to experience the same fate. In zombie world, relying solely on bullets would be useless, and even attract unwanted threats, poor and troublesome. It's still better to rely on close combat normally. However, I still need to find that fragment first. The intelligence says to keep heading north. That world is lower by 10 meters compared to the alien world, but the barrier of the fragment is stronger than the rainforests, able to prevent alien creatures like the aliens from entering. Tao Yu easily flipped back to the rainforest side, climbed a tree at the edge, and looked northward. Even with his astonishing vision, he still only saw plains without a shadow of any building. If the curvature of the alien world is similar to Earth's, that's at least 20 or 30 kilometers away. Hope it's not too exaggerated. Tao Yu returned to the base of the tree, somewhat lamenting the ridiculous distance. He had even considered getting a motorcycle, but was too impoverished after completing the deification of 5 forms as one. After descending and looking at the height of the tree, and feeling the weight of his backpack, Tao Yu had a distinct feeling of being stronger. Climbing was too easy now. Where there was no grip, he could insert his fingers directly into the bark. Compared to his first climb where he would be out of breath even without the backpack, it was indeed incomparable. Heading north all the way, Tao Yu walked for 3 days. Sticking close to the rainforest, he wasn't disturbed by any aliens on the way, and with abundant food in the rainforest, he didn't need to touch the emergency food in his backpack. This time, with the convenience of being able to return every 5 days, he also brought a military green tent which added a bit of comfort to the wilderness. It was much better than the previous exposure to the elements. The fragment we are currently in is extremely cold, a civilization completely frozen in ice, even tsunamis are frozen. The barrier of the fragment isn't strong, but the aliens don't come here. Fortunately, it doesn't affect the climate of the neighboring fragments. It's tentatively deemed valueless. We will contact and lay out new exploration missions, with rewards at half of what's offered in Zombie 01 world. As Tao Yu sunbathed to charge his watch, he also listened to the new broadcast from the rich young masters and mistresses from the floating city. One can only say that true skill gives rise to boldness. They are either on an exploration or on their way to one. However, after they get a general understanding, they usually organize missions for the details. Tao Yu had learned that there was now a ranking for cannon fodder points in the new development zone, but they hadn't started using it yet. The two individuals from the floating city also knew that currently there weren't enough people. Forcing cannon fodder missions would just reduce the number of people choosing the new development zone later on, resulting in a vicious cycle. Lowering the frequency of cannon fodder missions, raising the usage standards, would instead create a healthy competitive relationship with the old gathering spots. Plus, with the investment of money and resources, they might really make it prosperous. As for the current investment, with the emergence of outputs like scalable alien breeding, the investments might actually be recouped later on. It has been confirmed that the east-west span of the alien world is at least tens of thousands of kilometers. It's not ruled out that there might be longer or shorter stretches in some areas. They must have some decent transportation to cover such distances. Tao Yu pondered in his heart. The boundaries of the fragments weren't immutable, nor were they purely linear. Their estimates were just approximations. The alien world wasn't much of a challenge for the brother and sister duo, so they could keep using this world as a base to continuously explore other areas. The sons seemed to be one of the members of the company's board of directors. Just not sure how much influence they actually have. For just two young people to be able to pull out such a large stall, Tao Yu felt somewhat astonished by the power dynamics in the floating city. It may be like some startup companies of the past. As things get more colorful here, more and more powers might invest and buy shares. After listening to today's broadcast, Tao Yu turned off his watch to charge it. Although there was access to solar energy, the device couldn't stay on throughout the journey in the abyss. Most importantly, there was no electricity at home, so he could only charge it using solar power or Yuan Force. After listening to today's broadcast, Tao Yu climbed a tree again, and this time he finally saw a new landscape from the monotonous grassland, barely glimpsing the outlines of building rooftops. On the horizon, good Lord finally made it. There was probably a distance of 20 to 30 kilometers left, but since he could only see the tops of some buildings, it meant that even after reaching the boundary of the fragments, there would likely be an equally long or longer distance to traverse before reaching the city. Tao Yu also prepared to put in more effort. Carrying over 50 kilograms of weight, he had trekked for 3 days and finally reached the world fragment mentioned in the intelligence. When Tao Yu arrived at the edge of the world fragment and stood on the 10-meter-high drop of the grassland looking at the scene ahead, a touch of emotion appeared on his face. The main view in front of him was a gobi, reminiscent of a beautiful Western painting style, desolate gobi, withered cacti, and a road leading to this side abruptly cut off. In the distance, there was an outline of a city with skyscrapers, but it exuded a sense of dead silence. Behind the city, there was a mountain range that looked like a backdrop, with undulating peaks. On the desolate gobi in the road, there were some wandering figures, and on the road, there were also some collided, scrap vehicles. Especially in the direction of the city's entrance and exit, there was an even longer line of abandoned vehicle fleets, stuck due to a collision up front. Some cars were even mired in the gobi, accompanied by the blustery wind and sand. A sense of desolation hit him in the face. There really is a fragment barrier. Tao Yu reached out to touch in front of him, feeling a slight resistance, but quickly he seamlessly merged into it. This was an ability granted by the world's will, not something these fragment barriers could stop. But the neighboring alien and python probably couldn't pass through. With a 10-meter drop and over 50 kilograms of load, Tao Yu didn't choose to jump down but instead deftly stepped on uneven gaps, relying solely on his feet, descending nimbly like a goat scaling a mountain in reverse. Wonder if there's any newspaper. Oh right. The radio. Tao Yu remembered the information from the intelligence and turned on his watch again. He had the radio frequency information, and since the watch had an automatic search function, he quickly heard a voice through a hiss of background noise from the abyss. The virus has been rampant for 7 months, and I'm not sure how much longer I can hold out. We're running out of food here. We've found all the easy-to-obtain food. Next, we'll probably have to venture into areas more densely populated with zombies, and as time goes on, we also need to consider food spoilage. Some say strange highlands in a rainforest have appeared to the south, but no one dares to go. With standard Great Beauty accent English, thanks to Tao Yu's past experience as a corporate drone, he could generally understand, an advantage over the other pioneers who needed to meet in person to communicate using Yuan Force. He still couldn't determine what world it was, though.